Здорово, бойкот. Бойкот. Купи кота, получается. Ванчоус, не парься. Привет, ребят. Блять, сегодня еще жарче. Наверное, без вебки буду. Я просто не вижу никаких других опций для... для выживания на сегодняшнем стриме. Получается, купишь? Ну, если была бы возможность. О. Так. Но вместо вебки у меня есть что можно использовать. Сейчас дропс идет. Вообще проверить, есть он или нет. Там, по-моему, по времени все. Мол, ни у кого он не идет. Пока турик не начнется. Есть вероятность, что не запускается в тот момент, когда... когда начинается освещение турнира. Канди топ кайфую. У меня тоже есть. Актуальный дроп показывается, но во вкладке дропс, как обычно. Блять. Причем рукав вообще невозможно в такую жару надевать. Ну как, возможно, но неудобно потом становится. Уже 4 часа дня. На плюс 4 время. Так, ну по идее он начинается в 12:15. Что там по времени я писал? Хотя, учитывая вчерашние задержки... Тимзи и Эйсу играет в Counter-Strike. Да. Play Apex с никнеймом.
Даже не вздумай останавливаться. А теперь покупай.
А, вот ALGS появился. Ну даже у ALGS нет дропса. Лол. А, видите? Пустота. А хотя не есть. А у меня как обычно, да? Отвязать свои учетные записи, как описано выше. Complete Battle Pass. У меня вообще апекса нет, что ли? Что за бред, блядь? Ладно. Вернуться на Twitch. Зайти в Drops. Награды пошли. Описание Drops. Да ёбаный сэр. Не туда. Перейти на канал. Эта компания закрыта. Но мы и получили. Так у меня, походу, все получено. Или нет? Подключение. Обязательно. Инвентаря. Так, ладно. Заходим в настройки. Подключение. Подключить, подключить, заключить. Electronic Arts. Подключен в прошлом году. Отключаем. И сейчас будем подключать обратно. Подключить. Хотите дать доступ? Отмена. Continue. Что-то пошло не так. Конечно, что-то пошло не так. Что вы мне предлагаете вообще подключить? Какой аккаунт? Мать его.
Yesterday, going all the way,
Я
14
в ахуе.
hours of Apex Legends competition, and the fans who are here earlier are the same ones who are here
Сраный
today
сайт.
from the APAC region. Dreamfire fans lining up to meet some of our top performers and definitely some of the top performers in the global series conversation.
Перейти на
We will
страницу.
see if another region steps up today and changes
Профиль.
the
Войти.
dialogue. But for now, APAC certainly seems to be on top, although North America and EMEA having their shots at glory. That's for the overall standings. We'll dive into that in a little bit and all that is to come in day 2 of our ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Welcome back to the show. My name is Rainey. I'm joined on the desk this morning to kick it off with Spider Tip and Dia. Welcome, guys. It's a great day, and Tip, we have so much in store for people watching.
We definitely do. We saw so much action happening throughout the beginning of the group stages yesterday, but it's going to keep going. It's an honor to be here telling the story of these players, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Dia?
I'm really looking forward to what we have, especially because on the second day, it's really important for the teams, especially that haven't put themselves into the winner's bracket, the upper bracket, to be making the push, and especially the adjustments that come with international play.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it's a lot of sorting things out. Today
Ладно,
is
допустим.
where international competition really kicks in, because you have
Кстати, я, наверное, здесь и смогу привязать. Настройки учетной записи.
You know, I kind of likened it to a marathon the other day, where you start off and you get that
Подключение.
initial energy, but then you also feel the initial moments of fatigue. And then once you get running for a few miles, you then start to level out and find your pace. And Tiff, it feels like a lot of teams are doing that today.
It definitely does.
Так, и чё? Почему Twitch привязать нельзя?
One of the teams we'll be focusing on today as well, maybe missing out on that initial start pace and scrambling a little bit today. Hopefully a day for them to turn things around.
I imagine so, and as you alluded to, it is really about figuring out the pace that other teams want to play at, because how
0% 1 час.
is a constant.
Что, у меня давали все-таки? Я зря этой хуйней занимаюсь?
In international competition.
Well, I'm excited. You know why? Because this is one of those moments where you kind of start to really derive the narrative. We had two teams.
Сейчас бобры. Сейчас не помню. Но если группа А, то да. Ой, то группа Б, то да. Так нахуй-то. Блять, по привычке запуск нажал. Так, ну по идее вообще Amazon надо линковать. Ну не надо. Нет разрешенных приложений. Понятно.
You know that you found yourself in the top 20. My bracket stages are going to look a little more smooth sailing. But if you're used to being in that winner's bracket for teams like North Eption, right? They finished second place in group stages and made it to the winner's bracket. That has got to feel good. But right now they're sitting in 37th place. So for them, for the rest of their series, they're going to have to level it up.
Interestingly enough, North Eption is one of the teams from APAC that has performed really well from APAC North. And alongside Fnatic, we would have expected them to be in those top moments in that top bracket side. Now, obviously, they've got a lot of work to do, still more to play. Dia, I want to kind of shift the conversation
Так, падла.
to something that
Вот теперь
may
давай
strike
подключай
people
меня.
off guard. Yes, APAC.
Разрешить.
Yes, South America. Very exciting things. But Alliance and TSM still performing probably as the two.
Все готово, теперь можно закрыть это окно и вернуться в Twitch. Охуенно. Какую запись привязал, не понимаю.
TSM, obviously, for those of you watching at home, this is your first playoffs. They do this more or less every time. And Alliance, they've been looking really good as well, but that's mostly because of the flexibility that we saw from them in the regular season. It's applied very well to international competition, and as you and I talked about yesterday, Tiff, the experience that Apex as a whole continues to provide to its players is making it so that this first bump for effect, this first jump into LAN, is all the smoother.
The effect, one of the things you'll be noticing if you watch any of the games today, or if you saw anything from yesterday, he is on fire. Let's take a look at how the standings overall yesterday shaped up for our teams. Alliance, TSM on top, but Dark Zero, Ascend, and Fnatic right behind them, Tiff.
I mean, look, you heard in Hal's interview last night. Beginning of the day yesterday, I had made a statement. I said, the stage is where dreams are made. He comes in his interview afterwards and said, I'm here to crush dreams. And I thought that was a profound statement. They want to go back to back, and they leveled up in that second series that we got to witness from TSM. Just 20 points south of Alliance, and you called it the effect. Well, I'm going to call him the Grim Reaper.
Так, что у нас? Ну да, бобры, потом Аврора, потом опять бобры. Ну, Аврора Альянс, точнее.
I mean, when he shows up, you don't have long to live. Grim Reaper might be something that sticks for effect, but also a lot of teams, Pulverex, Naked, that we had highlighted yesterday from our APAC region doing so well. But you've talked a lot with our South American teams, Dia. What do you have your eyes on as we head down towards the bracket of where all the teams stand as of now?
A big part of South America is adapting from what they've found to be the region, the regular season, into international competition where there's a lot less forgiveness. You can get away with things in South
Так,
America.
а можно, наверное, проверить. R99 скин Чарбойлет.
Than a lot of other leagues around the world. So a lot of our South American teams, they are really lickety split on changing things up, and several of them that I've spoken to going into today are already considering shifting to a more
компаниях сказано, что квадр участвует в дропсе. А можешь скриншот скинуть, что якобы участвует?
Listen, I mean, you already have a lot of variables at LAN, adding more to the gameplay style. Sometimes teams do decide, let's keep it simple. Let's take the complexity out of what we're trying to do. No pun intended. Complexity obviously did take out a couple of the South American teams or their routes later on in those fights that ended up going the way of LG Chivas. But most importantly for those watching, we saw a surge of performances from a region that has notably played well, but maybe not this well as a whole.
Или ты когда нажимаешь перейти на канал участника, имеешь в виду? И там мы есть.
Fnatic and Naked respectively. I'll open the floor to you, Tiff, first, and Dia to get a comment on these two teams.
I mean, immediately, what jumps out to me, they've all finished 2 of their map series thus far. Naked was able to take home 2 victories, and that's the first time for them on LAN, right? They're the one of 2 teams that came originally from those preseason qualifiers in APAC North of Year 3, with the other one being North Eption. But the performance between Naked and North Eption has been a stark difference. Yeah. Leica, as that in-game leader, has just been so profound in making those decisions that are paying off dividends towards that end game. Watching the way they approach, they just look for smarter fights, Dia, right? So they know if I push this, I'm immediately going to get thirded, I will lose the game and know that I'm playing for second. They're looking to win. It's
so funny that we bring up 2 APAC North teams and we can't help but bring in a third to the conversation just to make sure that we have it all rounded out. And I have to agree with you, Tiff, because Naked and North Eption really do contrast each other, and it pivots us into a conversation about what it means for Fnatic to be here as well, because they're not even in that same spectrum of teams. Instead, we're looking at.
Я, кстати, по этой ссылке перейти не могу, не кликать ни хера. А, спасибо за игру. Теперь вам доступна раскраска. Ну да, все привязано, нормально было.
Yes, the effect, but not just that. Some on the other side, like you said, Fnatic and North Eption. The fact that we have Zainu as well, it's a kind of contrast. We're going to bring up a graphic here about them, I'm pretty sure. Let's take a look at this, Tiff. I mean, Effect couldn't have had a better day. Zainu, how do we feel about this performance at LAN showing up with Dark Zero?
I look at these numbers and I have to say that Zainu didn't get to play out the full games. You think back to Harvester on World's Edge, that contest with Aurora stifled his ability to really get out. There was often times in that second series of the day where Zainu or one member of Dark Zero was just trying to get out with their life, and maybe you remember, right, Jen Burton on the Caustic, able to get Zero back in, but not actually Zainu. So these comparisons are great. Yes, they're both young guns, but Effect is a Grim Reaper.
He is, and I think what really differentiates these 2 players is how they start plays, because you and I spoke about this yesterday, Tiff, but Zero is such an influence in Dark Zero, and we consider where Zainu came from, played throughout the Split 2 Pro League on Meat Lovers, got picked up by Dark Zero really late in the season. The whole purpose behind this is because Zero is an IGL, feels comfortable going, this is what we're doing, go kill them. Yeah. And if Zainu isn't doing that, it's because he's not being set up for success, whereas Effect, he's the one that starts the plays himself.
Yeah, and one thing just to note on that, if you missed it,
Срань ёбанья.
that's the highlight to stand out.
Я у Стэна спрошу, что он там.
So it's not like they're not involved in quite a lot of kills. So
у него есть сразу.
is what ends up having making the difference, Tiffany. Just quickly, we don't note that enough. We talk about those a lot, but not just.
Что они орут? Как будто бы эффекты не орут, но вроде как нет.
There are often times where a teammate have significant more damage, but another teammate will have all the
TSM?
eliminations.
Вот TSM не играет сейчас вроде.
Dependent on the role that they are playing.
TSM не
You
играет
break it
даже.
down, maybe that's an entry fragger, a refragger, and then someone that plays anchor. And I know how
Сразу были qadRaT, да?
yesterday evening they had switched their roles around, and even Raven tweeted out
Охуенно.
clarification. Evan Verhulst is now the anchor of TSM on qadRaT.
Блять, они, может,
Данное
партнером
уважение.
только...
Their legend.
Они, может, партнером только сделали? Ну-ка, Дани. Не, у нее, кстати, тоже нет. Хотя, может, она не включила дропсы. Я хочу найти какой-нибудь канал, который не с галкой, но дропсы есть.
One of the funny comments about this is that Arcane was saying, I like this sweep because there's only really one chance you can do it. You have to be your first time at LAN, and you have to play really good on day one. And so Effect will give you that. It is a little easier maybe than most people thought it would be for you, but we'll really see if that continues.
Вот,
パリブレッキ1位でいいんで
дропсы есть.
ねブラックハンドって言うんだよこれで
Блять, ну как это работает? До какого хера?
うんじゃあブラックハンドすごくないこれでブラックハンドっていう見方どうやってまあ A を V にして逆にしてまあ A を V にしてんだよね基本的に
We will continue to see the teams in this bracket like XSET play again to at the very end. We'll wait and see to make sure that's all correct, but it looks like B and D for sure will be where we kick things off. And I think leading into the teams that are playing there, you know, B obviously has a game less than all of these other teams. That's sometimes sometimes you actually get a boon from showing up and playing again, working on your mistakes.
Пошли нахер.
But in terms of the actual 20 teams that we'll be seeing in today's lobby,
У тебя тоже включены?
just kind of give us a high-level overview of what we're going to be seeing.
Да ну.
As you said, this is
Microsoft.
the second time that Group B is able to play.
Edge.
That's where things get a little bit difficult.
Twitch.
You pointed out earlier, Tiff,
Twitch.
that those teams that have picked up a win can feel a little bit more comfortable, and that means that Group B is playing in a lobby with some teams.
Да нихера у меня не
that feel like they
включено.
can experiment a little more.
Yeah,
Что
and
ты
I mean,
пиздишь?
obviously we've seen teams in the D
Потому что в
side.
тегах написано, я это вручную написал.
Well, LG Chivas have won multiple games.
Думаю, что
LG
дадут.
Chivas is getting
Но хуй.
contested, and that was the story of yesterday when we had witnessed them in C versus D, because you never really knew what was going to happen, and a lot of that alluded to Noctum. Their decision on where they wanted to go. Will that contest happen again on Stormpoint? I went back and looked just how quickly it was, because if you remember correctly, Noctum was like dancing between trying to go to the mill. They wanted a third-party Dreamfire and KCP. Then when they actually went to Fish Farms to face off against El Presidente himself, 22 seconds is all it took for them to be eliminated at Fish Farms. So if I'm Noctum, I gotta go lock it in today and maybe go somewhere a little less chaotic.
I wouldn't go fishing today if I was Noctum, but that's okay. They learned yesterday. Here's the thing I want to say. We always focus and highlight the teams heading into this. So many storylines in not just the group, but obviously in this specific group. So Tiff, I'm going to start with you. Who's your one to watch in B and D specifically?
Perfect. I talked on them a little bit earlier today, but mine is going to be North Eption, that trio consisting of Taida, Satsuki, and Reize. Now, trust me, I spoke to Muscle and I was trying to get an inquiry about what these teams were looking at changing against Split 1 playoffs versus Split 2 playoffs, and they were focusing hard on the environment, right? I spoke to Taida and he said, I want to win, but the first thing I have to do is make it out of the bracket stage. So if you can start on that bracket stage in the winner's bracket and find yourself then from the finals, it makes it a little more smooth sailing. They do have their work cut out for them because they're sitting in 37th place right now, and that cutoff point for the winner's bracket for Split 1 playoffs was 100 points.
Wow, a lot to prove and still doing pretty well. Dia, who do you have your one to watch for this B&D?
My personal team to watch is going to be ATH. They, coming out of South America, had a lot to prove themselves. First land for all of these as well, and ATH did look really good on Stormpoint yesterday, but today we start on World's Edge.
Начало? Да вот прямо сейчас уже.
Before the games, they land over at Lava
Так,
Siphon
кстати.
and had a difficult time with the rotations yesterday. They felt like
Вебка,
they were getting caught
правильно.
out. They're changing up how they play and are one of the teams that, as I alluded to, is thinking about playing a little bit more zone-centric. But the thing is, they've got their eyes on a contest that may be coming to them.
It's gonna be interesting. All of these teams, maybe not the teams that we were coming in and highlighting before the tournament, but certainly making storylines now. I'll stick with the tried and true, the traditional, as you know, the host has to do sometimes. XSET, the #1 team coming out of North American Pro League. They
Всё, вебку врубил,
were
нормально.
better than Dark Zero, who had a great surge at the end. They were better than many teams, and they came in looking like this would be the tournament at LAN that they finally have a chance to raise the trophy. But it's again the old story right now of TSM, of Alliance, overshadowing this squad that has been maybe the most consistent team in the entire split 2 across all regions.
Ну, баннера нет, пофиг на эти награды бичевские. Ну, тебе да, остальным нет, да и раздавать было бы, блять. И что, чтобы охуенно, это вообще дефолт для всех. А теперь покупай. То есть, Байко, спасибо за сотку, кстати. Блять, ну кота не за сотку куплю, там комиссия, все дела, понимать должен. Вау, let's go. The show.
Arena to another day of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2. LAN, I'm so excited to be joined with Genome once again. Genome, day 2 of playoffs already. We are really speedrunning this, but I think the desk covered this perfectly. APAC really showing up. NA, I mean, we know that TSM and Alliance have basically already qualified, but they got to show up here too. We got EXA in this group. We got to see them really show up. What was going on over there? I know LG, had a really good start to the day, but we got to get this ball rolling out here.
I mean, 39th in the overall standings right now. I mean, that is not a sentence I thought I would be saying. I absolutely thought they would be up there with TSM, Alliance, Dark Zero at the start of this tournament, let alone at the end of it. So, look, if they made their way into the elimination bracket...
Я молодая, красивая, какая нахер очки? Ну, вообще-то с очками красиво тоже, может быть.
First 3 maps, World's Edge, and then we're going to do the typical swap over to Storm Point. And we saw how detrimental this was for certain teams, like we just highlighted, where they have more success on one or the other, and their compositions may play into it. World's Edge providing you much more of a passive-aggressive playstyle where you want to take things a lot slower, versus Storm Point, you have to be quick with those rotates, especially in that open ground. That's why we've been seeing a lot of Bangalore. Those folks really come in clutch. We've seen the combination of the Bang and Blood, rarely, but of course the highest pick rate that we've seen thus far has been the Seer.
I mean, the pick rates have been crazy this season, Vicky. I mean, well, especially this LAN, right? We have such a crazy amount of variety. The highest used team comp is almost...
А, тут же бобры, е-мое, а не Аврора.
50%, something like that. It was much, it's a lot more variety that we're getting to see here at LAN, which is fantastic. And as you said, on World's Edge, we're seeing a lot of forcing from some of these teams coming out, as well as some other picks. But yeah, it's been very interesting. Now, having a look at some of these drop spots, over there in Lava Siphon, they got that to themselves yesterday. Honestly nuts for where this team is in the overall kind of picture of things. So I'm going to be very interested to see if that continues today, especially when we get up to see what's happening over in Skyhook.
Just be honest, Genome, you're expecting that to be contested, okay? You're expecting, especially looking at the overall score of what we've had so far after the first day. In general, this lobby has struggled a bit. I would say that maybe the best team between groups B and D here is between 100 Thieves, who are currently, or rather LG Chivas, who are 14th, 100 Thieves that are 17th currently, and then we have Riddle, who after what we just saw yesterday, really putting APAC to the name, and then Noctum, actually, from South America, really putting in the work that they possibly can as we take a look at World's Edge, going through Monument, Stats. Love these changes that we've had throughout this season. That's where the real beef is, but thank goodness my construction building still lives, Genome, and it's going to be moving over here, the Lava City, close to Big Mod in the new Stacks area.
Man, they must have had like a really big Chinook to like pick that building up and like, just drop it over there and stack.
Put it over here.
Yeah. That's one big helicopter. Maybe the dropship did a specific run just for that. Look, either I'm still just flabbergasted that
at the northwest side
that AF got that lava siphon to themselves yesterday. So we've got on again, shout out to Sven, who's always chucking these maps up and giving us that info, the most updated info, but even that can change, right? And certainly some of the players, some of the teams were saying as we talked to them earlier today that there was still last minute changes, maybe some surprises to come. So if we do get E6, XSET, and Noctum, 3 teams that were put down.
Что за шумы на фоне? Это ветер.
Trials. I'm not expecting that, right? I think someone will go for Love Siphon because at the moment, Survey Camp and Epicenter is also.
У меня все открыто, чтобы был сквозняк. В противном случае стримить некому будет. Ладно, хер на эти дропсы. Срал я в колокольню. Войс появился хотя бы? Да ладно, войс есть и камеры еще. Я в ахуе, спасибо. Пошли в пизду. Ну вы ебанаты, блять. Вы включили других, ебаный рот. Но вебка Кирюхи, заебись. Блять. Где бобры теперь искать? Матафи. Вот Тасмастер импульс. ФК дестрой. Спасибо. И вы войс не включили, гандоны. Все, наигрались. Ну, Кирюха, заебатый английский, а ты давно подучил его? Блин, есть ссылочка? Я тоже так подкачаю. Ну, сука, ну почему вы такие кривожопые, блять? Ну, каждый турнир, одни и те же проблемы, ёбаный рот. Вам настолько похуй. Дропсы не дали. С войсом обосрались. Нашел бобров, им войс вообще не включили. Понабрали с улицы.
Their hearts have got to be sinking, right? They just went from having the best POI in World's Edge to themselves to sharing it with, like, they're on bunk beds now.
3 other squads, and if that fight takes way too long, expect there to be
Пойду яичницу
just like
пожарю.
mentioned before, Gambate going over there or phase. It works either way, because even if the circle doesn't stick into the south side, because we did see that commonly yesterday, regardless if they want to play by the edge, they could benefit off of that. I do want to retouch with what you were mentioning with XSET landing in trials and getting that smart loot, and usually being that edge-heavy squad team that likes to go for that play style. What do you think needs to change up?
Ебать, похоже на офисную мышку за 5 рублей.
I mean that because this is a squad that usually stays very consistent. They were the top team in North America to lead up to the playoffs for Split 2. What is going on for day one?
Дропсы не дали, но девятку я получил. Мне не дают возможность давать.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot there, isn't there? I mean, XSET in particular have been someone who experimented with a lot of different things. They were talking about playing, you know, Pathfinder and Rampart, you know, with that buff to the zipline, the range, the speed, all that kind of stuff that helps him out is, you know, made him a potentially viable rotational tool now. But, you know, considering, you know, that we have seen some you know, some things over in trials. Yeah, look, I think now they've got it to themselves, they should be doing better today.
And speaking of XSET, I want to see what Nocturnal's got in store for us. I want to see what the rest of the team has to say. Let's tune in to Nocturnal's video.
I'm SpiderTip, and today I am joined by Nocturnal from XSET. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Since we are here at ALGS here in London, let's go ahead and kick back to the beginning. You know, gaming, it's always kind of been an influential part of your life. Can you take me back to the days of Nintendo and kind of how that manifested here?
Well, it started with depression. Depression and video games were my escape, so I played a massive amount of video games, and basically I just delved into a second life of every single video game I played, and just enjoying every world you get into, every new atmosphere, every new rank ladder. Because like I played Halo 2 and like saw the rank ladder go up and down, and it's like, oh my god, seeing these numbers, it's like, it's just fun. I was like 9 years old, like cursing out dads on Halo 2, just
being an absolute just
Menace?
squeaker.
Oh.
You know the Xbox squeakers, you know, just like cheap mics, they always sound like they're gonna blast your ears because they're so loud. I was one of those kids and then got way too competitive and it followed through to Halo 3 and every other game that I touched.
Made you who you are today. And speaking of that, how would you describe yourself as a player?
I do everything. Like I anchor sometimes, I frag sometimes. I mean, I've been fragging pretty recently. I've been the top 5 KD, top 2 KDA for Pro League or something like that, or kills. Like it's impressive. Like I feel like I'm getting my life in order, and I'm like finally, you know, doing positive things for myself, and actually it's transitioning my gameplay. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, it's been quite consistent. Actually, I read an article, I believe it was like KOB Esports, and it was for like the APAC North teams. They were highlighting that. Yeah. But one of the teams that they mentioned as well to watch out for the London LAN Split 2 playoffs was xCET. They were marking down the consistency across various legends. I know that you like to dabble in Rampart, and I remember some really nice key moments, but what do you think led to that consistency that you guys have been able to maintain?
Lack of caring, honestly. Like,
okay.
Because like we knocked out the first 2 weeks, like a first and a second or something like that, and like after that, it's just like it's free sailing. We noticed that we were #1 with a week down for the whole Pro League, and it's just like, okay, we just have fun with it. Like we don't really care at this point. Like that's just the honest truth. Like the less I care as an IGL and as a player, I've noticed is that the better we do. The more I have fun with it. So you know, I shut off the Imperial Howl and try to have fun with it and troll my brains out and just do whatever I want for games. So.
I mean, it's working. Yeah. And do you think that you're able to just shut things off because you have so much trust in your teammates?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like, I mean, it's hard to not shut off your brain and just trust fun. Like fun is like literally the backbone of. He'd benefit any team. Like he's simply just a treasure to have, and I trust him in and out of game. Sykes is a liability.
Poor Sykes.
I mean, he thinks he can do it all, you know?
But can he, though?
Sometimes. Yeah. But he tries to over-IGL me, and I just tell him to, like, sit back, like, little bro, like, what are you doing? Chill out. Like, you don't IGL me, and I do the other, like, the inverse.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I can be a little bit lax, because I know my teammates are there to just back up anything mistakes. Like, I don't really try to make them mistakes intentionally, but I will try to have fun, at least.
You did talk about your IGL, and I recently listened to a podcast, and you were talking about kind of how you developed as a player, and you cited Hodzik as one of the main kind of reasons for that, almost like a second father for you. You didn't want to disappoint him. So kind of talk to me about how that helped develop you as you are now, obviously, just finding success.
Well, when you have an inner monologue that sounds like Hodzik, anyone would do better.
I think I would too.
Yeah, because you sit there and you think of a play, you think of a play like ahead of the play, and you think of a play ahead of the play, ahead of the play. Like when you think ahead, like you're thinking like chess. Yeah. And if you think of like, oh, well that's just plain stupid, and you hear that in Hodzik's voice, and it's just like you hear that for 4 years now. You know, sometimes you just become a little bit not perfect, because everyone's not perfect, but close to perfection in your gameplay.
Ага. Так, у них опять все через жопу, и они паузу сделали, да? Не, хотим отдать должное, что... Блять, если они это не починят, то я не знаю, чем они там занимаются в целом. Видел, рекленция мышку за 40 тысяч купил. Ты просто скажи, какая мышь. Ну, наверное, Razer взял за... Ну, Вайпер, короче, мини беспроводная, дырявая. Сколько она стоит, интересно, на Авито продается? А у меня Авито, скорее всего, не откроется. Ошибка 404 не открылась. Razer, Viper.
Comfortable second place. Like I'm feeling a furious second place.
Okay.
I'm feeling
like the turn the brains off.
I'm feeling like Starlight что-то дешевеет, 16, 33 тысячи.
Well, I mean, thank you so much. I'm sure we have plenty of people that are at home grinding inside their houses, cheering for xCET, wanting to see you guys.
Ну, я понял, скорее всего, Viper ты говоришь.
Ценник
примерно такой же.
This man's gonna win. Don't let him fool you. Nocturnal and xCET are... I'm not going to stay humble for you, okay? I'm going to sit here. They will be hoisting the trophy at the end of Split 2 playoffs. Thank you so much, Nocturnal, for joining us today.
Время для яичницы и сырников. Сырники, которые сделаны из творога. Let's go.
So much, Genome. Hearing Nock's story, hearing the way that he approaches the game in general. There's a reason why after Sweden, I had his former team as one of my in-game banners. I couldn't let that go. I'm absolutely obsessed with
Мышку
the way
советы,
that
там
their
вся
journey
гадость
has
прилипла.
progressed.
Но там якобы некоторые предзаказ делают, как эти всякие гении продаж айфонов, которые также заранее предзаказы берут на себя.
Well, if we listen to what he was talking about there, the part where he was saying that, you know, we like to just be having fun. We don't want to necessarily have to, you know, sweat
Вам
too
слышно на
hard.
фоне там вот
It's
эти
kind of hard not to
воспевания?
give it your all, to have that locked-in mentality when you're here at LAN. But if they're saying they're kind of the opposite of that, they just want to be a team that's, you know, pulling out those weird picks, the Pathfinder and what have you. It's hard to sort of maintain that level of composure at LAN. Maybe that's part of why they haven't done so well here.
And it ties into them experimenting with things and getting ahead of the meta before other teams do. That's why they're so good at what they do. They have confidence in not just their team play, but in their decision making and having fun with the characters that they know that they could progress the meta with.
And this is a very different situation to the split. As he said, they knew that they were going to make LAN already after a couple of weeks. I think we could have seen the same out of them if they'd had a couple of good, you know, maybe one or two good series to start off the group stage with, and then been able to, you know, get into that the exit troll that we know and love at the end of the split, just the same like they could here at the end of the group stage. But now it's a completely different situation. They've got their backs against the wall, 39th overall, and they have to have a good series or two. We know they've got it in them, but it remains to be seen.
Again, it's the difficulty looking at both these groups. That most of the teams that we are expecting to really have a high performance all the way through, just falling short than what they were expecting within that performance. And that's why I think day 2 is going to be the spiciest, because I think things are going to change up a lot. They've already gotten a hang of things for group stages
Как дождь по металлическому карнизу.
You even heard how actually when we closed out the stream yesterday.
Ну, он иногда то захватывает, то нет. Ну, когда я говорю особенно. Окно открыто.
We were able to be, relaxed about it, if you want to call it relaxed when they were top fragging. But other teams now see that opportunity and they're like, you know what? It's true. Sure, we didn't perform to the best, but we want to be able to really perform to the top potential that we can for day 2. No more wasting time. And while we do wait, thank you guys so much for your patience. We will get started with the game soon. In the meantime, Blaze, tell us what you got.
Hey, Vicky. I am hanging out with the fans as they are in line at the signing booth for Dreamfire and MP White. Some of the loudest fans I've got a chance to meet all weekend. Are you all having a good time here at this event? Yeah! Woo! You heard them when we kicked off the show yesterday, cheering for their favorite teams, coming out with a few wins, but the dedication of these fans being able to come out here, show their support, see these favorite players, it's been absolutely awesome out here as we see the awesome Dreamfire players over here getting the signings in. Are you been having a great time this event, man?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there we go, right there. Now, as we come on through, these players, they've been hanging out, getting their photos in. It's been a good vibe, that family environment, that community environment that we love here in APAC so much. You know, for you guys that couldn't make it here, my heart goes out to y'all. But don't worry, I'm gonna take y'all around the venue. We're gonna see everything else, okay, Vicky? But I'm gonna go over there and check out some of these merch booths, and I'll be back to you in just a second.
Hey, thank you so much, Blaze. First off, I just gotta know, our fans know how to trip it up. They got the Riz up with their outfits. They're looking fantastic. Talk about the fact that we have so many fans that made the trip over here. You highlighted it yesterday, actually, on our Block Genome. 20 days to get over here just to attend the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Talk about some dedication out here.
Такие проблемы могут быть, что они не могут починить их в течение полчаса.
Across all communities. That's why I love these type of lands. Only time that we not only get to see these teams compete against each other, cause reach. What are you doing?
They're leaking the strats, apparently.
Let me see the script. And they're laughing about it, too. They look like having a good time. But, aside from the dedication from the fans, dedication from these players that have put in so much work to even be here in the first place while they just wait before we just jump right back in. Just getting set up here, everybody. But it's going to be a good time to see how a lot of these teams shift.
Yeah, Oxygen's here. They're right on the cusp at the moment, sitting at 20th overall. Of course, not everyone's played the same amount of games at the moment, so, some players just having a little bit of a nap, apparently. With the hand warmers under the chin? Okay, interesting.
Is that a strat? I have to pick that up. You know, I didn't even think about that. Just keeping, gotta keep your neck warm before you get necked by any other team. You know, you gotta be careful with that. Taking a look at our other teams here.
Your phony there.
Back, yeah.
I gotta say, I didn't recognize him without the hat.
You know what? True, but I saw him in the back, like having it in his hand. I don't know if he just like took it off temporarily.
Are you allowed to wear a hat?
But like while you play?
Yeah.
How do you wear the headphones? I guess over that.
Yeah. Actually, wasn't there? I feel like there was this was a ruling thing at some point where like someone wanted to wear a beanie and it's like, yeah, how does
that's a little beanie.
How does that interact with the you know the noise cancellation from the headphones, all that kind of stuff?
Check the beanie. Especially when you see players like affect the way that they're popping off. When he made that tweet yesterday, I was like, you know what? You are absolutely godlike, but check that PC. It was too crazy. There's so many standout plays.
There's still two things in my mind about that. One is that, you know, look, they are absolutely destroying everybody, but two is that that's happened before.
Вообще дегов нет теперь.
Here in the team, right? That was with previous iterations of the roster, but they have stomped group stage before and then failed completely to show up in the finals.
That's why when we keep highlighting that team in general, we keep bringing them up because there's a reason why they're the top 2 team right now that have already qualified for the winners bracket. It's because it's not just affects just hard carrying exactly. Yes, he's popping up, he's having those individual moments, but we obviously know the rest of Alliance, Yuki, Hockey.
Да, почему тег русский сам не ставится? Как-то глупо, когда язык трансляции автоматом русский выбран.
Got here just head and shoulders above the rest right now, it seems. I guess going back to some of the contests we might be seeing coming up, we'll get this game ready and started up again. Vicky, I mean, xCED are going to be loving the fact that E6 and Noctum have gone down towards the Lava Cypher for several reasons, right? One, because they get it to themselves now and they can just play their normal game, rotate out as usual and start clicking some heads, but B, because that means it's even harder for all 3 of those teams to pick up points, to get through to the winners bracket, and therefore cause further problems. Like, that's something you've got to understand if you're watching at home. You maybe haven't been, you know, sort of keeping up with the drop spots as much, is that really trying to eliminate the other teams that contest you so that you're not having to deal with them either in winners bracket or in the finals lobby when you get there is actually a very, very important part of this whole LAN.
And it goes into a lot of the 50-50s that we saw at the very beginning and how a lot of teams would go for the first 3 or even the last 3 maps without even securing a single point because they kept going for it. They want to secure that drop spot, but then it acts as a double-edged sword. You don't want to get off of that drop spot. Maybe you want to wait to keep it going for other groups that you have to face off against, but then you also are denying yourself the opportunity to keep yourself in contention for other top leading teams in the overall scores as we still progress through the overall groups. Because again, I know it's obvious, but the main thing that you want to rely on is to start in that winner's bracket.
Походу скоро начнется уже.
Extra time so that way you can have more freedom to get some practice in the finals bracket. So it really means a lot. Aside from the fact that you don't have to worry.
Они добавили супер донаты в сообщениях, как на Ютубе. Ничего себе, прогресс. Ты используешь теги для поиска? Да не для поиска, я пытаюсь, блядь, понять, почему дропсы не дают.
There's roster changes, but there's also style changes, composition changes, and FC Destroy, I will remind you, at one point actually got kicked out of Apex Scrims because they were just inting everybody too much. Or at least that's what the other teams agreed upon. And they were like, we just don't want to practice with you anymore. But I mean, I think that was a little bit unfair, honestly, because they genuinely are that aggressive and they do that kind of thing in real games, right? Like that is not an unrealistic sort of version of them in the server. Or at least it was in the past. But now they're on like a Newcastle Watson comp. I mean, it's just a complete other extreme for these guys.
And you know, looking at that comp and looking at other teams that haven't had the same fortune as others when it comes to getting the ring console on their POI, if they are running the Watson and you don't have a ring console in your POI and the next ring console is miles away and you have to work, oh, okay. All right, we got the dolls coming out here too. Oh, LG with the good taste. See you, Neon Genesis. shout out to LG. Speaking of LG, but we're talking about the contest too here. It's so important if you are running the Watson comp to be able to have that ring console available to you in your
Здорово.
I did see on social media
Выступление тренера, в смысле, а Клаус кто?
sniped on a green, like, you know, like staging's really hurting. Sweet had said it too. It's been really difficult when you're running.
Расскажи, что думаешь про игру нашу? Так она только начинается. Расскажу, что мы ждем. Короче, видела эффекта впервые вчера, когда ему кулачок не отбили. И мне он стал очень похож на главного героя сериала «Хэдшот». Такой замкнутый весь. Но вчера на камере там другому чуваку тоже кулачок не отбили. Он этим кулачком уебал потом. Не отбиваешь ты, отбиваю я.
Of what Sweet was talking about there, because you know, staging for the longest time, you've seen very top teams.
Если в курсе, то кто на контроллерах? Ну вот на веб смотри, вот. Слева чел на контроллере.
Southwest side of the map, and you know, decent loot, right? So it's always been a, you know, I would say like maybe like a top 5 spot in World's Edge.
Yeah, and if it isn't staging that's blessing you with that ring console, then I also saw Snipe mention now it's so bad to the point where they like to try to rotate from staging into getting extra loot into landslide, and then that could also open up more opportunities to change up your rotation depending on if the circle's going either south or north. That it could be that potential 50-50 where instead of rotating south from staging up around in case the circle pulls all the way over to the east, just go on the other side. By the way,
Bruce Lee, что ли?
Or is that is that a mannequin? I actually can't tell.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Oh.
Shout out to Riddle Order.
I'm forgetting the movie. Like, what? My Weekend at Benny's. What is it? The.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Aww. Oh, and we got some signatures out here too, man. Shout out to the fans out here who woke up early to sit down in the Copper Box Arena. You guys are the best. Gonna be able to get some signatures out here from some of your favorite players. Speaking of finding out what's going on out here, who's in the crowd, we're gonna send it over to Blaze once again to check out the action.
Oh yeah, it is. Hola. Hola. What's up, everybody? Blaze here, and I'm with the man himself, Pokies, all the way from Brazil. My man, how are you doing, and how has the event been?
Yeah, actually, I'm doing really, really well. It's a great pleasure to be here with you, and I'm here like broadcasting for Brazil, and I love these guys playing out there, so it's so great to be here representing my entire country.
Awesome, and it's so great to have you here. What was the journey like coming all the way from Brazil and being in London? Have you ever been to London before?
Yeah, the last time was on playoffs 1. Yeah, so it's 12-hour flight. So that's so great because I've been sleeping the entire flight. So yeah, that's so good for me, and that's good that only 4 hours of time the difference. So that's good for me.
Oh yeah, that's real simple right there. Now, all yesterday we saw some exciting matches in group play, and we got another exciting day of group play. What were some of your favorite moments that you saw in the team, from the teams and the players that you were rooting for?
Yeah, that Vexlon moment was really good. That he wiped the energy. It was crazy. And Effects game, that guy is a beast. So yeah, it's so good. And my Brazilian fellow, so I'm always cheering for them, and that's all good, and hope they're doing good today.
Nice. And how's the watch party been going? We got everybody in Pokey's watch party. Make sure you guys come out here, check them out. Any last bit of shout outs you want to give out there to your fans?
Yeah, actually, I really appreciate all the viewers here and the people always supporting me. That's so good to be here, and not only here, but with my fellow Brazilian guys and Portuguese from Portugal and such. That's so great to be here, and I feel honored to.
All right, well, it was a pleasure having you. That's going to do it for me and Pokies for now. Casters, take us back.
Obrigado, Blaze. Welcome, Pokey. It's going to be a good time here. And once again, thank you so much for your patience to those sitting in the Copper Box Arena, to those watching at home. I know you've been waiting eagerly. Let's get started. Let's not waste any more time. We are starting game number 1 on World's Edge.
Let's go! We get straight into some of these contests. It's heating up in Lava Siphon. Not just the lava, not just the hot zone, but how many teams that are going to be dropping there. We had some great info from Exit and Nocturnal just before, so it's going to be fascinating to see how they get this POI to themselves, or will it be a contest? We've got to change up already from that first start of the game. Element 6 dropping into Trials. Exit have chosen Skyhook West. it does look like... There's no way. There's no way after that they're going to get this to themselves. I think they're actually going to get lava sight for themselves. But there are still contests going on. We've got J-Lings versus Moist up in Overlook.
I have an evac.
I'm appalled. J-Lings now rotating away. It's Overlooked 50-50 that you also had called out earlier on. It is going to be happening right now as we get to take a look at how this is going to be played out. You see Moist on the north side of Overlook. Going to be able to loot some of those buildings. The truck on the other side here too. Doesn't look like there is a cracker there, but it does look like there is a survey beacon to maybe get some information on the players that's around. J-Lings is covering it a little bit on Overlook, but it's about paying attention to how they're going to approach this here and trying to get to the rooftop first for this 50-50 fight.
Yeah, so Moist kind of had the buildings caravans, and then J-Lings have gone for that jungle gym and the dome house there. That's how they've kind of split the loot up to start with. You can see Horizon, Sia, Bang, very good for a contest, and then going up against Moist, who are playing exactly the same composition.
And I like how you highlight that. That's so important because, you know, looking at how some of these teams play these contests, they purposely rotate around their composition to be able to have the upper hand in these early 50-50 fights. As you see JMW trying to get the ping. He's got the Nemesis in his hand. He's got the beam already, gets the crack. That's why the Nemesis is so good on drop. There's so much damage.
And with a 2-4, I mean, you know, I feel like scopes, honestly, are one of the things that can change a contest up like this. You get that early, you can decide not to just bum rush the other team. You sit back, you do get the poke if they don't necessarily have the sides. Can be to get that opening to make that, you know, that first foray for yourself.
And it's that mid.
Да нихуя! Блять, вы хотя бы у бобров включили? Они и тут бобров поменяли местами. А, не, они как бы починили, но звук... Так, тут звука нет. Ну чё, будем искать войс тогда бобров, блять. Я не останавливаюсь, пока не найду. Бать, там микрофон говна еще. Крейзи Ракун на английском общается, поверил, блядь. Вы думаете, я сдаюсь? Но мне кажется, я правильную камеру нашел с войсом, но ее войса нет. Тут вот камера без войса, и скорее всего это бобры. Сука. Во, нашел.
Вы же не заберете?
Тихо, тихо.
Банка большая снизу.
Все нахуй.
Пойдем за старым.
Лучший стример, блядь, на планете, на ваших экранах. Я сделал.
А где он был дроп? Он стоит еще? Перейдите еще раз. Блять, вы где? Волки ищу. Бля, как будто забрали.
Сука, ну войс. Блять. Ну игровой войс этих Боже, нахуй. Ну как это играть теперь? Ну, смотреть все равно.
Вот это... Я, может, подстопаем кого-нибудь? Ну да, давай что, реально, встанем, будем там еще сверху.
Блять.
Тут еще можно кого-то стопнуть? Я не знаю, мы видели.
Короче, я оставляю их войс, но не будет игрового звука. Поняли? Хотя бы пацанов слышать будет.
Не напиздел. Баш там еще диггерил? Нет. Банка большая еще? Да. Бля, короче, наверное, волки выкидывают, да? Там шарик дали, Слышите? Можно спрятаться, и они к нам полетят. Давай. Наверху, наверху. Вот в этом чёрт, да?
Делай войс погромче. Там, по-моему, максимум. На максимум стоит.
Слушай, если найдите, отметьте, пожалуйста. Нашел... Бля, короче, волки выкинул тут плохо. Не понял, блядь, у меня прицел не поднялся. Я быстро к дропу обратно. Ну не видно никого вроде. Никого нет, на МП. Мы никого тогда и не стопнем. Я думаю, можно это, просканить и под зону идти. Подожди, а у нас справа сержа стреляет. Где именно? Щеки Харвестера? Или у меня на нонейме? Я не слышал вообще. Я вот слышу, я со своего чока слышу это. Давайте вместе уже делать, что там расплитались нахуй. Давай. И ничего композицию.
А что за зона вообще? Надо понять, было бы заебись прям. Может пойдем крафтиться, у нас синий нахуй, не? Или что, блин? Мне это прокрутка. Или мы по белому кругу хотим ходить? Ну мы же хотели побегать, мы же хотели по белому, да. Ну пошли. Я не вижу тут никого. Скатитесь ко мне.
Let us go. Let us meet again. This way, perhaps. This direction goes to me. Let us go. Well done, you. It is fortified.
Далее. Воду не пей. Чай. Чайник чистится. Отключили? А вебку нахуй отключили. Вебка-то нормально работает. Поняли. Проблему, блядь, и сломали еще сильнее. А они вообще все вырубили. Все вебки, все звуки. Не, нихуя себе задержка со звуком. А, да? Ладно, хит 20 таверну, тем временем импульс уже нокается. Размен 1 в 1. Моментально практически рисует. Есть время. Хит 20 далеко от своих тиммейтов падал, так что его могут, скорее всего, доесть. Перехилиться. Звуки охуенные. Турик заебись. Стабильность. Кто вчера изменился? Да, немного марафет навел. Здорово, пацаны, пацанессы. Так, ну, поинт доедать надо, ну, естественно, из 20. У дамы. Бобрам поинты нужны. Мы побеждать хотим. В сетку лузеров выйти. Не, звук идеальный вообще, спойлеры чисто. Здорово, подспис. Давай комментирую. Веселее смотреть. Пока что могу прокомментировать, как я яичницу кушаю. С огурчиками. Пережаренную немного. Вывод, когда готовите яичницу, сильно не разогревайте сковородку. Разогревать нужно до такой степени, чтобы равномерно запекался белок. Чтобы когда вы яйцо вбили, вы прям видели, как белок начинает белеть. Бля, вы заметили, что это в стиле... Ну, в стиле вообще близов? Но как организаторы решили поступить? Чтобы не было проблем со звуком, они его просто нахуй вырубили. Как говорится, нет звука, нет проблем.
The teams who are playing for the end zone, not for a couple of sneaky KP at the start here. So going back towards that zone, we're looking down here.
То, что рассказал про жареные яйца. Как готовить, чтобы язык... Ой, язык. Желток жидкий остался.
As well as phase down the bottom here.
This is crazy. I would love to have that side by side of the circle so that way you guys can see where the circle's pooling, but with the action that we've seen over on the northeastern side of the map, the circle's pooling to the southwest side. Currently of Siphon. Oh my goodness. With the 30-32 here from Strafe and Flame. Only having to be
Блин, а для стейков было бы неплохо закупить.
You have to watch out for the cat wall. In both directions he was getting hit with a charge rifle.
Ну, пушить тяжело.
Does have the gold knockdown, but yeah, as you can see, so much coming in from every direction. You've got Ath in the southern lava siphon building there, pinging away at them. FC destroy up from the tunnel. Crazy pioneers. There's just so many shots on so many sides. FaZe literally are living in a tiny house right now.
What's scary is that they're living on the bottom part of the tiny house, and with now the exhibit being pulled up here and having to share this space with 3 other teams, being on that top platform is great, but in the line of sight of 2 squads at once, you have to worry about the teams that are looking at you from the tree area, which will be KCP, who usually rotate through that south side since they go from Mirage Etoile all the way down here past staging. Then you have to also worry about the squads that you're sharing the other side of Lava Siphon with that can have you in their sides, that could take the high ground where the ring console usually is. That's going to be where Gambare Otosan is going to be hanging out in too. So being on the top platform, great, but without cover, you're going to be in a difficult situation, especially with all the charge rifles that we're currently seeing in the lobby.
Yeah, I think it's a good spot once tree gets cut off, but you know, before that it's kind of tough. You got just too many angles to worry about, I think. So Blackhand, in comparison, very happy in the Lava Siphon building there. And look, the ring has pulled essentially to the southern side of Lava Siphon, but still very much on it. So I think it's going to end, you know, the southern stairs.
Дропс получили. Готово.
Where it's going to head, maybe the RV down there that you can see just in the middle, top of the screen right there. Yeah, something around there, I think, is where we'll have that 5th and 6th circle.
I like that call and read on where that next circle could be pulling to, especially since
разогреть на 11-14.
You already know the chaos of the squads that are rotating from the south side are going to be out in the open, and it's going to be very difficult.
А ты знаешь, как сделать желток одновременно и жидким, и не жидким?
Ну
да. Ты просто по его состоянию видишь. Он жидкий, не жидкий был.
Blackhand though, coming in the feed, you see Crazy Raccoon taking out Luminosity, still lighting up the feed as well as ATH also get eliminated.
Very nice there from
Чуть-чуть переготовила и все.
Obviously on the lower ends of that southern building just popped up and have taken out obviously the team who was landing there for what is going to be a very good position later on. Fire Beavers, we saw them get out of dodge a little bit earlier. Now going up against this team is fortified the high ground position there with the castle wall.
Жаришь яйцо с одной стороны, потом понимаешь, ложечкой проверяешь, понимаешь, что можно его перевернуть, что оно не развалится, ну или зальется. Переворачиваешь и просто там где-то через минутку трогаешь сковородку, смотришь, как двигается желток во время этих движений. И по этому движению понимаешь, по желтковым танцам, к сожалению, тестмастер нокается. Импульс тоже. Последний пят остается и будет уж. Бобров съели. 14 место. У меня электроника 14 макс. Ага, у меня 9 максималка.
That's Luminosity that have been clearing out that south side, by the way, which is extremely important because that is just racking up even more points. I believe there's right now sitting at 7 kills, so looking to still keep themselves in contention with placement. But Black Hand playing into this
Это не true.
competition,
Хороший лайфхак под крышку. Несколькими каплями балды в желток доводить.
they're going to be bunkering down inside of that building.
Okay, so they're shacked up with FaZe
Но
right now, and then if we look behind them towards Command
в Турции нет крышек.
and qadRaT Otosan there. So all 5 of those teams,
Либо это очень заебисто искать. Их, блять, не продают вместе со сковородкой.
They are going to be in the main building, and they'll just be able to walk out through those big blast doors as the final circle starts closing.
Ну и в целом не вижу ничего плохого в том, что ты яичницу переворачиваешь, и она доготавливается.
LG, L-Star in the hands of Nizul, looking to get out of line of sight of the squads that have height right above them. You talk about getting shacked up in the same building as 2 other teams here too. The catalyst wall has to be forced out from
Если ты сверху приправ наебенишь и не хочешь, чтобы приправы пригорели. Но у меня даже с методом, когда яичницу переворачиваешь и с приправами, приправы не подгорают, все отлично получается.
Playing around the knockdown shield, he gets the crack, look to your left, nothing's gonna help you out here, as Snipedon still continues to pop out for FaZe. This is the team that they were sharing on the low ground here, as FaZe saw the opportunity to move in.
They did get one of Black Hand as well, I
Тут
believe.
инстрим неудобно делать будет.
They wanted to get in that building just for a little bit of safety, but the Watson fences that we see right there was stopping
Хотя с
them
компакт
to turn
может быть.
around, and by that time it was too late.
Saw that double Kraber. I know we didn't get to see it in our POV, but that double Kraber from Snipedon. They were busy. Snipedon went a little sneaky mode out there, but this is what happens when you are walking the Loba in your team comp. You have access to these power
Чтобы
weapons
научить
that
яичные
really
роллы
benefit
или
you.
воздушный омлет.
8 squads left as KCP
Яичные
get
роллы.
eliminated next.
Это яичные роллы, наверное, также из омлета.
As they're looking to stay on the high ground, but they're going to have to start rotating here soon in almost less than a minute.
Ну так смотри рецепт, пробуй делать, со временем получится, поймешь как. Обычно как происходит? Ты сначала рецепт понимаешь, что нужно делать, а потом понимаешь саму механику.
They get the trade there too, but 100 Thieves having both Amu and Vax on alive. He is popping off, and he's got the Digi looking through the smoke here.
Black Hand coming off the back of this. There's only 2 of them, so a third party makes perfect sense.
7 squads left. 100 Thieves playing off the low ground of this bridge, trying to dance away from the shots coming from behind, and that's another Prowler, by the way, that they're getting beamed by, looking to take the gravity lift right now onto the height.
Look, even without the KP there, Black
Нахуя яичницу переворачивать в плане? Ну, чтобы с двух сторон равномерно было. Если без крышки, у тебя же нижняя сторона, на которой ты начал готовить, она продолжает готовиться. Я поэтому яичницу и переворачиваю. Ну, и крышки у меня нет, но я по-другому никак не сделаю.
Predicted the circle amazingly. J-Linked 100 Thieves here. Charge rifle in hand of
Что такого в том, что ты яичницу переворачиваешь? Не
This is
понял.
also a really good approach in comparison to qadRaT, who are going to have to rotate from the high ground of the command center area of Lava Siphon down below. But with the Prowler in hand of Vaxon and having the Digi threat works perfectly with your smoke, but he doesn't have an extended heavy map.
Finally, something going XZ's way. They take out J-Links, and this will open up the outside, down the bottom probably of to be a playable space here for XZ. They just have to worry about qadRaT on their top side. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves move in to finally deal with the pesky duo of Black Hand.
Black Hand and then FaZe behind Black Hand, just essentially sandwiching Black Hand in this situation. It's going to be 100 Thieves holding hands with FaZe, and they are able to take care of Black Hand. Snipedon picking up even more KP for his team.
Easy flash with the smokes. It's not good enough to save them, and they will go down to FaZe and 100 Thieves now. We do have these last 4 teams fully stocked and ready to go.
Calm before the storm here, literally. No team wants to overextend here. No reason. Black market called in. Vaxon's trying to take a cheeky angle. Is this going to be a call here? No. It's just going to be patience. But look at qadRaT and to their position with the team comp that they're running.
Yeah, it's solid here. You can see the fence is set up. No doubt they've got some alt excels in the pocket, I would dare say, just to make sure that they can put down the gen whenever they need to. But again, it's the Kraber, it's the Elster, so much access to these care package weapons for FaZe.
So here's the problem. If FaZe commits to a fight against Exit, ganbare will find Exit from behind without having to overextend, and 100 Thieves would easily be able to find a route behind FaZe to go for a flank. So this is why neither Exit or FaZe want to overextend. The catwall does go up. It blocks the vision of ganbare and FaZe. Let's see what they can do.
FaZe look at this from the bottom, but we see Exit. They actually have a lot of the zone to themselves, even if they don't have the high ground. Could be really annoying if they pop up and catch.
Так, надо бы не забыть. Наушники лучше не буду пока что надевать. Так, что мы имеем? FaZe пока что живы. Ладно. Сглазил. Они с воришками вроде дерутся, если не ошибаюсь. Сотые. FaZe отъезжает, там в спину еще, кстати, зашли. Это было больно, да. И воришки... Да, это топ-1 для них. Ну, это я не сглазю, я не могу это сглазить. Погодите. А, погодите, тут фулка. 3 на 3. И зона к ним уходит. Воришкам будет очень тяжело. Ладно, они проиграли. Но это я не сглазил. Я просто думал, что двойка осталась. Интересно у них клавиатуры, кстати. Full RGB-шные, еще, наверное, на не механические, на мембранке. О, ля-ля-ля, как спешат быстрее. Матч закончился, надо записать, что-то добавить. Не, ну комментаторам тоже нужно отдать должное. Они сидят весь день. Работают потом. 12 часов, это долго. Против квадрат крышку до сковороды. Хрена себе ветер какой. Отправьте мне возможности раздавать дроп. Вас не могут. Comp that they are going to be staying Newcastle, the Watson set up. There was no need for them to give that space. They even had slight high ground over Exit. Why would they give that up, especially when they have the Watson already set up there? That was all part of the plan. We knew the circle was in that area. It gets a little scary when Улучшение, Warface.
Especially if you're holding the high ground. And with so many teams fighting the lava side, they were able to get
реально, тут есть дроп?
It was very important for them to hold that position.
Детали она одиночка.
Понял, пиздобол, чтобы собрать лайки, так сказать. Сквозь потегом.
Woke up upset, said, I'm here to terrorize the best potential that I can. He himself was able to 5K to his name, get a decent amount of damage on the board. They try to play that pace, but there was a lot of chaos outside of that.
Battle Pass, Tier Skip. Уровень Battle Pass.
He unfortunately as well. Snipe down, heavy or light. That's hard to benefit from. Secondary was a Kraber unless he had swapped.
It was the L-Star.
So he had swapped it out at one point. But then when he back away once he ran out of ammo, it looked difficult because the catwall was he could play around it, but on the other side, it was Exit. Well,
we were kind of watching. You can see the way the players facing, I guess, on the map, which is what I was watching. And FaZe were 100% focused on 100 Thieves, right? So Exit coming from the bottom there, they could poke up over the railing, and they just weren't looking at them at all. It just felt like as soon as that engagement happened, they were just going to get one clip from the back, which is why I'm a little surprised that FaZe went down. Exit went down so easily. After that, I'm not sure if it was the angles from GO up the top, but it really felt like it could have been a final 3v3 versus GO.
We could do a run through that final set because I also believe it was a barrage of names that was also correct. Something that GO didn't have to worry about don't have to worry about because, they had their Jenny up there too, so worry about it.
Стримеру на звук добавить.
Yeah, this is perfect. Now we get to see exactly what happened. All right, so the cat wall's up at this point. This is where they have mantled up onto the middle ground here. You can see, okay, a couple of nades come out.
Смотрим или как яичница. Яичница. Да, как яичница, яичница. Здорово, Дэн. А мы только привыкли, что назад вернуть.
What was also great was that Vaxon had the creeping barrage for that final fight as well. So aside from the barrage of grenades, you also have to worry about the space that the creeping barrage also took. 100 Thieves are playing at a very slight health disadvantage, but Scurry got absolutely beamed from Dogma originally, which set them up for success. Listen, qadRaT phone a dream sometimes there too, when you have to make the desperate swap, when you have to reload your first weapon. As we take a look at the overall scoreboard for that first game, Ganbare Oto-san come out on top with the dub and 5 kills to their name. 100 Thieves, Xset, FaZe, they're waking up a little bit, getting top 4 here. 100 Thieves finishing up with 8 KP, Xset to match that with them, and then FaZe finding themselves those 5 kills while patiently fighting their way into that southern lava siphon building. After that though, is there any other team that you're surprised to see, Genome, on the bottom end of this first page?
Yeah, as we get to look at the bottom 10 there, obviously you've got the teams losing contests like Moist down there with 0. They almost got out of it. Actually, I almost shouldn't say losing contest because it was, it was the third party from Furia coming through here. And in the end, Furia only pick up the 3 kills from that, right? They go down, I think it was in Geyser afterwards. But yeah, look, Fire Beavers, 3 points for them. Yeah, look, LG do pick up a brace of kills, so that's if you're in the bottom 10, that's what you want your KP to be stacked towards.
I'm not surprised. Yanya waking up to choose violence, that's just another day for LG Chivas to be able to put themselves and wake up a little bit. But they got to wake up when it comes to those placement points. Love seeing how the action played off at the very beginning of game number 1, but that's just it. It's only game number 1.
Да, ребят, звук починил вроде как. О, тоже, кстати, играет на М42 мышке.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody. Ganbare Oto-san take first place in game number 1 for World's Edge. Welcome back to the Copper Box Arena. Welcome, London. Good morning. I know some people are still in bed over on the other side of the world, but here we are awake and watching these teams do their best for day number 2 for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs. It's going to be a fantastic day, Genome, and what better way to start than some crazy action on the rip with some of these.
О, вроде так уже ветер не захватывает.
Sprinkle of third or fourth parties here and there.
I actually love those lava siphon rings. The ones that end down there. I mean, you saw the way that it's set up, right? There's some nice pillars, there's a little bit of high ground, low ground, but not too much that it's like the high ground team just wins automatically, right?
Yeah, especially when it comes to those type of circles where it pulls a little bit off from some high ground and it kind of shares that hybrid platform. It's also funny because when you look at some of these circles and you're playing the game, you think back on moments like this from the ALGS, like, okay, well, I remember how some of the teams that we saw play the end circle here, like, what can I do here to take some notes at the same time? And I always keep that in mind because it always reminds me of moments like that, and then I just always think back at the ALGS. But an amazing showcase from qadRaT looking into their team composition, working perfectly into the Newcastle and Watson.
And it also showed some of the differences between the comps as well. You know, we see the catwall's good.
Yeah.
If you can finish the fight in the time that the Dark Veil is up. If you can't, obviously, we see FaZe go down. Whereas Watson, you know, no cryptos in the lobby. All of a sudden, that's looking like a pretty fresh pick, and they just get that whole high ground to themselves. Very hard for anyone to even push into. Gives them the option, the choice of when to engage, and that's how they got that last fight on 100 Thieves, just pumping that PK to the face.
Saw a few cryptos yesterday, but man, oh man, would it be ashamed if you did all this hard work painting the floor with these pylons or these caustic barrels just for an EMP to say no. And then looking on the other side too, looking at what our top 5 squads had in store for them at the end of that circle, 100 Thieves did come in second, Exit came in third, and then FaZe came in fourth. At the very end of that fight, we saw what happened to Black Hand before they went down, and that forced out kind of like a standoff between FaZe and Exit on the slight low ground. 100 Thieves capitalizing with a barrage of nades too to make sure that FaZe felt sandwiched essentially between Exit and 100 Thieves. So now looking to see how this is going to replicate going into game 2. We said it, these teams need to show up today, and game number 1, even if you don't take the dub, it's about finding that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think the catwall was the right choice. They just probably needed to swing and make a, you know, a finite decision there, you know, a definite decision going in against 100 Thieves, because obviously, yeah, once it was down, well, the way they put it up, you know, you could completely split off Geo and Exet down the bottom there to make that a fair 3v3. Anyway, that's ancient history. We're here into game 2, and we might have some more contests going on. Moist will be going up against Jailings. Do just get Lava Siphon to themselves, so I feel like it's Noctum. These guys are the X Factor, right? Xset might be the Xset, but Noctum are the X Factor, 100%. They seem to be just, they're just like, they get into the dropship and they're like, they roll the dice, I don't know, press a where are we gonna drop today app or something like that, and choose, okay, they're going Survey Camp Epi. That makes sense, because that was unclaimed at the start of this. But once again, Moist go up against Jailings. This time it's Jailings who rock up with the Mozambique.
But now they know after what happened in the last game, if they do take this fight, it needs to end as quickly as possible, which it should always be in these 50-50 fights. Like you talked about, Athens still getting Lava Siphon to themselves. Such a good POI. I believe in that first game, they did go down in 11 despite having circle advantage in their favor for their POI. But looking around too, still the congestion that we were expecting over at Skyhook. We're going to get the Overlook, though, fight happening first as Jailings looks to try to take the approach onto the high ground here, but that's a nice amount of information off the Sear Tap.
They're trying to make it quick this time, right? You can see they've only got one weapon. They're going in immediately, not looting all that much, really. Just with a couple of shots off the back, they have routed Moist into this building. Will the Mozambique shots hit? Yeah, they will.
Lovely as Nags also gets the knock on Tawalti with the flatline. Oh no, jumps right in front of him, but that's fine. You can take that KP. It works out for all of us at the end. JMW now just gonna hold the door currently while Nag's gonna be able to heal up with one shield cell, but it's about boosting up those Evo shields here for this fight and the information that Sear provides in these early game fights too.
I think Moist might just be trying to get out at this point then. Play your life is probably the call coming out. MT and Waltzy have been full killed, I believe, so it's going to be pricey. Just
так, ну что, момент истины, проверить, насколько они хорошо подошли к второму матчу.
Decide to loot POI fully or go for the kill.
Oh, you see the pings.
Yep, they spotted him.
Can't run, can't hide. Nags is coming after you. Not even a weapon, and he's gonna hold hands with noises too. Looking to land right on top of him.
No,
oh.
Они просто вырубили. А в пизду заниматься этой хуйней, блядь, вырублен в пизду. хотя бы на сетке лузеров и винеров сделайте адекватно все. Ничего не добавили. Ой, блядь.
Southwestern side of the map.
Рядовой ютубер сделает лучше, чем организаторы крупнейшего турнира по этой игре.
Going to be a fierce point of contention. You can see Oxygen running into a little bit of a perimeter fence there. It's going to give them pause. Of course, the APAC North teams, quite a few of them are picking up Watson. Historically, been a very popular pick for the region.
What I love here is that Oxygen was in the middle of the rotate. They see the Watson fences and they're like, something isn't right here. There's something amiss, and now backing away, noticing that. I think that was a misplacement at first with the Watson fence. They wanted to do exactly what they just fixed right now, just to block off that spot. But very quick
В чем проблема? Вы садитесь за те же компы, за те же войсы и заходите в Дискорде, или где вы там?
This is a great spot, right? So you can see the circle coming in now. Could be a landslide circle, could be a harvester circle. Probably not a staging circle, I'll say. But that spot it's one of the weirdest, most like inaccessible high ground spots that you're actually allowed to play, right? You don't fall off it. It's not an out of bounds timer. But you do need some sort of help to get up there. You just pop the castle wall up and boom, he flies.
Always so scary when you see a Horizon put down her gravity lift and then you see a barrage of people just hurtling in your direction, just being flung on top of that cliffside. And some more fighting. Furious still rotated in this direction, and they got JMW knocked. I was expecting maybe that J-Lings would have already gone for a rotate outside of Overlook, expecting this to happen already, but they still stayed behind, and now Fury just gonna benefit from this all over again.
Sure, they won the contest this time, 1-0 to J-Lings now, but it is a Pyrrhic victory with Furia eliminating the rest of them. There you go, full team wipe. And, I mean, it's just so often the way of contest, right? No one wins.
If it takes too long, at least. Usually, if they would have just rotated right after getting Waltzy at the very end there, they would have been able to rotate quickly through Geyser with no contention. Yes, there's no Crafter there, but maybe that is what they wanted. Maybe they wanted the Crafter, and they wanted to stick by Overlook, which makes sense.
I think so.
We've seen so many squads rotate with crafting in mind as a priority because of the R9 and Rampage being there too. And we saw a high use of the R9 alongside the Prowler, since the Prowler is on the ground, and that is something that these teams really do like to rely on. But Furia are going to actually do that same thing themselves. They're going to get some crafting going, whether they want some shield bats. You already see that Panders was already able to get the R9, and on top of that, has the gold mag, so that's also lovely to see. Well, they were able to get that on this rotate, craft some shield bats, some med kits, and while they are doing this, again, 18 squads left. We already said goodbye to Moist and J-Lings, who do land in Overlook.
So it's another 3 KP to start the map off for Furia, and once again, they'll be just dancing around these other Edge teams that play on the eastern board of World's Edge. Firebeaters, North Eption will also be doing exactly the same thing as we see Furia doing right here, crafting and then rotating in nice and late.
Tune into E6, the crowd giving them their energy currently. Case Swinny, oh, I like that gold triple take that he's rocking. A little spicy with the triple taki here. E6 going to be able to get the loot that they need here, as well as trying to clear out this north side of the map. But it goes into the story that we're talking about when it comes to how important these crafters are. Let's say you don't have a ring console in your POI and you got the crafters. It's a nice way to compensate once you have to get into that next circle. Or
посмотрим, а смысл? Ну их покажут так лучше. Войса все равно нет. Вот показывают, они файтиться будут.
Harvester starting to get a few teams piling in there as we mentioned.
Не, ну могу переключить, но... У них еще звук сам по себе с задержкой. Сейчас вроде нормально.
Check out that area.
Как же заебали волосы. Извините, накипело.
Hostile spotted.
Нет, задержка все равно. Ну да.
Tango spotted. Danger close. Spotted an enemy over there. Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted. They are far.
Эксбрей. Я отрастить хочу просто еще до зимы. Для мини-косплея к просмотру Атаки Титанов. Хоть и меня смотреть будет там 2,5 человека, но такая мини-цель. И в целом хочется с длинными волосами побыть. Ну, в моем случае это не особо круто будет, потому что у меня височные залысины, впадины прям такие нормальные. И вот из-за отсутствия этой части волос прическа будет не очень смотреться. А так я всегда ходил с короткими. Я, будучи пиздюком, один раз отращивал по плечи где-то волосы. Самые длинные были. И то они мне, кстати, не мешали так. Хотя... Волосы мне, скорее всего, мешают, потому что прическа была в прошлый раз стригся. Торки называется. Косички. У меня волосы поупадают нахрен с этими косичками. Да не, я бандану купил уже. Повязкой придерживаю. Потом как отрастут, чтобы можно было на резинке фиксировать сзади. Будет зашибись. Дропсы начались? В целом да, но у меня нет. Мне какого-то хуя не дают дропсы. Ну что, пацаны просто хайграунд решили держать, зона к ним. Там проблема, тут его пробросить. Зачем? Грубая основа. Сейчас можно, да. У них ничего нет. А на основе они могут врубить войс.
I can try to chow him. Oh wait. He's right here on ping. You can smoke him. His teammate's holding my chow there. Just shoot him my knock. Yeah, Rebel is looking with just all shoot him my knockdown. I'm trying to peek him. Nah, I'm dead, bro. Yeah, Rebel is looking with Seer, I think. Just take everything out. Looking for angles up here. Just take everything out. Can you come to me or no? Yeah, yeah. They're looking for them. Why'd you just... Bridge, here. Come to me, rest me where Saint died. Yeah, coming. Right now there's a smoke. Yep. In that crack spot, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I know.
Да там говно, как всегда, под дропсом. В любом случае, наличие не делает то. Не делает хуже.
Can we jump down here? Yeah. Come down. Where are you going, bro?
Еще заебись на контовку делать, говорю как чел, который с длинными волосами, сознательно. А нет такого, что чем волосы длиннее, тем больше риск их потерять? В плане того, что длиннее волосы, значит волос требует больше его питания. То есть он больше, так сказать, впитывает крови вот этого всего. А если короткие волосы, то могут дольше жить.
Like FC, like North Eption, who were able to predict that and then be on the other side of the rock to try to hold slight high ground, but it still will pull away from that north side of Thermal Station. So FC still are in the best spot as long as they try to hold that next to the crafter. Now taking a look at the fighting going down in stage, and you see Exet making the rotation right behind 100 these. Only having that white Evo looks like he was forced to either swap, but running for his actual life here as Exet looking alive and healthy.
Про разницу длинных и коротких волос влияет это на их ресурс. Я заметил, что 301 вообще не играют. Потому что 301 хуйня. Я лайкеру говорил, он такой, ну я все равно кликаю. Они патроны, скорее всего, заканчиваются еще быстрее.
Playing into their team comp here too. This is going to work perfectly with them as Uchaka was on that caustic, setting up those barrels and having gold. He gets beamed here. Hierarcha going in for an aggressive flank position. He gets some support here, but Uchaka gets hit once. Gets literally
закрылась обратно. Но их не сильно пробили. Только один крапчик. Это есть. Хорошая стенка. Отзонились от ульты и стира. Тут, кстати, должны быть бобры где-то. А бобры, наверное, вот и упали. Нет, фурия. У бобров, глянь. Во, наконец-то, блядь, бойс.
Нету, сейчас нету. Я не вижу их. Давай. Вот и стой, стой, подождите, они спиной. Готовы? Давай. Погодите, стойте тут.
Правда, задержка войса.
Кто-то за домом, кто-то за домом. Подожди пока. Блядь, выходи, Лёва, выходи, Лёва. Надо вот сюда идти. Вот сюда и по левой. Под дров идите, Да, мы сюда идем. Ну, надо левую сторону от торба забрать. Дай отхилиться. Хилься, я тоже хилюсь. Тут наукаются, у меня диджитала нет до сих пор. Вот тут можем нокнуть, типа? Где? Вот тут. Давай, раз, два, три. Под стейджингом, скорее всего, пустая зона. Сломай хуйню. Басей, вперед.
Ну не с картинкой проблема. Потому что...
Закиньтесь по фулам, не торопитесь, вы можете медленно зонить.
Потому что у них захват именно игровой, а захват вот этой картинки, он не игровой, а сервера. Поэтому рассинхрон такой. Ты его поздно пушку дал, что ли? Понял.
Ну, подсосали нас, подсосали. Ну там, помоги не нокать, ты сразу на улицу выйти просто. Я не мог. Я не мог просто каверить, у меня не было диджитала, я вообще не видел ничего. И нейт не было нихуя? Ничего не было. У меня нейт не было, и сейчас ХГ. А у тебя тоже не было, Кирюх? Не было. Ну-ка, ребят, не унываем нахуй, что за хуйня? Да мы не унываем. Кирюх! Я не унываю, я думаю, что сделать.
Хорошая концовка, кстати.
This final circle as FC Destroy is still alive, as we mentioned, with the high ground. I believe the only squad that is...
Кстати, Кирюхе надо отдать должное. Мне кажется, раньше он больше, ну, эмоциональный был, а сейчас прям реально гигачат. Он касательно геймплея, так сказать, стратегии вот этого всего. Стал гораздо более гибким.
Look at tier 6, you're literally in the line of sight of like 4 different teams.
It's a very reactive catwalk here from FaZe. The
Малыш
really just to save them rather than to make a proactive play like they were trying to do at the end of the last game.
Да.
Crazy Raccoon doing the same thing
Она в
down
топ-1.
the bottom as well. Raz has used his ultimate, but it's not long enough. It won't.
И вот о чем я говорил. Турик проходит, и интересно смотреть, болеть самое главное за наших пацанов, что есть за кого болеть. И после этого тебе играть хочется в эту игру. Но в самой игре тоже важны обновления и новинки, потому что ты когда зайдешь в игру, ты поймешь, из-за чего ты из нее вышел, блядь, и тебе моментально перехочется играть. Но турики очень сильно мотивируют возвращаться в Apex. Даже просто нам пару каток под пиво побегать.
And it does get destroyed immediately afterwards, but maybe a blessing in disguise if they want to hold on to an EMP for this next fight here, as Tidal from above is still able to find some of these massive shots.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Catalyst Quagmire down the bottom there. They do have the Valk ult available though, so they could wait very late and just last minute try and pop that, get up top and, you know, maybe secure a second or third place, just like the olden days. FC Destroy, as you can see, very well set up. They've held this position for the longest time. Generator is there. They've got the castle wall down ready. Not a lot of fences set up, but maybe they're waiting to place those after an EMP. Maybe they just got destroyed. Either way, that's one thing that you have to worry about. That ultimate just destroying some of the defenses and when you have them ready to go.
And that trickles into knowing the hard counters for some of these legends when it comes to those ults too. Noting that you want to hold on to some of those fences if you need the Jenny here too to help you out in certain situations. Catwall does go up for E6 to go in for a rotate. Another catwalk here too. Crazy Raccoon trying to replicate that on the other side just in case. Nades hurtled in their direction. They're still up and alive and healthy, and you can see Parka just waiting for the opportunity to unleash that EMP if he can. But it's about holding it when you have 4 squads left in this lobby.
Northeption looking down upon these other teams. FC Destroy really just taking their time to come out.
E6 can't even get out of that choke point. Northeption is suppressing them so much right now with the 30-30, and Satuki's gonna run away with that. He gets the knock onto Raz. Good luck trying to get that Raz with the circle closing in right behind you. It's just a matter of time before they're funneled into the line of sight of Northeption.
Did FC Destroy on the low?
Jeez. The Skull Piercer, the 30-30, the 1-2 Scooby-Doo here, finding even more kills. Sure, give it to me. Honest over
Как же они фармят.
If you're E6, you're out. Northeption, they're not even gonna move out here. Satuki, knowing that's the final squad, jumps down, but a little too early. He's got some help with the rest of his team. Having to be careful. Look out, who's hiding behind that Newcastle?
Неправильный фокус был. А стоп, 2-2 что ли? Они еще... Не, нарцы. Юка. Он их выиграл! Ой, хорош. Нарсы, которые были в гадспоте, просрали. Ну там на забор наступил один, но тем не менее он же выиграл. Я вахтую. Вот тебе в лейте мисплей произошел. Да, Ньюкасл Ватсон, только в лейте. За то, что говна. Еще можно было туда каустика запихнуть. Или каталист. Стенка бьет током Ньюкасла. Заборы режут. Ловушки колят. Класс.
And what I love to highlight, once we get a look at the final circle once again and run through it.
Так, ну хотя бы камеры сделали со звуком, наконец-то можно пацанов посмотреть. Но задержкой звука, конечно. Я, кстати, ради вас, наверное, могу звук сломать. Рассинхрон будет с вебкой... Какого, блядь? С вебкой импульса, но звук стрельбы будет совпадать с картинкой. Что, попробую сделать для вас такое? Забей. Ну, сейчас посмотрим. Следующий матч начнется, попробую на своем стриме просто сделать задержку по звуку. Я ж так полагаю, звук сначала идет, и потом картинка. Я у себя задержку на звук поставлю. И просто буду включать, когда пацаны играют.
Starting from the E6 point of view and how they got knocked. This is the extra pressure that we were talking about. E6 on the other side, playing off the low ground while Northeption takes some shots. You can see Suzuki getting that first knock. Now running around, playing right behind the car, and even playing behind the truck. You're still in the line of sight of two other teams. You still see FC Destroy across the other vehicle, and then Northeption still beating down on you from above before they're forced to drop down because of the circle. E6 get cleaned up here, and now the point of view of SC Destroy dropping down, but split up a little bit. Even with the Newcastle wall here on the other side, they didn't check their 6, and that was an issue because now their attention is split in multiple directions, even trying to duke it out, bringing it to the double dibble dome out here, but not finding the success.
I like the play there to drop down with the Newcastle wall, but yeah, look, FC Destroy, honestly, playing behind their fences very well just to cut that space in half and really dance around into positions that that Northeption couldn't follow them into.
Also with Yuka, like Yuka is an insane fragger out here. Even playing passively with the Watson, you could see what he was able to do with the L-Star, playing off of his environment too with the wall. It's very important because Yuka in that game alone was able to get 4 KP for the rest of the team. I know that we also saw at one point Hammer Drill also being able to get 3 KP, but Yuka's just insane as a player.
It's also interesting to see the aggressive Newcastle composition there versus the defensive one. FC holding it down with Newcastle and Watson underneath, and then you see how Northeption try and use that castle wall on the offensive, pushing up with it, you know, dropping down with it. It's, you know, in the first, what is it, like 30 seconds, I think that it's active. It actually will do damage if you touch it, so you can try and, you know, just cut that space in half a little bit, but as we saw, it's not as effective area denial as the Watson.
From that game number 2, after FC destroyed the end of that lobby for game number 2, APAC North really showing up, Genome. You highlighted the team compositions. 2 times around, I feel like I'm getting some PTSD looking at the history of APAC North swinging through with a Watson, and now you just add a Newcastle into that equation, and you get FC Destroy and Gambare being able to take game number 1, and now FC Destroy taking game number 2. 7 kills to their name. Northeption, the other APAC North team, coming in 2nd place with 7 kills themselves. E6, we saw what happened when they were rotating through. They secured 6 KP, get 3rd place, so they also secure some of those placement points. You like to see it, but in that circle, it was so chaotic. You have such a low to high ground disparity. As we take a look at the 2nd page now, Genome, something that calls out to your attention?
Well, Fury are down there once again, who are, look, they're eking out the points, right? But if we talk about the 35 points that you want per game, they're not going to get there by just grabbing some KP. They need to get into the later stages of the game. It's better than nothing, but...
I mean, it's better than nothing, and what's even good to see is that XA was still able to get 5 KP, which, as we take a look at the series results after just 2 games played on World's Edge right now, XA still situated in 2nd place with 22 points. FC Destroy coming off of that win, also going to be securing that 1st place spot. This is also to indicate that XSET did get 3rd place in that 1st game, and in 9th place, I believe, in that 2nd game. So they're still able to start finding that momentum. Gambare, the winners of game number 1, sitting in that 3rd place spot, but very close if you see 1st, even all the way down to 6, with a slight gap between Blackhand and E6.
Do you think it's hurting them a little bit inside? That they're having to play, you know, the meta composition. XSET sitting there on the Seer and whatnot.
You know, the thing is that even if it is hurting them, since even when we heard the knocked video, they want to have fun, and if they have to move away from having that fun to playing more optimal, it is a job. Like, you heard the way, I mean, like, Nocturnal said it himself. He's got that mindset of keeping this as business as and professional as he possibly can. But we got to see if that continues on, because that was just game number 2. We got a lot more games for you to go. And before we get into game number 3, Blaze, tell us what you got out there in the Copper Box Arena.
I got 2 amazing gentlemen with me. It's Orax and Ystug over here, aka the OG of Paris. How are you both doing over here at the watch party? Ystug, OG, talk to me about your experience this event, how much fun you've having watching the games, watching the team comps. What's going on over here?
I really like the new meta that's coming out for the last 3-4 months, and I really like that some of those APEC teams really make a stand. Like, we really, like, as a EU watcher usually, it's really nice to see like Gambero, Tucson or Fnatic do really well, and yeah, I like this.
I like it as well, and you know, it's been so awesome seeing all their fans in the venue as well. They've been going absolutely insane. Now, Orax, okay, talk to me about how your event's been. What's been one of your favorite moments?
My favorite moment was today with the L-Star at the end, the 1v2 man. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It was fucking crazy. Competing, I was playing against them, Akis especially, so I'm really happy to see them at the top for now. And I hope they will win.
Yeah, and a lot of people hope that Alliance is going to come out here on top as well. Oh, we got a lot of chants in the venue too after that as well. Now, how has the watch party been? Talk to me about, because they're watching us like in Inception right now, on your stream, on the live stream. Talk to me about the watch party.
Yeah, my chat is just trolling me because of my accent. But I will take care of them after the interview.
All right, you guys, that's gonna do it for Orax and Ystug and myself. Vicky, take us back.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Hey, you guys leave those gentlemen alone out there on that stream. They are having the time of their lives, and so are we in the Copper Box Arena. I don't want to waste any more time, Genome. Game number 3 is underway on World's Edge, the final game that we're going to have, and we've had a lot of mix-ups coming in. We hear the E6 chants roaring through the crowd. They're looking forward to seeing what E6 got in store for us after they were able to secure that 3rd place spot in game number 2 with some 6KP to their name. Just a matter of time, Genome. I feel like there's that climb-up that we're witnessing right now between this group.
Oh man, this music is getting me hyped for another good game here. Our final one, as you said, for World's Edge. It's going to be the Moist Jailings contest starting up again in earnest. Nocturne again will go be survey camp epicenter even up into the northern tunnels. Yeah, Exit as well, splitting that Skyhook Element 6 over to Trials.
Was there a slight short drop? I'm wondering on E6's part. I do see that Exit was taking some shots originally, but probably going back to looting the west side of Skyhook, especially since now we know where the circle is and we could get this side by side. Well, we take a look at the 50-50 go down here in Overlook.
Yeah, it seemed like they were a little more proactive with the smokes this time, remembering
Ну давайте с вами подбирать тогда тайминги.
Silos, Moist, you know, basically pre-smoking that, so they...
Конечно, работает все. О! Они починили звук сами.
Хотите? Мы можем прийти прямо сейчас. Ну, типа, у меня пушки есть. Туда фурия еще разгоняется под ту сторону. Ну, а мы с одной стороны зайдем, они с другой, а мы с одной. Окей?
Ребят, сделал. Благодарится.
Окей, можно? Да, реально. ЗТшку нашел, слышите? Да. Дропну потом. Я бегу вперед просто. Возьми, пожалуйста. ДТшку? Нет, 3х. Бля, я без Сюрика тогда буду. Я Сюрик скину тебя. Окей. Пошли. Take me to the church. У меня ультачу что есть. Барельку, если можете, запанить тоже. Нету, бля, места вообще уже. Нету.
Возержил Лону, сгонял с фастиком. Да.
Идем, да?
Ради вас, ребят, на все готов.
А как они точно дерутся или они просто разошлись? Походу разошлись, я больше не слышу что-то. На, Кирюх.
Кирюха писал, что ТС включили. Ну да, они еще матч назад Даже 2 матча назад
Подожди, давай
включили.
тогда долутаем, тут и
Но
потом
криво.
долутаем.
И только в этом матче все нормально работает.
Нет, они дерутся, они дерутся. Сентинел, да, стреляет.
Шариков нету.
Походу ног тут.
Харза, Сир.
Но тут стреляли с
пока не понял. Добили одного. Шарик вот этот, не видите? Можете разбить?
Не, не вижу.
Вижу. Их фурии оставшихся там сейчас запушат.
Бля, они там
И мы
смешно.
подсосем просто файт с фурией.
И еще пиздец, прям так крови дерутся.
Фурия прилетели, фурия прилетели.
Ага. Так давай с этой стороны зажимать, к нам пойдут двойка, и мы убьем. Я вас жду вот с этой стороны.
Главное, чтобы двойка в нас не въебалась и это, и фурия не подсосала. Нам надо сделать так, чтобы это.
А у них тройка
чтобы мы
еще в
закрыли
центре,
всё.
у них еще тройка в центре.
Вы на шарик забили, да?
Я...
Да, забили. У меня больших банок 0.
Дерутся.
Я сейчас дропну.
Нок, бладхаунд, нокает Харзу. Это тройка в тройке дерется сейчас. Вы далеко?
Я
в 5 минутах, ой, бля, в 5 секундах хотя.
Тоже
Вот
секунд
тут?
8.
Вместе сидят.
Эти типы нас не ждут.
Ну ладно, что наладили.
Я не буду стрелять.
Ждем.
Нормально. Надеюсь, и дальше так будет. И с Авророй.
Фурия тут. Слушай, я могу ХГ забрать.
Снова с бобрами.
Жалень, ты сдох, тут еще мойста.
Мойсты где-то, да, должны быть. Мойсты убежали, все.
Убежали?
Да.
Может, попробуем поймать? Уходим. Ломай шар, уходим.
Его. ДТшку забрал еще одну. Стоп. Тут типы. Типы? Да, там мойсты, понял. Бля, дай смог. Иду.
У меня волки есть, слышите? Можем открыть, хотите?
У меня больших банок нет, мне крафтиться надо.
Пошли вернемся. Давайте только засканим еще чуть по зоне поймем. Ничего в дропе посмотри, Лёх.
Он, здорово.
А кто это открыл?
А
там
тут
дерется, слышите?
Бля, нас фурия будет подсасывать, если мы с этой стороны выйдем.
Они просканили, да, они. Че, сканю?
Да.
Дал кушку. Каврите?
Каврите. Да, даю.
Смотрите, там он кто-то.
Наспамливают, слышишь, значит не разъебали.
Сверху стоит, да, и эти на гейзере можно убежать.
Давай уйдем. И что это за зона? Это сюда, походу, все-таки.
Это вот сюда, походу.
А пошли стейджинг заберем так, и охуенно у нас все будет, не?
Так у нас банок нет.
Ну да, давай подлутаемся по-быстрому, потом на лонслайде.
То есть мы сразу на лонслайд бежим?
Не, это, сначала тут закрафтимся, и потом на лонслайд побежим.
Здесь Сюрик, да, тело?
Давай. Я тут заодно долутаюсь пока что.
Вот он тут.
Фурия и Изи могут затравить нас въебаться. Да. Я тут быстро 2 дома долутаю.
А чё скан так быстро прошел?
Я долутал, походу.
А чё в дропе в этом?
Я не вижу, не видно. Я по левой пойду, чтобы дроп засканить. Ага.
Окей, я иду тратиться сразу.
Gold helmet.
Окей.
У меня ДТ, кстати.
Скажи, с такой уже домой пора.
У меня по ресам 4-12.
Какой?
У меня по ресам.
Игра только началась.
1-6. Я бэкпак буду крафтить и банки.
Это что, Сюрик на шотганболте?
Кажись, с такой аналитикой только
Киты нужны вам?
смотреть.
2 места есть.
У меня 4.
Без аналитики.
Я дал 2.
Мне хейки.
У них еще один матч будет. Раз, и еще 3 карты.
Если я, наверное, это сделаю.
Грубо говоря, им еще 9 карт.
Вы заберете же?
Да, 9 карт.
Блять, я сейчас поставлю и пойду забирать сразу. Смотрите,
помимо этого.
Я сейчас на ХГ встану.
Не понимают, какая команда в них стреляет. По пику персонажей, скинам, по месту лутинга.
Тройка,
слишком, да. Нет, за их сам поиграю. Не вижу никого рядом.
Они же скримы играют.
Забрали.
И на скримах люди падают туда же, где и на турике.
Близко, мост.
Блядь, демос.
Меня просканили,
они будут пушить.
Я ультую и хилюсь. Он утонул.
Да, они забрали.
Я близко.
Может под маркет?
Я
надо закаврить его.
Я ушел, все норм, я ушел.
Откатите, пока у БК ульта закончится.
Да.
Я хилюсь тут, ребят. Тут принимать хуёво, надо дальше, чуть дальше, можем? Куда дальше?
Куда дальше?
Вот сюда можно, под мостик. Можно.
А почему тут хуёво принимать?
Тут хуёво, дырявый.
Он близко уже.
Окей, вот здесь, вот тут ловим.
Окей.
Справа! Я даю смог.
Смог слева за говнецо. Один у меня слева. Давайте на меня слева. Самого я лоу пиздец. Понимаю, умер, блядь.
Опять задержка по звуку. Нихуя не видно, блядь.
Не вижу.
еще красный, Кирилл.
Блядь, не вижу, чувак, вообще никого не вижу.
Меня убили.
Пиздец.
Я вообще их не вижу. Да блядь.
Бля, Кирюха в АФК сейчас пробовал.
Бля, давай по 150 дал. Там чуть-чуть надо было подстрелить, чтобы их нокнуть. Нам
не видел.
Не, я вообще не мог, у меня чел слева зашел.
Бля, они на таком крополе, и просто Ватсон один в один мог бы остаться.
Я пытался вашего найти, увидел чела слева, отошел и все, и он у меня убил.
Ну, Кирюху очень хорошо отзонили. Вообще хуй пойми, а куда они пушат, что делают.
Надо, короче, на фаст ротейт их менять на World's Edge.
Почему?
Ну нихуя не работает просто.
Так мы очково играем.
А что тут очкового было?
Ну нам вообще с маркета нельзя было уходить.
Маркет не дефается, пацаны. Он дырявый, в нем нет сейвов.
Так мы же эти дырки они играем. Они же в опене бегут. Он же просто
так у нас нет сейвов, он просто дает дэмэдж, становится вот тут на лестницу и все.
Так и мы можем, так я же стан даю еще.
Если мы пушим маркет, тогда заебись, но мы же не пушим маркет.
Не, Кирюх, просто забор, типа вот у меня сейвов не было вообще.
У нас, если бы ты встал на меня, мы бы подловили типа.
Хорошо. Тогда бы нас слева мой зашел бы тип.
И мы бы убили его вместе, они засплитались.
Ну вот Кирюха отчасти прав, потому что там реально один въебался в правую сторону и двое слева. Я сам уже подумал, что можно со Святом сейчас напрягать левую сторону.
Вы вдвоем стояли, я... Нет, я один стоял, я один слева стоял. Я смотрел левую, я смотрел вашего, не увидел. Развернулся налево и там чел стоял. У меня уже.
Я смотрел центр, и когда прибежал к себе, ты уже умер.
Ну вот, я про это и говорю.
Рил чисто в поле вышел, но он от забора играл.
Ну это хуёво. Ну мы просто еще от забора не раз не блядь. Мы с 3 разных точек смотрим, блядь, типов, они же в опене перед нами. Я не про маркет, я про забор говорю. Тогда про забор нахуй. У меня с моей точки вашего не видно. Какого вашего нахуй? Вот в правую сторону не видно с моей точки.
Да похуй нам на этого правого было вообще.
Вообще похуй было на него. Это он тебя убил или что? Меня убил мой левый, когда я смотрел право, я ушел, и слева чел забрал дверь и убил меня.
Нет, так по факту ты просто за Ливаном убежал.
Я вообще не в этой бане, я пытался. Потому что он уже начал стрелять, и все, я уже не ушел. Я пытался под вас смотреть. Я же говорю, я пытался смотреть этого ВК, у которого вот это закончилось.
Уникальный контент по войсу, кстати. Они обычно мьютят, когда скримы играют, либо онлайн-турики. Ой-ой-ой.
Стоял на вышке, но я там один стоял.
Че его застанило? Сюрик застанил. Ебать их
Так
обоссали.
если ты понимаешь, что они закавались, тогда попроси еще кого-то встать просто. Проецируй наперед.
Лёва, ты крафтился?
Да.
Ёб твою мать! Девятка и сила геймпадера, да здравствует комбинация.
Я не думал вообще, что какие-то риски. Так, мы просто ебались на слайд.
Просто одной кнопочкой 2 сотки.
А Фурия сдохла, что ли?
А, да, походу.
Да.
Laser sight here. Level 1. Covering my sector.
Ебать зона. Половина зоны это гора, блядь. Это последний ворстейдж был?
Да.
Energy ammo here. He's got very little projectile drop.
Подъедаем. Интересно, они ждут, когда камера выключится?
Да, за новчак ты говорил.
Ебать там сприло. Люди еще за ТТК в Апексе что-то говорят. Сира просто меньше, чем за секунду не стало. Мне кажется, ТТК в Апексе один из самых приятных, потому что у тебя есть возможность хотя бы ротацию сделать. Или в ротацию. И ротацию, и в ротацию, короче. Но тем не менее, ты также можешь и клипать челов.
He cracks all three of the team in front of him.
This may work.
He does so much damage that he goes down to the ring.
Inevitable. I mean, at this point, too, the ring is... That's why he literally grief-knocked him. He grief-knocked him. Chase us all around the map all you can. Sure, knock two of my teammates. I'll make sure that you go down with me. He did go down first, to be fair, but it was the fact that he made sure that they couldn't live long enough. And a Tropic cleaning up what was left on the edge of that circle. Luminosity. Chivas, they get taken out as well. You guys will up on the higher ground. Chaco says you've got nothing to see here, but he can't even climb over the other side of the wall. Arcstar on each side, North Epson playing around the distance of the Spence and the Newcastle wall. And Tropic get finally finished off. And on the other side, KCP, who land over here in Thermal, have been able to situate themselves outside. But look at these Watson fences that are currently being displayed here.
So that's Gambreotto-san. We've got Element 6 a little bit further up though, and that's the team.
Горел на работе чел.
I want to get us a little bit of a position, like a picture of their position, because depending on where they're playing, E6 might be looking kind of good. I mean, they've only got the Cat, they've got Vulcan Horizon as well, so it's not necessarily the composition you need to hold this down. But Geo downstream from them are actually going to be relieving a lot of the pressure coming up from the south.
It always scares me when these type of circles have a team that has already early rotated into what should be God spot. Because in these early rotates, even though you have predicted the circle amazingly, with lackluster cover, you're just going to get pinched, and that early rotate was all for nothing. You deny yourself opportunities.
So Moist, they finally come in all the way from crafting after that interesting start to the game for them. They finally get to play the game, basically. It's the first time this series, and they run into their old friend, Black Hand, and 100 Thieves a part of this as well. Strafing Flame is going to be the first one to go down, but it's a three-way scuffle.
They don't have any room to breathe. Whether it be taking these fights, they're always going to get third party. Guess who's right behind them? 100 Thieves trying to stop this third party from happening right now. Gets the trade. Pricey still gets a knock at the very least and gets the finish. They needed that. They were the first team to go out in the last two games. 100 Thieves are going to be benefiting right after that as Waltzy's still alive.
Yeah, do Moist want to take this fight, or do they want to, I don't know, maybe take the evac tower after 100 Thieves do? It's a good way to make your rotation into this next circle, right? It doesn't matter, the out-of-bounds timer is on, but as long as you make it down, you won't box just in time. There we go, 5 seconds to spare, no worries. Someone else puts up a cat wall for them, I think.
Oh,
and with Opmus as well.
Oh, that was absolutely huge between the Arcstar and then Baxon getting the follow-up right afterwards, and they get the finish, so no reds coming up. Scurry fighting for his life right behind the bin. Vayne on the other side as well as Pricey, they don't see him. The bank smokes are helping him out on the other side of the rock.
I'm not sure what happened to the rest of the Moist members there. It seems like Pricey was the only one to make it across the wall, but as you said, oh, was that another one over there? Okay, either way, Moist are in an interesting position, while 100 Thieves do very well to get rid of Oxygen and maybe secure themselves a position behind this truck. Maybe.
Moist are just playing for their lives. They have not had the last few games work out in their favor. Yeah, you see Pricey, but Waltzy was on the other side. And
I am grass.
It was.
I am grass.
That was rough. Playing off the other side, they have no choice to take that evac tower. How else do you get to the other side, too, with that choke point being held by FC Destroyed? FaZe force their way into this building now. They are able to get.
Yeah, look, there's been teams taking, you know, the Northern Village for a long time here, but finally it's time for them to move out and keep going. Pricey does get found. Element 6, the ones we were talking about in Godspot for a very long time, they now have to deal with GO who want to move up. They actually get the kills. The crowd goes wild. Well done to E6, but now they've got the third party coming in from CR.
Huge for them. They are able to destroy the one team that they really have to worry about, but playing right outside the cat wall, they finish off E6. It's Crazy Raccoon that capitalized off of that fight, as well as the cat wall that Raz was able to put up to help them. But there's still another team up north, 4 squads left.
They do it so quickly, they barely need to use their
там, когда комментаторша говорила, что кому-то заруинили, да?
FC Destroy, they held the north of this show for the longest time. Other teams didn't want to rotate through them. We saw teams like 100 opting to evac tower over the top instead.
3 на 3? Не, не 3 на 3, это еще один способ.
FC Destroy.
А, сольник ныкается. Погоди, парку так не нашли? Или он? Не понимаю, кто здесь сольник. Походу он. А, соточка, да-да-да.
Crazy Raccoon.
Они что не увидят, по идее, зона идет.
No idea where he is. That's maybe why he doesn't want to pop that med kit if he even has one.
Because Crazy Raccoon don't have a seal. One of the only teams not to pick that up. The heartbeat sensor is not getting any use here when Onmu is right next to them.
Вот это звук.
Looking for back-to-back wins with great positioning. The only seer that is left in this lobby right now is Phonyhead. Everybody else, Newcastle, Watson, Crypto, all these cats now. Losing out on Phony though means, as I just said that, there is no more seer currently, and there's no more phase. Get out of here. 3 more squads left. FC Destroy, Crazy Raccoon, 103 thieves left with Onmu living with a dream.
CR must know there's a rat somewhere in this lobby looking around, but Onmu doing a much better job than Pricey of hiding. He doesn't move a muscle.
No way.
Oh my God.
No way. No
He's
way.
in the drone.
No
He's
way.
in the drone.
Onmu is a professional ranked player right now, and he is doing his best. Crazy Raccoon, I cannot believe this. Can you imagine Parka? Just like
ну, посмотрим.
You could almost call Onmu
Алло, он теперь в спине. Ну чё, был бы хардеки, он бы топ-1 взял, кстати.
Forget the scrims. It was my time. Parka falling incredibly low. Let's see how Onmu tries to play this, especially since he's so low on health.
Final ring starts closing in now. FC Destroy in the north. They kept it all to themselves and have slowly moved down. This has given them time and ultimates to make their next play. It means Panota is going to put down the castle wall on the high ground here. This is a great position for him to come in on top of Hammer Drill's bang ult.
Oh, playing around the double cat wall now, being unleashed. One of those cat walls has to be on here too. Huge thermite.
Ой, там прожарка лютая пошла.
Forced to be funneled. Gets the crack here. Where's the fall from the rest of FC Destroy? They don't want to try to give up the height too much here. Jumping right on top of the piercing spikes. Let's see, Pinote just going to hang out on the high ground. They do get the knock onto Parka.
Onmu is still alive at this point.
Let's see how they play this with Onmu. He's playing for his life on the outskirts. Love being able to tune into what he's doing here. He's got a shield cell. He's got a syringe to also work with. FC Destroy have no idea. They're too busy trying to deal with the fact that they have the advantage with the knock on the other side.
The interception pylon comes out and actually blocks out
don't see him.
Bang ult.
Onmu is a ghost. He's a ghost.
Как же он
right free because they know there's a rat, but they don't know where. Onmu's now moving in. Can 100 Thieves clutch this out? They see him. He gets the crack. 3 spots to left. He still gets the knock.
Хорошо.
Finally making his move. He knows he has to go in here. All the res. It's going to provide so much cover.
Нахуя ты пушишь? Армор слабный. В итоге топ-3. А тот чел гений, видите, переждал. Ну да, мог бы захилиться. Они, кстати, второй раз уже топ-1 берут. Они все на геймпадах, по-моему.
From waiting for the opportunity, but also talking about the fact that the counterplays were moving in at the very end right there, just waiting, noting that there's still 3 spots alive. You want to force yourself to get second. Onmu trying to do the same thing.
I mean, it's making me wonder if Onmu could have actually waited longer.
He could have.
Yeah, we saw him chasing down with 0 shields left, right? So it's I don't know. That's a long time to wait in a pro game. I applaud him for his patience to get that far.
The patience, and he did have meds, but wasn't trying to make noise. He had like 6 shield cells. I think he had only 1 syringe left at the very end right there. But talking about the back-to-back win for FC Destroy on World's Edge is beneficial. Look at them. Look, just another day at work, you know, nothing to look at here, but it's also the rotation. I know you're feeling something about this, Gino.
I just saw one of my favorite chats ever in a lobby, Vicky. It was Nocturnal saying, "Hey Noctum, did you enjoy my gift?" The parting gift. How kind of him.
Don't forget, if you're gonna go down, don't forget to grief other teams around you too. Take that as a lesson learned to bring it to your own Apex teams. Don't bring your teammates into this though. Man, what an amazing first set of games, Genome. FC Destroy taking 2, going back-to-back. Gambare Otosan as well for game number 1. That was beautiful.
Games and mind games, Vicky.
Gotta live rent-free sometimes when you try to pull a 300 IQ plays, even looking at the 100 Thieves side of things. Love to see the action that we had on World's Edge. We still got more action for you guys here for Groups B versus D. That's gonna be moving on to Storm Point on the other side of this break. Don't miss out on the action, because we got some more Apex Legends.
Пиздец. С улицы ветер подул. Блять, знаете, вот как баню открываешь, и в тебя горячий воздух окутывает. Вот то же самое. Что это такое? Ассист у Ранчеса? Да Ранчес ебет, 44. У него не ассист, у него гриндинг. Ну? Какие 22? Ты не понял, тебе что за ба... Да это мне здорово. Сделай погромче пацанов, пожалуйста. Не могу, это максимальная громкость. Увы. Не, могу громкость стрима, в принципе, поднять. Но потом напомните мне сделать тише.
3 games down, 3 more to go, but in the meantime, we have a chance here to welcome you back to the Copper Box Arena in London.
Но пацаны будут громкие.
Spit a little game, you know, that analysis game. This specific portion of analysis brought to you by PlayStation Tournaments. Big shout out to PlayStation Tournaments as well. They've been supporting the Apex esports scene for quite a while. Done some great work with them, and glad that they're sponsoring the segment, and glad that I've got 4 people, I guess I'm including myself, but 3 of the best to break down what we have seen so far on World's Edge, including Arcane's first time on the desk today alongside Tiff.
Дропсах есть все, кроме Апекса.
What a game. 2 wins. FC Destroy back-to-back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what an incredible set of games. I mean, in this lobby, we have some of the world's best fighting teams. We have a lot of activity going on all across the board. A lot of just clusters and pile-ups on edge that you expect to see from an aggressive playstyle.
And we'll dive into more.
Причем у меня аккаунты эти даже не привязаны.
Well, Tiff, though, just kind of impressive to see what they have put together. Having, as you had told me earlier, not the easiest road to even get here.
They definitely were challenged when it came to making Split 2 playoffs, and throughout their regular season, it took till that final, the regional finals. They had an 18-point day that put them up 2 positions to grab that 9th spot here. So with that being said, now they're in groups, they're on back-to-back wins. You've got to think about it this way, because they had lost one of their players, Umi-chan, actually playing for Fnatic here, who had, you know, they have to replace him somehow, so bringing in some new blood who had previously played for Flora. Now they're popping off. They figured things out.
Dia, some quick thoughts as well as we start to run some tape. I want you and then, of course, Cole to get your reaction on this. That final circle, it played so well. Not only are they introducing the new castle, but it's working. And this is maybe a direction of where we might see some more teams try to experiment.
Yeah, so something that APAC North has really looked comfortable on is the Newcastle, and FC Destroy, in a really funny way, had 2 wins that were almost exactly the same in nature. Just being able to hold on to the low ground and wait till a team inevitably had to drop on them from above.
Well, Dia, let me kind of go back to you. That's what we saw in our first set of 6 games with LG Chivas. They won 2 almost identical games. I mean, is it just the luck of the draw? This is how we start in these tournaments now?
It is, and in a way, for FC Destroy, I'd say that theirs has a little bit less to do with luck than LG's did in terms of
good point
rank
there.
pulls.
And you know what? Let's go into the in-depth aspect of how they pulled it off, because we got the final circle ready to go. Cole, I want your thoughts on this. Having been in this situation as a pro before, walk me through how they handled it and what you thought stood out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we can see here, FC Destroy really taking advantage of the Newcastle. They Newcastle ulted to height to try and control that space. Using that cover from the Newcastle ultimate, they just tried to control high ground, try to funnel these teams into each other. Meanwhile, the whole time we have Onmu with a master rat performance in the back, you know, just doing nothing, staying quiet, not getting engaged in the fight. But what a phenomenal back and forth we have here that Crazy Raccoon is even able to stay in this fight for this long. FC Destroy's on the height, maintaining high ground the whole time. Crazy Raccoon manages to hit a low ground rotate and regain height from them in the middle of the fight. Then what we have is, like Dia said, FC Destroy in a similar situation, playing the low ground, and Onmu tries to enter the fight. You know, solo third-party rat, tries to do his best to clean up, not much that he could do, and ultimately FC Destroy still manages to clinch it out, come out on top, just through, you know, sheer aggression and good playstyle, like revolving around each other, controlling space and not giving up free knocks.
How do you feel, and I'll talk to you about this as well, because you haven't used Newcastle, I would assume, in some of your recent competitions, but just that revive, those little moments that Pinatur eventually goes down, but he
А вот если бы Армор свапнул, вдруг, может, и забрал бы все.
Yeah, this is something that we actually saw from Alliance in EU as well. This playstyle of playing aggressive with the Newcastle ultimate, using it to control high ground, control off angles. It's really
Ой, на каком DPI сидишь, команда Sense.
I've seen APAC North really embrace that because they play it as well, and look, I mean, they're mastering it.
Well, take a look at this as well. This has resulted not only in a great game here, but 2 back-to-back good games. But Tiff, a 21-pointer, a performance like that, FC Destroy have to be feeling good going into the back half.
Нормально
That
потом.
was their second win of the day. It's only 3 games.
Хотя еще игра начнется, там уже и проверим.
Already hit a 20-plus point game. This is, you know, I don't want to say this yet, but this might be APAC North's land. This is a win for them.
Bold statement. Dia, I don't see you shaking your head though. I think a lot of us have been musing that could this be it?
I'm going to support Tiff's point here. It is looking increasingly like APAC North is, especially in end games, and RKN, I'd love to hear what you think of this, that their end game play has leveled up significantly from what we've seen. APAC North are able to make it consistently into end game circles that are not going down around the edge, but not only that, this control of the high ground that they have has become so much more academic since we last saw them in
был бы Кондей, было бы
Get that thought
замечательно.
as well over these match results and now the series results, RKN. Break that thought down that Dia just gave to you, but also the big picture of what we have after 3.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what we've been seeing so far this LAN event is, in fact, an APAC North strength, which is something that we've been looking for a while. I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. In the top 6, we have 4 APAC North teams. And to be honest, the games are looking clean. They're not even making a lot of mistakes. Whereas on the flip side of that, we're seeing teams like Noctum that are struggling maybe towards the bottom of the overall group leaderboard, still continuing to make decisions like taking contests that aren't currently working out for them. Will we see will we see South America teams continue to try and control their POIs or give up their pride, land somewhere else, and try to make the best of their games?
Да, сейчас Бобров группа. Они просто в топ-10 не входят. Стоп, 20 уже показали, да?
It can be misconstrued though as we don't care about getting that first place position, which I'm sure he doesn't quite mean. Your quick thoughts on that, Arcan? I kind of want to point from Tiff before we start heading this.
Yeah, I absolutely understand the concept of, you know, trying to take a more relaxed approach, but personally as a competitor, I feel like you can't win until you believe that you can win and you go out there every game and try to stay on top.
So you a little bit unsure of whether that is the approach that you would take, but it seems to be working for them at least a little bit right now, Tiff.
When I was an athlete, I was really upset when I lost. Second was never an option for me. I mean, Ricky Bobby once said, if you're not first, you're last.
And Ricky Bobby, I mean, that's one of the great minds of our time. Dia, you had a very cool approach to this too, about maybe more of the empathetic side of what it means to really take that approach just as an individual and release some of the tension from the expectation that the world has on you.
Yeah, as somebody, and I think we can all agree that really people that care about these players, even those out in the audience, yes, we want our players to win. We're really excited when they're able to take a victory, and we want to.
А так могло бы быть где-то 11, 12, они могли быть на 14 месте. Даже на 13 месте Фурия.
Nocturnals and X-Sets arc that is allowing them to take a little bit of that pressure off, not because it doesn't exist. It's ever present, but simply because they need a little bit of space emotionally to say it's okay not to get first in every lobby, even though we believe we're the best.
This is a great conversation. I also just want to highlight mental health, extremely important.
За кем следить можно? За Аврору.
Just for the people.
Они будут в следующем матче.
Our competitors, as you highlighted, that people have to make sure that they are
который после 4.
so they can go out and do their best.
Начинается. Если не задержит ничего, то в пол-5. Если задержит, то в пол-6.
Favor today. We'll see if they can keep it up though, and let us know how you feel at home, who is performing or maybe not performing up to expectations, but we really want to know the stars when it comes to our Monster Energy MVP. You're going to have a chance to use hashtags and the player name of anyone that you feel has been extra special this tournament. At the end, we will be using your votes to tally our Monster Energy MVP, and that will obviously be a very special award that we'll be able to give off. I believe Imperial Hal got that one last time, and we had a special interview with him at the end. All right, all fun and games here at our little halftime. We're about to get into game 4 through 6, switch maps, and all that good stuff. But right now, we've got Guy Blaze standing by with 100 Thieves.
Thank you so much, Rain. I got Anmu with me from 100 Thieves out there. Hey, make some noise for him, everybody, and blow it up in the chat. Now, Anmu, I just got done watching y'all last few games, but my first question is just, how you doing here, okay? You're in beautiful London. Hopefully all the jet lag is gone, and you out there getting a good meal in every day for those calories out here to make sure you guys out here playing great.
I mean, I'm doing great. It's great to be back in London. We didn't perform as great as we wanted to the last time, so just kind of happy to be back and basically redeem ourselves.
Nice, nice. Now, talk to me about how you guys have been playing, because you guys got 2 days of matches in, a day and a half of matches in so far. Tell me about how the team's feeling.
Day 1 was great, honestly. There was a couple minor mistakes that we had, but the energy was there, communication was there. You even got Scurry talking a lot. I mean, anyone that watched us online, sometimes Scurry's a little quiet, but that man was even yelling, so it was great.
Yo, we love that, okay? Putting his whole heart into it. Now, after watching that first set of you guys playing on World's Edge, you got into a lot of big fights against the APAC teams out there. Talk to me about how it's been playing that competition and the differences of playing that versus NA.
Играть бы умел, подался.
I mean, honestly, you guys might not like me,
то вряд ли.
but you know, I think NA is a little bit harder.
Таким киберспортом риски большие.
Shoot a little bit more accurate, probably because you know we got a lot more thumbs over there. But it's great just to be back here fighting the whole world rather than just one region.
Hey, it's a World League for a reason here, a global series at Apex. Now, lastly, you know, what do you want to say out there to the fans that support 100 Thieves back in LA, in the States, out here in Europe, and all around the world?
Obviously, for all the 100 Thieves fans in the crowd, thank you guys for showing up. All the 100 Thieves fans at home, obviously, thank you for supporting us, waking up early. It's like 6 a.m. back in the U.S., so we appreciate all you guys, and thanks for your support.
All right, you got it from me and 100 Thieves here in the booth. I'm gonna let them get ready for Storm. That does it for us. Casters, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And honestly, hearing such positive energy coming from the 100 Thieves camp, they're doing really well here. And, you know, they actually didn't make that finals lobby in Split 1 playoff, so they really need to lock it in, and they're doing just that, Dia.
Exactly. So I actually spoke to the coach of 100 Thieves this morning, and they were saying how confident they were feeling going into today, and not because their results had been as expected, but because of the preparation that they had put into the event, a big part of this comes down to trusting in the past couple months that you've had, the scrims, the game plans that you've prepared, and as of right now, 100 Thieves aren't faltering from what they've set up.
That's super important. You have a game plan, and you do need to be adaptable, of course.
Играть не умеешь? Ну, на уровне киберспорта я не умею играть.
You know, we think about this. They have command center on Storm Point, and they had been landing there a ton.
Я в дуэлях ни одного прошника не перестреляю, ты чё?
I'm not sure about this entirely, but I was told they were considering giving it up because of the way that the contest had been going. It's very difficult to hold on to a POI, especially like Command Center, when it relies so heavily on a picture-perfect jump. We may see 100 Thieves shifting things around, specifically in this case, on this matchup.
Ooh, well, I can't wait, but let's take a look at kind of how we got here. We're coming off of World's Edge, and it's APAC North Day. Gombere, Otosan, FC Destroy, back-to-back winners. Who will take charge in the final 3 maps of this series, or will APAC North continue to show up? We're thinking a lot about these end games and approaching them, but APAC North takes those end games with a lot of shotgun energy. The Prowler, usually in the hands of other regions, was the primary weapon of choice in Ring 6, but we saw a PK shot NGO in map number 1.
Чуть-чуть лучше знал полгода назад.
And over again, and it was so beautiful.
Я дуалинга прям использовал, сидел там, учил. Кайфовал от процесса, прям даже чувствовал, что речитатив и правильность постановки. Точнее, использование более правильных слов. Прокачивал, украшал мой скилл английского. АТС, что ли? 4К плюс у Таска. Судя по кнопкам.
Different iterations of that legend composition. That third legend, we've seen Bangalore, we've seen Valkyrie, we've seen Seer. It's been getting crazy.
It has, and very different uses of these legends as well. Take a look at the map. This is going to be, I'll say, the teaser for what we're seeing. We have the contest 100 Thieves Moist that we talked about over in Command Center, something that may, in fact, not be happening, and as another potential.
А с кем, интересно, бобры контестили, что они свалили потом? У них же на скримах контест был постоянно.
I don't know what that means. It's kind of, we saw Pulverex being so sneaky early on and just smiling yesterday, but a smile in exit?
Ну, от Сибири до нас еще долго идти. Ваши погоди. Не факт, что дойдет.
Just with a map of the game in front of him, just like swirling his finger around, determining where Noctem would be dropping. It's already been a big thing on World's Edge, but especially in Storm Point. And with the start that LG had earlier yesterday on this map, it's important to determine...
А кто с нами контестится? А хуй знает, кто хочет. Ну, кстати, да. Кто хочет по одному подходи, бля. Я твою сторону заберу. Че, что пин забираю тоже? Ой, не бина, этот...
Ряд боевой.
Я заберу? Я заберу, наверное. Окей. Или ты хочешь? Я бы забрал. Давай, забирай. Давай, заберу. Ну-ка, смотрите, летят? Нет. Вообще никого? Но. Когда я пошел. А Ридлы есть? А Ридлы, кстати, не вижу. Да, вижу. Где они? Они... Двое на пауках, один на деревне. Хочешь деревню разъебать, хочешь сказать? А где деревня? А ты хочешь разъебать деревню? А я его не вижу. Я вижу, вот он, да. Он на маркет стал. А давай ёбнем его. Давай. Ладно, давай потом. Давай заморим, потом. Окей. Он увидел нахуй, ты это.
Че, лучше звук стал? Это максимальная кнопка.
Я сделал это снова. Так, еще на
Кто там за звук спрашивал?
Окей.
Погромче. Нормально теперь? О, Нелли. Ты говорила.
Пришли, да? Ага. У меня боль пока.
Это прям максималка, которую максимально максимал. Могу еще бас-буст-то навалить. Вроде этого достаточно.
Бэкпак.
Перегруз чутка. Перегруза не может быть, я просто просто.
Да нет, вроде. Я шарик забрал. Окей. Тут уже на машине.
Там просто свет дышит.
Бля, у меня скаут
Ой,
и
Свят,
мульт.
таск дышит
Хватит
микрофон.
шнурок, как минимум. Это каскада, походу, зона.
У меня флэткар пока что.
Окей, Ева. Так, праулер найдите, я все на второй и стабилу. О, синий балик.
Ебать, Лёва, это ничего чуть-чуть.
А что так? Громко?
Прям
нахуй?
очень сильно задуваешь, да.
Да?
Спасибо, спасибо, Кирилл.
Опа, скопчик. Машину слышу.
Car SMG here.
Кар.
У меня вольт. Они, походу, в МС приехали, пацаны. Правлер. Шарик. Заберу правлер. Это кто пауков сломает? Я ломаю. Я ломаю. Понял. Тут троечка есть, забрать? Да, забери. У меня батик, я сейчас отметил, сегодня есть.
Так, где именно?
Вот в этом доме. На втором этаже.
Ага, заберу.
Слышь, я хэви макс третий заскачиваю кого-то. Нужен?
Могу забрать. У меня это второй, третий.
Car SMG here.
Еще кар.
У меня вольт, я с альтом.
Не, забей, слышишь, не надо больше.
Хэви макс не нужен?
Хуя, у него обвес еще был.
Ответ нужен? Тоже не нужен, наверное. Не нужен. За кем-то приехать или нет? Может, за мной, наверное.
Перпл лазер, да?
Перпл тут забирай сразу, Свят. Отдай, можешь, Кирюхе синий. На, синий Кирюх.
Не, поехали
Окей. Так, что там, 3х скидывай нахуй? Да, давай.
Слышишь, Лев, бери перпл, я с голдой сыграю.
Бля, я уже этот, давай потом помеемся. Я за энергомагом и за праулером.
А жижа надо забрать еще, слышишь, мы не забрали жижи.
Заберете? Да, наверное, да, забираю. Лучше. Я заберу левую, Кирюх, ты заберешь правую?
Я подлутаю чуть, у меня
окей, левый правый забираю. У меня вольтит и скаут, окей?
Не мизи до кар.
Все будет на мизи до праулер, как обычно. Не слышу, чтобы они закрывали. Я могу скан ебать тут.
Давай, он мне нужен будет, давай.
С 2х или... А, не надо, у меня же 3х. Сканю.
По 5 вошли?
Оформили все-таки.
Ну, с конца разве что, на 17 месте.
Да, а ты случайно не под нас? А, это под нас было, блядь, походу. Смотри, а тут занимают, типа, и будут стоят, и дом забрали.
Не, это чекпоинт.
Окей.
Вы гляньте, сколько сходов на чекпоинте.
А чем эти тогда забрали?
Садись, Лёв.
А вот это? Окей. Верю тебе.
Надо будет вот сюда и под чекпоинт попасть, скорее всего, я думаю.
Окей. У меня полган и боль. Понял. Я ухожу. Ебать меня разворачивает. Ебать,
я тачку, слышишь, подъем.
Окей. Да, я так, короче, так и остаюсь. Кирилл, зайдешь? Надо перпл тебе дать.
Ага. Ты не постреляешь с энергией?
Я постреляю с энергией. Я тоже постреляю с энергией. Ебать, вот с одной бомбы своих убивает.
Как я проводил, кары здесь.
Нет, кар не убивает. Я 4.
Того убил, подавал.
Это музыка в АМС такая?
Предпоследняя.
Последняя.
Тоже 5.
Йоу, welcome. А как узнать, чьи тут только палочки, блядь? Ебать, реально. Это не походу, блядь. Тут это хуйня.
Дать вам большие банки, пацаны, мне не надо.
Я могу взять.
На 2.
Я посмотрю, что тут есть.
Я маленькие собираю.
Никого рядом не вижу. Не было сосиски третьей? Не видел. У меня вторая самого.
У нас еще скан на миле, просканим еще.
Открываю?
Открываю, да.
Куда летим? Под мил?
Да.
Окей. Я под горку лечу. Тут нету драконов? Вот эти были, если что.
Ага, надо начекать, сможем ли мы засканить.
А дальше 17
застройка дома, походу, ребят.
или 19.
Застройка дома?
Внизу? Да.
Да фулс. Потом посмотрим.
Какой? Мы можем это
У них вообще даже 2 матча.
Я дрон сломал, они без дрона.
Давайте 40 секунд.
Ты вообще никакой погоды не делай, на никаком месте ничего.
Да. Если я не ошибся, каталист Ватсон.
Тем более, когда ты знаешь, когда 2 игры они
Для
бегают.
лайтов бы, сука, я лайты не нашел. Надо было с лайтов еще. Там 2 синих бадика, как минимум, ребят. А одного перпл. И у меня двойные еды. А если рядом складов нет, то как будто бы...
Еще лайты.
Можно их запушить,
И
нет?
Сурик.
Окей, можно. Надо кому...
Да, ну как? Можно, но как?
Взорвать двери и на второй этаж ульту Horizon, и мы убиваем их. Сюрик только если тебе надо забрать Лева, скорее всего, вот этот еще один. А у меня 2 сюрика. Окей, у меня тоже сюрик есть. Но нам главное, типа...
Я вот с этого камня могу им окно раздрочить.
Да, можно. Один с первого вообще пикает?
Надо криптодрона сломать.
Видите зону?
Да, нам бы разъебать их, слышите, нам бы разъебать их.
Че, подслаживаем?
Дрона надо сломать и потом.
Его не сломаете?
Где он? Надо вместе.
32, один хит ему дать, один хит, пацаны. Сломали?
Ага, даю на не смог.
Ты со мной второй этаж запушит на крышу?
Вы вдвоем сейчас.
Я с тобой пойду. Погодите. Тут чел стоит АФК. Синарм, я сейчас приду к вам.
Криптокрак, крипто одно.
Одно хп, чел. Я ультую, пацаны. Давай.
Нет,
Я дал кушку, на ХГ забираю.
Я с первого думаю зайду.
Давай.
Я сломаю.
Один на первом. Я даю ульту. Блядь, они закрыли. Сейчас убью, подождите, вот я сейчас убью.
Они всем дали.
Они всем кудали.
Подождите,
я
собака
все равно нокну типа сейчас. Понимаю. Стой. Катализис, стой. Понимаю. Понял, я тоже смотрел. Сейчас возможно сперва тоже запустит, ребят. Первый этаж, смотрите вместе.
Не торопитесь, они все кнопки отдали.
Я кушку даю, слышите?
Мы стянули под дохуя народу. Давайте отойдем чуть-чуть пока. Давай. Там посмотрим, что происходит. Сейчас по второй волне пойдем.
Ага, их только гранат больше нет. Я второй этаж смотрю вам, ребят.
Водный, да.
Один первый пикает, первый кряк, крипта. Понимаю.
У них одна жижа тут была, я сломал.
Ага. Где Сюрик? А, вот не да, вижу.
Что, вы готовы?
Я готов. Да.
Вы можете со второго подставку. Вот эту хуйню, главное, сломайте.
Кушка 5 секунд, можно подождать. Окей.
И Ватсона у них нету пока.
И мы со второго заходимся, понял? Да, подожди, дай я только с балкона пикну. С балкона пикай и со второго вместе. Слышишь, я наезжу. Давай. Я наезжал дверь. Готов.
Ебать шипы кривые.
На меня падаешь? Давай. Падай. И сам.
Я тут это сюрики не могу.
Давай.
Крипто 130.
Понимаю. Ты ломаешь дверь?
Вы можете,
я
пацаны.
на первом.
Окей, давай.
Понимаю. Хорошо.
Ага, Валька, готов.
Хилимся. Кушка 8 секунд, через 8 секунд. Кушка 5, пацаны. Погодите, 5 секунд, подожди.
Я через первый даю.
3, 2, 1. Помогайте! Убейте! Белый,
резай.
Лучше! Лучше!
У меня га.
Найс. Хилюсь.
Ты забрал?
Вадик, у меня заберешь красный? Я красный хилю. Я хилюсь. Никого нету вроде.
И надо сейчас шире играть, забрать тут все.
Да. Залутайтесь, я феникс дропаю, может кому нужен. Слайпик залутай.
Я пошел на кавер.
Давай. Я лутаюсь еще, пацаны. Я, короче, все буду. Иду к вам.
Мне кажется, Свету специально такой микрофон сделали, чтобы он его и слышно было, но и не захлебывался. Они прям знали, кому микрофон дают.
Пока рано.
Не дай подождем. Я кушку даю. Да, кидай.
Заебись,
если слышишь, как я
Да, вижу. У нас нет кнопок, чуть что.
А мы можем попокать,
я чуть-чуть подлутаю. Вы можете сбрить одновременно?
Нет, одновременно вряд ли. Можем, слышишься? Подожди меня. А я не вижу. Они справа могут быть. Они где-то будут, скорее всего. Вижу, вот он смотрит. Готов? Раз, два. Нет. Бля, раз, два, я хотел... Третий не был, блядь.
Я не хочу мост этот давать.
А если вот этот дом фри, может его заберем? Если зон туда сейчас прокнет,
там есть челы, там были челы.
Я просто сейчас не вижу никого, там двери закрыты, и киталисты нету.
Погоди, давай посмотрим зону.
Окей, я жду. Тут жаба тейкнута.
Тут файтится, по-моему, с этой стороны. Давай, наверное, насканивай.
Окей.
По-моему, там разъебывают прямо сейчас. Чуть что шар даем и летим.
Я сделал это снова. Бля, реально пиздец, да-да-да. Я скан, кавер, отверху, Лёва, смотри мне 150, Лёва, смотри мне 150. Я смотрю, все нормально. У Лёвы кушки нету, Лёва кушку отдал только что. Дом реально блядь, слушайте, сейчас мы... Пошли, машину пригоним. Да-да-да, го, садитесь.
Машины помешают потом.
Да похуй. За дом ее просто поставьте, водопад поставим, пацаны. Да просто так. Нет, похуй. Стой, фюрики есть? Нет. Мы стакнем, если что их. Короче, смотрите, у нас потом план, мы можем по сайт выходить и собирать все фраги, окей?
Да.
Вот надо посмотреть, надо с пауков, можем с пауков вдвоем играть. Давайте я поиграю с пауков, у меня просто есть скаут.
Ты один посмотришь там? Ты один заебись там посмотришь?
Так нам нужно вдвоем.
Окей, я тогда дом держу, хотите так?
Окей, давайте сделаем так. Клёво, мы не нокаемся, сразу никого не
Вы уверены, что по персонажам такой разброс сделать?
Я думаю, да, мы нам спаки не нужны, потому что мы только от себя играем. Где? Дай метку. У второго чела. Один сзади, там Horizon.
Понимаю.
Играй чуть ближе сюда, чтобы форсить типов, пушить ближе и их будет бэкстебать. Понял? Окей?
Вы тут Цюрик не забрали.
Черт,
у меня 3 нейды, и у вас тоже нейды должны быть, пацаны.
Да. Кракнул пацан,
еще флэш. Сколько у тебя нейд?
У меня 0.
Забери, пожалуйста,
Цюрик себе нужно забрать. Нет, не неси, Лёва заберет сам.
На, еще один.
Они, может, тоже сканить будут, кстати. Сейчас я посмотрю. Нет, не сканят пока.
Я взял твои патрики.
Понимаю. На ХГ стоит осторожно? Да. Еще на ХГ залез один. Упал. Понимаю. Я хилюсь.
Вот тут каталист Ватсон, кстати, играет.
Как же он суперглайд.
Подходит, подошел. Кракнул.
Слышите, тут когда застакаются, нам будут помогать.
Мы бэкаем чуток.
Смотрите, чтобы вас спину вот эти не разъебали. Я их не вижу. Я просто стою на доме, чтобы его не забрали. Блядь, нихуя не там.
Все норм. Есть Феникс?
Нет,
да, есть. Дайте Феникс. Дропнул.
С дома тогда уже и смотрим.
Да, с дома. Нас уже вверх помогать сейчас будет, потому что... Только смоки не давай, окей? Да. Если ты дашь смоки, то сверху вообще не прикроет.
Не буду, у меня нету диктула.
Возможно, близко подошли уже. Они если близко подойдут, их видите, разделят все остальные.
Вот они.
Видишь близко?
Да, каталисты там.
Близко.
Они под стенку будут пушить нас.
Они, наверное, будут эту руму забирать. Готовь ульту, Лёва. Понимаю.
Ага. Только не сразу, наверное, ее сливать. Слышишь?
Да,
не
как
сразу.
зайдут внутрь. Или как двери подойдут.
Надо, чтобы закончилась стенка, и чтобы у них не было возможности уйти. У них есть харза, да, вы говорили?
Да.
Они тогда нас первыми зажимать будут. Наверное, надо все-таки первыми вдавливать. Еще найда лежит.
Я заберу. Они не идут ближе.
Они пойдут к нам потом. Типа 100% они нас хотят.
Я резы пока выбиваю с ним. Давай. Я мариную скан.
Большие нужны будут, скажете.
Окей.
Что вдруг, можешь посмотреть?
Не могу. All-Star снова, блядь. Одни All-Star нападают. Бля, левые запить. Или где нахуй?
Пацаны, подумайте все, что могут сделать эти
человеки. Они, возможно, сейчас пойдут подсасывать, мы можем бэкстейнуть их.
Нет,
они смотрят глаза по КТ. Может, один человек все-таки смотрит, не? Мы не знаем.
Стиль какой-то ебаный. У нас нет зоны, но потом водопад.
Лева СМР все продолжает наваливать.
Да. А Лева Саня? И Лева Саня уже. Слышь, они точно смотрят, блядь? Да, вот Сира кушку дал мне. Я без кушки. Понимаю. Ну я только его, кстати, вижу, без шуток.
Мы не сможем водопад играть.
Бля, почему не сможем?
Вот тут опен.
А тут не пикнуть.
Ты уверен?
Так мы же до этого, когда играли,
11 складов, ты видишь ремейн?
Да.
Кто уверен, что они пикнут?
Да. Они будут пушить, ребят. Сколько смотрит вас, скажите? Никто не смотрит больше, слышите? Они, походу, пошли подсасывать, пойдем подсасывать, минута.
Кого подсасывать пошли?
Вот эту сторону.
Посмотрим.
Думаешь? Я не вижу никого, они ушли дальше, флука, они дерутся. Понял.
Давай спину.
Погодите меня.
Постарайтесь ульты засейвить, нам они понадобятся. Да. Возможно.
Вместе. Все делаем вместе, блядь. Да, иду вперед. Нок, 40 секунд, размен. Ульта скатится, нет?
Старайся, нет.
Я буду стрелять сейчас, пацаны. Жаба, стрелять. Я не вижу их. Давайте добьем. Вот тут. Давай. Я поправлю, пацаны, я поправлю. Еще одна сама, Вася на то, пацаны, убивайте Вася на то! И Вася на то здесь! Вася вот! Сейчас забьем! Убили? Лучше, Банни, Ресалка есть? Вам надо бежать сразу, да. Бежите. Дал шарик, возможно, на шарике. Нет, беги сразу, Лёва. Окей. Кирюх, бежишь? Да, я за тобой прям. Точно бигана не было ни у кого? Не было у нас. Он у тебя был. Блять. Это не мог уже, на самом деле. Шарик есть? 60 штук. Бля, Кирюх, надо было ульту там сдать, похуй. Не, это easy fight был. Не, мне ульту надо было сдать, у меня ульту не было, у меня дичь была, ничего не было. Сейчас выебем, подожди. Выебем. Слышь, давай на тачке, давай тачки поставим как сейф. Думаешь? А вы проедете, поняли? Да, не, походу. Ставь одну. Я пройду просто так. Одна мало. Вас все топово. Справа нет, направо, Лёва, там направо сейф от левого. Нам надо будет подсасывать. А ты вообще никак не резнешь, да? Чувак, нет мобилки. Не, погоди. Да. Резни. Резни прямо сейчас, давай. Вот здесь слева. Дай ему смог на кушку. Давай. Ты можешь заклампиться? Да, они пока стреляют. Давай смог на эту хуйню. Можно резать. Драгнись только. Идут, слышите, дом право, да. Я посмотрю. Лево есть? Если ноги будут справа, надо подсосать право, пацаны, 100% Понимаю. Есть ноги справа? Не вижу. Есть смог? А есть смог на резалку? Смог на резалку есть? Я тут еще играю. Давай, Давай. Они, походу, продолжают забив. Сейчас начнут дальше. И потом на шарике вылетим, найдем все спот. Нету шарика, я проебал. А у меня есть. Окей, понял. Надо готовиться подсасывать. Бля, надо готовиться ебать левую сторону тогда. Да. Они не ждут. Давайте это, вот сюда заберемся и бэкстепнем их нахуй. Они вообще тут? Они не ушли? Вообще нет. Да, есть. Деня, бежи. Я сам готов давать, готов? Я учу еще. Я кирю. Это походу нет, двойки нет. Понимаю? Флип на одно. Я хилюсь. Он краснулся, блядь. Вот это, блядь, пацаны. Ну, у меня клаймп начал ебаный работать. Нормально, хороший, похуй. Заебись, пацаны, полжидуки, последние еще 2 игры же берем. Пиздец, у нас щет на хп. Да, он пиздец одной, я ему и там 40 и 50 флэш дал уже. Ой, 15 флэш. Все, заебись. Вот так вот ебашим просто. Видим цель, не видим стен, ебаный рот. Ну, правда, я на серии не могу сосу. Ого, можно встать? Не, нельзя, пока играю.
Нормально. Набирает обороты, у них еще один матч будет. Помимо 2 карт.
Я делал это снова. Супер снова. От кого ты хп потерял, Селёк? Где? От крипта. Да, от крипта. Или погоди, сейчас посмотрю. От крипта ты потерял хп. Тури мне дал 63. Кайнда. Не, вот эти скоты разъебали. Киарка. А ты не посмотрел? Просто там Крипто не мог разъебать его. Не, я видел, что впритык только Крипто стрелял. Но Крипто по мне хуярил. Нормально. Но и мне там влетать все равно надо было. У меня только белый бадик. Я там сделал все, что мог. Вот, наверное, конечно, лучше пострелять по последнему, но не факт. Пули погасил, как я танцевать начал, охуел, что ли? Ебать, у меня флотлайн, смотрите, какой флотлайн у меня нахуй. Усовершенствованный скоп, ебать. Вообще нету, ебать, что за хуйня? Сделал это снова. Сколько поинтов мы набрали? То есть топ-7 это 2 или 3 поинта? 3. 9 поинтов? Нормально. Сейчас следующий 9, 18 и 18 на 2. Сколько? Правильно, 36. Ебать, они просто в стену настреляли нормально. На нахуй. Ебать, они зафармили, сколько они? 3-5-3, нормально. После этой игры можно спеть песню. It's a bombastic, it's a fantastic. Она просто... Ебать, прыгает. Не.
Прям до конца. Они еще и выиграли, блядь.
Ебать, там крипто нокнули, и в эту секунду же он поднялся.
Вот на это смотришь и думаешь, сука, они могли топ-1 взять, если не закрыть.
Где-то 8. 7 было? 7?
Обидно.
You had to take down North Eption by gatekeeping them. You had to go through the Fire Beavers, but you think about that 1v1 that was taken on with the Fire Beavers, right? You're going against
9-27. Ебать разница.
And the only thing that keeps you alive in that moment is someone taking
Было бы 34. Ебать, они бы поднялись. Они бы топ-4 были бы. Ой, какие.
The entire move into checkpoint was so awkward for our teams. And the fact that 100 Thieves landed there at the start, the fact that they changed
Не, ну они бы пятые точно были бы. Если топ-1 сейчас взяли.
Look, and I mean, look, it's match 4. We had 3 winners from APAC North. We've got 1
На победка, да.
The group stages have been
Мы за ценой не постоим.
here this morning. And you have to think this is just the first series of the day. We will have 2 more group stage matchups. Set of 6 coming up, another set of 6. So much Apex Legends action. You know, honestly, Dia, I'm thinking about this. Maybe in one of the breaks, we can just go hop on a PC, maybe hit the firing range.
My lord, I like after watching so much good Apex Legends, it would be like watching somebody deadlift like 1,000 pounds and then trying to do anything myself just feels. I may as well just be watching them, you know? Like,
we're talking about our deadlifts, 1,000 pounds, little strongman competition out there, and you're like, Dia, what, okay, you know what, I over here for Apex, what's your deadlift, man?
I haven't deadlifted in a long time.
All right, we're gonna get you in the dim, we'll get you in deadlifts. Yushako, Hiarka, they're taking photos, they've gotta feel good after that victory. Our match 4 winners on your screen. Honestly, I have that same mouse. I love the utilization of the Logitech G Pro Wireless. It's a really fun one.
Now, with our review of the final circle, we're going to get a chance at how Entropic managed this. It was a really good job from them to control a large amount of space, much like 100 Thieves were doing on the high ground, except for this time, they had this nice access point into the mass exodus from the low ground buildings.
I always like to call it the Great Migration when you have a bunch of teams on one side, but KCP was on the underground, Element 6 was inside the building, and I think KCP was trying to wait for E6 to leave, but unfortunately had a couple members go down to the ring. But Entropic, you were saying 100 Thieves had a game of space. Entropic is so well covered over here. They are just playing this hill, and they are controlling the entire west side.
And we saw this shift the game for Ganbareoto-san earlier in the day as well. It was, I believe, in the first game of the day where they ended up pulling up a win. Watson gets you alive because these fences are destructible, and yet when teams see them, even like 100 Thieves going up against Entropic in the end here, you don't want to push up into a Watson fence. It looks annoying to deal with. It's better to go up against other teams because of the small investment and perhaps deadly nature of Watson. So Entropic, simply by putting up fences and announcing their presence, walk away with a 27-point game. 15 kills for their activity in this one.
That is massive, and now I cannot wait to see the series results. 100 Thieves only able to pick up 1 elimination from that final circle. E6 grabbing 2 despite the lack of ammo, despite an unfavorable position pool in that last game. But FaZe, 8 eliminations. You know, they had a rather slow start in their first game series, but it's starting to seem like things are connecting.
It is, and I like that they were able to survive for as long as they will. This game should have been a lot harder for FaZe. They had several all-right positions that were converted into being able to survive into the next ring during mass exoduses because of things like evac towers and ultimately the catalyst wall that gave them a little bit more time taking the fight up against E6.
Oh, this was a tough one. LG Chivas just outside the top 10. one placement point, and you have to think they didn't even have to contest for fish farms. That should have been a good chunk for them, right? With Noctum going wall, now that would have been a good game. We'll have to see them pick it up a little bit on the latter half of this series. Moist, I'm expecting big moves from them as well as Furia. They're able to grab 4 eliminations before taking on that fight with Exet, with FaZe, with Blackhand. That was horrible.
And our jump into Storm Point, it's been tough. The adjustment coming out of World's Edge catches a lot of teams off guard, and in this particular case, a squad like Exet does get pushed back a little bit, where they may not be feel themselves nearly as much. Now, LG, that's a very different story, and it's a storyline that I want to track because of how strong their Storm Point was at the beginning of the tournament. Now, as we continue to shift away, as zones don't pull over towards the shipfall antenna area anymore, we're seeing a lot of variation out of LG.
Let's check out the series results. FC Destroy are 2 map winners thus far in this series, still able to maintain that top position with 52 points, but 100 Thieves very consistent with 39, but after that massive game from Entropic, now sitting in the top 3. And despite FaZe getting into that kind of cluster that I was talking about, that horrible little mess that happened in that mid-game, able to maintain in the top 5. NXet going out early in that as well, rounding out the top 5.
Now, Gunbar North Eption and Crazy Raccoon all sitting right next to each other. Crazy Raccoon actually notably able to pull up with another decent performance coming out of last round. And
Аврора позже играет. 2 матча еще остается. 2 игры. Блять, я вот заебываюсь постоянно. Матчи, игры, игры, матчи, сука. Как, блять, это разделить? Ладно, будет группа. Следующая группа после 2 стоп. И 1 матча. Жарко. Старт. Да, только 1 карта сыграна. Еще 2. Ой. И там еще перерыв будет, короче, час. Не, кстати, возможно, успевает ложиться. 4:30 будет Аврора. Ну, либо в 5, я думаю, надеюсь, в самый край.
Let's go.
Let's go.
That was a sick game, dude.
А вот и 2-й дроп залутали. Тут есть стартаны весь АЛГС. Да. Какая победная? Ой, надеюсь, сводка случайно не включится. А то такое увидите. Кто-то Матафи сделал урон? Минимальный, 16. Пиздёж. Это весь урон команды. Ладно, это весь урон за всю его карьеру. Я команду сразу булю. Во сколько старт? Когда начнут, тогда и старт. Может, есть инфографика турнира текущая? Ну, да, я показываю уже. На Battlefly смотрите.
Monster Energy,
Да, это
the
не
official
меняет.
energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Блять, сейчас бы скинул. А что, им тоже полезно будет?
Live from the Copper Box Arena here in London, it is ALGS Split 2 playoffs. Make some noise! You know, I see you all out there. I see a lot of Fire Beavers fans up in the crowd on the second level. This is what I love to see. We got a whole crew out there for Vex gearing up to see them later. Their powerhouse mess goes so wild, bro. They're always like, Vex, Vex, feeling Vex. Well, get excited. I hope you're prepping.
It's get Vex,
Oh,
right?
is it get Vex? I thought it was I'm feeling Vex.
It might be feeling vexed. Earlier today, I was watching a Vex fight and going, "Is this what it feels like to get vexed? Is that what getting vexed is?" And well, we're continuing to sort it out. So I'll keep you guys updated as to how vexed ends up, say, defining the term. But as we move into this match, it's our second on Storm Point of the day. Checkpoint was our first one, and for a lot of teams that had tough performances there, I'm willing to write it off. Checkpoint is an extraordinarily difficult POI to make your way into. There's a bunch of high ground to contend with, even if you're not approaching from North Pad. Walking in through the low ground tunnel or through spider caves, I mean, what are you supposed to do if you're late rotating?
I don't know, man. That 50-50, though, let's go ahead and jump back to that. We'll talk about that a little bit more, because you think about splitting the high ground at Checkpoint. There's usually just a couple paths, right? You can jump down to spiders, rotate out to the IMC Armory, similarly to what we had witnessed from ATH. But do you think that they're going to run that back again, or will they choose somewhere else to land?
100 Thieves stay. They, for all intents and purposes, actually won that contest. ATH had to leave. They ended up relocating to the IMC Armory. It may feel bad to split loot at the beginning, but the passive play from ATH did them no favors if they were planning on holding on to Checkpoint. My guess is that they're planning to shift drop spots already moving into the next round.
Ooh, check that out. Riddle win, Crazy Raccoon. I see another NTH win sign over there on the left side. Hold those signs up, because I do want to see an NTH win. Maybe another Riddle one and a Crazy Raccoon one would be good.
There's our Noctem lads.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little bit of support for the X factor of the lobby. There's the North Eption that you were talking about earlier, and Newcastle didn't really get to show their strength in this particular matchup, though I would have really liked to see it.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
If you say Newcastle, I immediately think Тогда. And that is Тогда is the Newcastle for North.
Не понял, что там за стоп-кадр был? Отношения выясняли?
The way that he approaches it, and I've seen him play so many different legends, excels on Bangalore, but when that switch came to Newcastle and being able to adapt to that, because we talk about good support legends, if you can play and position that shield, win a dish, like you have to say, all right, I got my wall here, I can factor it in, you can shield, but you can also use that shield to walk up on a player and be, you talked about it earlier, a lot more aggressive with Newcastle's package.
Yeah, the best part about North Eption, the way they're playing Newcastle, is that they're not using him as a budget Gibraltar and being like, all right, well, we can do half of what Rampart can do and half of what we can do and see if this works. They're using Newcastle as a off-tank bruiser flanker. It's just like
Первый день такая же плотная была.
But Taito will do his own thing until the time that he has to group up. The mobility of Newcastle with his ultimate, his flexibility.
О, пойду коврик постираю, а то увидел у этого тиммейта.
Has been invaluable to North Eption's performance.
Ooh, while we get into our match number 5, let's
Меня вот что-то вдохновило.
result damage assist. That's pretty insane. You shot go 5 kills, 4 assists.
Один хрен собираться 200 лет будет. Хотя, какой 200 лет?
Obviously going to stand back a little bit further, so not as much damage, but 11 assists.
And there's a reason that we were calling out Thorfinn here as well. Finishing a lot of kills with the 30-30. He's got big chunks, and the single fire of the 30-30 allows him to clean up a lot.
Понял. Сейчас бобров дождусь, тогда включу вам сцену.
We drop onto Worlds. Ooh, we drop onto Storm.
Моровки ненавижу небольшие.
Let's see how this one goes. Is already ATH start heading towards Checkpoint one more time. I thought they were going to give it up. Let's see how they fight for it.
ATH taking on 100 Thieves, and you can see where they have specifically landed. Just a little bit split. Scurry going to hop on the ground lift, reunite with the team, knowing that they are contested. You want to kind of death ball up together, find a weapon, and get oh, but Vaxlon, he's like, oh, no, I took some damage. I want to back away, heal, but he's not going to be able to get over there just like we saw happen.
Pretty busy in the smoke. Well, KCP, they get busy themselves. We've seen Noctum show up here before, but they at least had another squad to work with. This time, the Pioneers take the engagement with Zerdel nearly going down. A Havoc, the only thing between him and his demise. Noctum will be taken out with a little bit of help from Zane, and the Pioneers triumph over Mill again.
Look at Zane over there doing a little bit of funny things on that man's death box. I mean, hey, that's fine. You want to assert your dominance. Noctum are just looking for a place to call home in that early game. Now back over to 100 Thieves and ATH. They haven't left just yet. Last we saw, ATH had kind of disengaged and went for that IMC armory, but with a triple take going down and a great energy mag, this is much better to stay a little bit mid-range, use that triple take as opposed to closing the distance right away with that P2020.
And from here, ATH's best move is really to stalemate, which doesn't feel good against 100 Thieves. You've moved yourself down to the low ground, but not out of the POI, so you're stuck in spider caves. 100 Thieves know it, everyone knows it, and it's a matter of time if they want to bleed you out, if they want to try and push you. Yeah, you can try and eke out some mistakes, but 100 Thieves aren't really going to make those. Some great coverage from Skirwy takes down Trinity, and ATH make the first misstep.
Ooh, that is not what you want. And starting to retreat down here into the spiders can be not the best place to fight. And you can see that 100 Thieves not really committing just yet. Now they're looking for that initial damage. They've got one down. They swarm in. Sleep going down. Now Plateau coming with the trade, but it doesn't matter. ATH is going to be eliminated at the hands of 100 Thieves.
And Vaxlon critical in the engagement as well. Once they found the first knock onto Trinity, good smokes out of Bangalore, cut off essential lines of sight, allowing them to walk on in to the low ground and swing left. It turns a 2v3 into a 1v3 into 3KP.
Coming on board over here with Black Hand. So good to see Strafing Flame still up, the only Wraith in our lobby. And that allows him to look out for some information, report back, as putting your IGL on Wraith. Talk to me about the importance of that, Dia.
Scouting Legends are interesting because they used to be like the only thing that IGLs played. You were playing Wraith or Pathfinder, whatever it may be. We didn't get a whole lot of Gibraltar IGL.
Да. Где? Слева, слева. Прям на нас, прям на нас.
Так, проверка по звуку.
Блядь.
Нормально.
Они спрыгнули. Так, спасибо, МС. Ладно, погнали. А то ХП там чел. Бля, посмотри. Ничего не сделал. Дрон на горе. Уводит с горы. Они могут нас подождать. Лёва, беги. Лёва. Я закрываю, короче. Да там нет траулера? Не. А что нахуй, я смотрел, что я не вижу. Оставь мне сторону, Лев. Окей, бля, я перепутал. Я смотрел, что я не вижу. Они, блядь, тут мне осталось? Это пиздец, я не заряжу, пацаны, слышите? Оставьте совсем ниже. Не, я не заряжу. Вот, три. Я ходить буду. А дать мне этого Лёва, чуть-чуть. Лёва, это последняя! Ебать! Там есть еще? Банку давай, блядь. Да тут есть в банке маленький метрик. Это чей, да я не знаю чей. Этот маленький самый, твой Лёва. Бля, правда, если надеюсь, отметь, пожалуйста. Окей, 24. Ой, я Феникс выбил. Я Гау нашел и 3х. Хилюсь. За энергомаг отмечал? Опа, статистика. Так, бля, нету бэкпака нормально. Я еще даю маленький бак. Надо вылетать сразу. Сейчас, пацаны, дайте я долутаю. Никого нету, засканил? Я не засканил, что я же говорю, дайте... Ладно, никого не вижу. Сиринджи нету? Были. Я не вижу никого. Давайте сначала от маркета. От маркета? От маркета, да. Окей. Я по дракону постреляю сейчас. А, я полетел за этим. Не вижу никого здесь.
Я забираю тут коины. А кому что крафтить надо?
Армор.
Окей.
Армор банки.
Я банку себе тоже ебану.
Да я первый, Лёв. Я вообще ничего не делаю. Жижу, заберите там, пожалуйста.
Забери жижу, Лёва, я пока побегаю, посмотрю, тебя правлер.
И энерго тебе.
И пока говорю. Энерго нет, правлер есть.
Правлер, заебись, нахуй, где он? Заебись. Заеб.
Типа и на барометр идут.
Ну да, это под барометр зона.
Не. Есть Феникс?
Да. Да, дропнул. Мне 50
давай,
надо дать
где?
чего-то.
День? Где дропнул? Не ушли под мост, где дропнул?
Вот снизу.
Вижу.
Ты закончил, Кирюх? Нет.
Сколько тебе надо, Кирюх?
50 надо будет.
Я могу тебе сделать.
Слушай, я под АМС-шкой, я в АМС зайду и энерго полутаю, окей?
Да.
Надеюсь, они тут были, блядь.
Если не будет, возьми хавиков.
Бля, все энерго свижены, что за нах? Реально все энерго свижены. Хавики забрал. Вы можете идти крафтиться.
Давай бадик иди, сделай бадик. Иди на мой спот. На.
Да, походу под остров.
Ну на Б можно забрать, не? Если при.
Просканем. Я тоже покрафчу, чтобы время не терять, окей, после этого?
Да, окей, сейчас заберу эти.
Я заберу красный.
Наш 60 энерго, слышишь?
Да, окей.
На красный не забрал. Смачок дашь?
Я на маркет. Кто застрелял или что это нахуй?
Не.
Бля, 15.
Кому-то что-то скрафтить?
Армор можешь мне?
Не, у меня 45,
Тогда ничего, в принципе.
Я ready.
Нам надо смотреть любой спот, который, мне кажется, будет под следующей зоной.
Окей. Крафчем? Ой, сканю?
Да, сейчас подожди.
За спиной у нас. Мост занят.
Вот эти дома давайте, вот эти дома.
Давай.
На машине, че как?
На
шарике? Давай на шарике, я думаю, прям сейчас можно.
Прям сейчас шарик ебать? Бля, на спину так не убьет?
Да, нормально. Да. Это вообще двойка в спине.
Это тройка?
А, тройка, вижу.
Тут занят
Дом приливы.
Ага.
Я кушку там сразу, поняли, Сиза?
Да. А он в него не бежит случайно по мосту, не видите?
Нет. Похуй. Идите ко мне, я дам кушку. Только сейчас замесите на меня
Я смотрю. Давай. Не вижу нихуя. Он под нами. Ты отошел?
Я ушел. Там сир синий, я его кракнул почти.
Сейчас спину просто стоим контролем АФК.
Да.
Потом с этим, если что, подеремся. А это у нас что, в этой хуйне играет? В руме? Соседний. Никто не играет?
Не было. Надо сломать там всю эту хуйню. Я сломаю... не буду всю играть.
Под мостом он.
Летят!
Куда летят?
В дом.
К нам?
Нет. Край.
А, окей.
Вот тут сидит.
В центре барометр, склад.
Они отдали дом, дальше бегут куда-то. Нет, все, отдали.
Тут Сюрик, Лёва,
Иногда хуярит, это
Не, у
баня.
меня есть.
Жара.
Чё у вас по маленьким банкам?
Такая по маленьким банкам 8.
4-7. Бля, сюда там услышал, сколько?
8.
8, понял.
Ну сильно не въебывай, нам еще надо.
Они нажали стоят, походу.
Это нажать, да, нажать.
Дропс не дается? Да сейчас посмотрел вроде как. У меня, увы, нет. Меня заскамили. А может там реально отдельно давали, потому что у наших пацанов, у кого есть дропсы, они еще и монеты Апекс разыгрывают. Походу с ними кто-то связался, или они связались.
Если мы залупимся на этот склад, нас начнет, вот возможно, вот этот вот склад подсасывать. А мы можем как-то удержать вот этот спейс.
Мы можем ульту туда скинуть, гранаты и быстро их вайпнуть.
А у меня 3 гранаты.
Мы не залупились.
Можем. Ватсона там нету, да?
Да, ну если он поставит катушку, то видно отовсюду, походу. Я дал ему Маркстар, заберите.
Все, я не пикаю, у меня 4-5 стоит.
Окей.
Просто
да, блядь.
Есть Феникс?
Не.
Да.
Ты чё, красный пытаешься настакать?
Ну да, мне с собой урона слать. Не надо, не стакай, потом будет все. Сейчас энерго заберу. Сколько энерго у тебя, Свет?
У меня 180, я 60 отдал уже.
Окей, я понял. Заберу эти.
У них еще крипто.
А перед нами что за пик?
Каким же по опену, блядь, переходить?
С каталистой какая-то хуета. Если мы отдадим все кнопки на вот этот пуш, то нам не очень будет танул забирать. Хотя там, если камень будет в зоне, то в принципе норм.
А вагонетка не в зоне, думаешь, будет?
Я не знаю, сейчас посмотрим. Но эта вагонетка, это, ну, типа, говно полное. Мы в один момент, нам надо будет пушить, и мы пойдем с одного пикселя.
Не, я в том плане, что если мы этот склад убиваем, да, кто-то может вагонетку вставить один, а двое отсюда играть.
Только слутал в руку, потом сюда, грамотно ходит.
А может по кругу и тут файтишь?
На два фланга работает.
Тут склад, скорее всего.
А куда они съебались? Я их не вижу, я их не вижу.
Тут чат заполнил?
Нет, вижу.
Нет, вижу.
У этих чуваков будет зона.
Мост занят будет. Въебать, а как ему играть?
Я думаю, нам надо разъебать этот склад и потом пушить мост.
Давай разъебывать как?
Прям сейчас пойдем или...
А мы можем просто дать шар и залететь на остров? Наверное, не можем, да?
А на острове же... Не, вообще можем. На острове же никто не играл. Рискуем? Даем шар? Эти вдрочь.
Прям сейчас хочешь?
Я думаю, рано.
Им надо будет... Не-не-не, мы торопимся, мы торопимся. Давайте не торопимся.
Там с островом сейчас очень
Я
опасно.
думаю, эти цепочки могут нам и мост отдать,
Мост
на самом деле, если под островом.
Да, мне кажется, они фраги будут стоять собирать.
Вот этому дому тоже
Не, я имею в виду, если мы сейчас на мост отдаем, они уйдут под остров, я думаю.
Ну давай попробуем. Попробуйте надавить как-то.
Тут же фри, да, я правильно понимаю?
У них там репитер, да. Да,
тут
фри.
должна быть, да.
Дальше я попробую ног сначала, возможно.
Почему не сидеть, не отстреливаться? Блять, потому что зона идет.
Не забывайте правила.
Они ж не в зоне.
Чего с дома съебались?
Ну и если один
С какого дома съебались?
Вот с этого дома съебались, походу, никого
Вот
нет.
мост может сидеть и отстреливаться.
Да, никого нет, походу.
Иди проскань. Все, смотри спину.
У них и сейф есть.
Нету никого реально.
Давай забирай.
Они вот это они
У нас
форсят.
тут нормальный спейс.
Я
Мы
потом
потом отпиздим их чуть
А у нас, да, жаба в зоне.
Спина начала пиздиться, походу, хуй знает.
Да, слышите, вот они волгашки передо мной, пацаны на банках стоят.
Понимаю.
Я нокнул
Хорошо,
там, типа, под
хорошо.
мостом нокнул, под мостом. Ресите быстрее.
Понял, ты
Рейсишь, я посмотрю.
Нет, ты Лёва реси.
Окей,
Я нокнул вот тут, Кирилл.
Надо будет отпиздиться, походу, сейчас пойти. Их там собираются дрючить. Я хочу ЛГС вообще посмотреть. Но я мы давно спину не все.
Откуда? Это близко нам, справа.
Это пиздец как близко.
У них зона раньше уходит, мы просто пиздимся за эту часть моста. Да?
Да.
Мне кажется, да.
Нам просто прогнать надо отсюда, типа,
Да, вот этих прогоним. Давайте вот этих прогоним. Можете мост похуярить? Мост? Смотри спину, мы похуярим мост.
Я спину смотрю,
я бы даже кнопки отдал в мост, чтобы забрать тут весь спейс.
Блять. Не вижу.
Нам надо ульту отдать банки на мост.
Короче, да.
Да, наверное, мы
просто идем очень медленно и забираем через КГ. Ой, через ульту мою. У меня одного...
А, не видно?
Да.
Ну, у них зоны нет.
У меня 3-1.
Край зоны это мост.
Типа эти будут сейчас это...
Надо мост выбивать.
Я дам им просто...
Туда смог, да. Это плохие, блять, поправа подойти. Нет, поправа, пошел ГС играть.
Я вот так, блядь. Дайте маленьких,
У
срочно.
меня 2
У
маленькие.
меня 3 маленькие.
Не
Дропнул
одна.
одну.
Вот тут можно убрать сначала.
Да,
Просто посмотрите, сколько складов
Готовы?
на
Делаем?
третью зону.
Погоди.
Я еще
Смог
смог
Смог дал, нормально.
Надо, я еще на игру.
Я прыгаю.
Челики Волга играют, походу.
Да, эти да.
Надо готовы мост ебать?
Нам надо мост все равно ебать. Давай, готов.
Я ультанул на них.
Один на КГ моста.
Близко, близко.
Нету. Я ультую, пацаны.
Окей.
Я ультую, жду. Нету на мосту,
Нет
на мосту
никого.
нет.
Понял, я
Есть один на мосту, Он всем
Надо
дал.
пословить его, надо.
Давайте тут пока поставим,
Я
не,
тут
пока
нет,
тут
У меня
кидаю.
сейф, у меня сейф.
Да, мне тоже сейф. Давайте тут пока поставим, у нас отдали.
Вы можете шире спейс забрать?
Пока нет.
Пока нет. Иди к нам, Кирилл, у нас сейф.
Не, у
Они
меня тут...
дали, они дали
Они сейчас
хуйню.
будут пушить. У
Возможно.
нас очень мало
У тебя ульта
спейса.
есть, Лёва?
Да.
Им надо переждать, им шпиль будет помогать. Ну, если шпиль не гандоны, конечно.
Битый.
Надо будет пиздить.
Я готов, я даю.
Я не готов.
Сейчас я не торопись.
Лёва, бэкни.
Понял.
Не
Готовы?
Фаеры хуёвые будут, они будут. Пиксели гореть.
Я резко. Нет, это не
Они въебываются, уходите. Там въебывается остров.
Они за щитом оба.
Ебать, а это кто? Еще въебались там. Два склада.
Не, ну мы там все, что могли сделать.
А Откуда они выстроились вообще? Еще 2 склада.
Это что, типа, надо, получается, идти было право пиздить или что?
Право вообще зачилка. Или он имеет в виду право, наверное, на локи самой, где карта. Право он, наверное, имеет в виду вот эту часть пиздить и вместе с зоной заходить сюда. Ну тут глянь, тут пиздец тут. Что? Тут плотненько. Нельзя нокаться, мне кажется, было. Как-то размансить, нокнуть одного, там, может даже СП взять второго и отойти. Один чел мало бы что сделал, он бы, скорее всего, пассивно играл, а потом бы въебался еще один склад. И потом с этим складом пиздиться. Но в любом случае, третий... Складов слишком дохера. Третий склад еще пришел. Они, видимо, с бублика приперлись. Вот отсюда. С верхней части. Стороны ячеек.
To share space effectively and safely.
Yeah, but sharing space in an acorn building, this is not your ideal situation. You gotta do
Вот
what you
в
gotta
обычке
do.
так было. В 13-м сезоне в ранкеде так было. Но игру решили в хуйню казуально превратить.
They've even thrown up the Newcastle wall, but look at the beautiful fencing out of Thorfinn to make sure that Chio can't climb up.
It's guaranteed safety for both squads. Nobody can push each other here, and it's going to end up being fine for both of these teams. Since we've still got 13 squads left at this point, it's a placement point farm for both of them. Luminosity Gaming should be able to do the same on the bridge, but it's from a much more risky position.
Yeah, Jay Lings, Moist, a couple of the teams that weren't able to get out from their former position. We knew those rotations through the open water were going to be rather difficult. And as we look at this, XSET is extending out onto the open area, trying to challenge Blackhand. But I told you, Easy Flash is a fragger, and that he is able to take down XSET.
Unfortunate for them, who, again, likely without a cat wall this time around, weren't able to make their next rotation safely. FC Destroy, however, who have won an incredible amount of games today, now start to push up themselves and are going to thirst this kill, something that honestly put XSET on the back foot earlier. They now have time to do. Blackhand are gone, FaZe are gone, 10 squads left, and FC Destroy's journey is far from over. With 30 seconds left to bring them into the open, they're going to have to make use of Newcastle after clearing their backs against another Apex squad.
Oh, we're going to get the free cam shot. We're going to see an FC Destroy GO. This is going to be a fight to the death. Hammer drill, laying down the works, able to be the lone man standing here, and the reset coming and talk to me. Look at this. He's rezzing Pinota first, which is on the Newcastle, immediately smokes out, and then he can grab the Watson. That's how you do a proper reset. Prioritize the Newcastle.
And being able to lay down an extra shield saves crucial seconds for the team as they approach the next zone that is already starting to close in. Newcastle, pivotal here, as it'll provide you some of the only safe space that you can play. 100 Thieves currently harassing alongside E6 to keep FC Destroy honest.
Oh my god. Tropic, what are you doing? They took to the skies and they got destroyed. It was the only option they had, but unfortunately Thorfinn trying to use their friend's knockdown shield and hype, like help me. LG Chivas rotating in. They haven't really gotten any KP from this game, but now from the low ground trying to get a couple little head peeks over. It might not be the best position, but they're out of the line of sight. KCP in the distance, Crazy Raccoon in the distance, but Riddle, they are able to still play off the main tower in Barometer just south of the zipline.
No, we got to be taking more roofs right here. Look at the top of these buildings. They're empty, and a big part of this has been oxygen and the fact that they can lay down punish. Oxygen are the ones that need to be dropping onto a roof alongside 100 Thieves, Element 6, perhaps even Crazy Raccoon, but I'm favoring the E6 100 Thieves building.
My issue with Oxygen Esports is they have been here since the dawn of time. They land in Barometer. They haven't been able to regain any loot, but they have gotten 7 eliminations. So now being able to share, they haven't been able to crack bats recently, so they're going to have to take a nice fight, try to get shield swaps and prioritize those and keep moving forward.
And the problem for them is that they don't have a horizon, so
video.
giving up this high ground
На Twitch через
very
кросс.
well may kill them. The drop, the stun that comes after that, especially onto Riddle, will mean a nightmare for them.
Did they just hit the survey beacon?
Yeah.
Dude, they're gonna have all of the information of where
Потянет ли?
everyone
То,
is.
что
And it's like,
касательно
all right, well, there's 3
производительности,
teams in
гуглите,
that
либо
building. I
ставьте
don't want
себе
anything to
проверять.
do with that one. Or
Мол,
maybe 100 Thieves
я ебу,
is
у
occupying
меня
that
нет этой
space.
сборки.
Riddle is still down
Я
below
не знаю,
them.
какие пресеты он
Oxygen's gonna
носили.
have that information because the moment they jump down in front of Riddle, they will
Смотрите
get shot in
тесты.
the back. But
В
with
инете
so
все
many
есть.
catalysts in the lobby, burning your wall this early on could be detrimental.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, they do it just to keep themselves alive.
В любом случае, ты в этом окончательно убедишься, когда на своем примере проверишь. И по помимо процессора еще зависит, сколько сцен и какие сцены ты будешь. В ОБС условно выставлять. Может, и оперативки не хватит.
Oh my god, the biggest IQ play I have seen yet today. Dropping the
Да
Eagles
ладно.
tower, doing a little bit of zip line.
На бронзе может реально biggest IQ play.
Now they can essentially shoot down fish in a barrel, but FC Destroy on the southernmost side barely not visible because that catwall.
По-моему, дефолтный мув для Pathfinder мейнеров. Да и в целом. Для людей, которые знают, как за робота играть. Ебать, стреляй. Ну а тут подсос сразу, как бы. Без негатива. Сколько же говностенок под конец, а? А это все Аврора, открыватель. Открыватель жизни. Офигенно выиграли.
Oxygen dominate in the final circle. Excellent play off the high ground and tip the knowledge that they got.
У них дресс-код такой, я уже не первого вижу тренера, который в галстуке, рубашечка. На стиле мальчики. Кроме альянсов. С грязными носками.
No words. I say kinda wants to get in on the action, and Oxygen says, all right, bet. Here, take some damage and eliminates one after the other. Dressed for business, dressed to impress. Let's go, Oxygen Esports.
Honestly, a very big performance, especially after what has been a quiet first day. Making your way in through the first set of games, now on Storepoint picking up a win, puts them to more comfortable
Менеджер не тренер, у ТСМов точно тренер. Да и кресло тренера. Все, скин забрал, мы успели норм посмотреть. Здорово. Так, и так можно было рассмотреть. Так, еще одна карта остается. Это затягивается.
You immediately want top of that tower, but Oxygen took
Бобры на
that up
16-м пока.
initially, and they never let it go.
And the thing is, because they land barometer in the first
Для была бы
place,
победка, они
when
бы
you
в
have
топ-7
first
где-то
zone,
сидели.
maybe second zone, depending on what scan you have, that is
Даже больше. Они бы
including your
топ-6,
Oh,
POI,
топ-6,
you
топ-5
may
все
as
дальше
well
бы
stay
двигались.
on what is clearly a god spot. I know that when I'm playing, I love
победное
grabbing as
давайте.
much height as possible. Oxygen work the same
Look at
way.
this. Reed's getting so fancy with it, taking not even just a full tick of damage, a quick shield cell, and they are back taking head peeks and able to deal damage. They have just about 100 ammo between the two cars, but at least you had some good mags. And
О,
then
прохладный
they just
ветерок,
kept
спасибо.
getting cheeky, piercing spikes though, so no one can climb up on them.
Keeps them safe for now. I'm honest, Ruth is just so good in these zones, and I want to credit Riddle, who on the low ground were playing from directly underneath Oxygen.
Аврора, если не ошибаюсь, они на всех стадиях контестятся. Даже в этой последней группе, которая будет, они будут контестить.
Recognition from a team like 100 Thieves that it was their time to shine as soon as the Catalyst wall went down as well was really big. As soon as teams like 100 Thieves and Oxygen come out of the building, though, it's just a bloodbath until the end game.
And then Element 6, I'm like, they want to get in on this, but they didn't even get a chance. They came in. Am I just... Yeah. I am.
I
have no words.
I know. I remember looking over you and going, we're gonna need a few seconds.
I turned so hunchback. I'm like, what are they doing?
It was crazy. You're like a gargoyle.
I'm a gargoyle.
Картина маслом. Сервер Apex и ты.
Gotta look forward to their next games. An incredible round by Oxygen. Again, credit to Riddle. I really liked hearing XSET's comms in the middle of that as well. And even FC Destroy made a great play from the north, but as is so often the case with barometer zones, being in a building like 100 Thieves were, like Crazy Raccoon were, and like
Собиратель компьютеров заядлый.
means
Да.
just so much more.
Yeah, it was really tough, but I think that rotation from the south.
Сутками сижу и собираю.
About all those teams, Moist, J-Lings, Fire.
Но есть пацаны, которые за деньги этим занимаются. По команде Разгон вроде как еще она есть. Можешь со статиком познакомиться.
People will have that high ground because Oxygen never left.
And 100 Thieves, actually, now that I'm thinking back on it, they are the only exception to this rule. The southern rotate that was called out by XSET, shadowed by them, that then began this cluster of fights that XSET then took, was all preempted by 100 Thieves running underneath them and then rotating into the building right next door to Barometer. It's a great game for them, but an even better one for Oxygen, who, with a much-deserved 24-point finish, can feel very proud of their second game on Stormpoint.
Look, it's element 6 right here, though. They are playing perfect zone knowledge calls. They know exactly where it's going to end. They're getting the placement points, which is fine here for the group stages. They're just looking to connect the dots to couple it with the KP needed to put up massive games. And even LG, 6 eliminations, finishing third.
And I really like the way that Swinny has pivoted into this barometer zone and said, all right, we're going to play deep zone. We're going to have a building that's extraordinarily difficult to push, because I actually talked to Slayers at the start of the day, and he was mentioning how first day of LAN, nerves can get you a little bit. It was absolutely getting to the team, and Swinny being able to adapt the game plan to one that allows for so much less error means really good things.
It seems like I said, they are starting to connect in an upward trajectory as we look through our 11th through 20th position. Moist Esports. Now, this looks like maybe they got eliminated super early in the game. No, they went deep into a few rings down. Think of when there were at one point 18 squads in that barometer region, and they were one of the teams that started ticking out. Moist went out. Fire Beavers went out. J-Lings. Those were the 3 teams in kind of the Bermuda Triangle of the northernmost points of barometer.
And FaZe, meanwhile, sitting at the top of the bottom 10, didn't quite get the chance to play the game in a way that I had hoped they would. They will retain top 10 for now in our overall leaderboards for this matchup, but FC Destroy still large and in charge on top, with 100 Thieves and Oxygen bringing up the rear.
Oh, we gotta start thinking about bracket stage. That's tomorrow. We do have 2 more group stages, but for the teams that needed to show up and show out today, North Eption being one of them, currently in 13th place, they came into this game, one series played, right? Granted, 37th place, and that cutout for Split 1 playoffs was 100 points that you needed during the group stages to secure that winner's bracket. Now, finding yourself in the elimination bracket early on can be scary, but it's not over just yet.
No, not at all. Not by a long shot. And even when we start looking forward to things like the elimination stage, fact is, you're going to have another shot. You want to be in the top, you want to be able to secure yourself another life, but even so, playing out of the lower bracket still allows you to continue through the tournament really as if nothing is ever wrong. As long as you're securing top 10, you're going to be okay, and that sort of practice that you can get in group stages against some of the best teams in the world is crucial. So I like that teams that have secured their spot are trying things out now to get a bit of a competitive edge, and the teams that perhaps haven't secured their position, they've got more time to sort out their strategies in preparation for tomorrow's games.
Well, NTH on your screen currently sitting at about 28th place, needing top 20 to get into the brackets, but think about other teams that potentially need a good vibe here. Noctum being one of them, J-Lings another, Fire Beavers, right? So dominating in that EMEA region, but haven't necessarily been able to find success on that edge positioning.
No, it's, I think a big part of that is because teams are playing very differently on the edge. You've got a lot of the APAC North teams that are using Newcastle, trying to mimic this as well, and Fire Beavers just haven't had as much success because they're not able to rotate into Zone 3 and clean up squads that don't have anybody standing in their way. Instead, now you're running into things like Newcastle, picks like Watson and Crypto that have scouted you out from a mile away. Our X Factor, Knockdown, and EMEA's X Factor, Fire Beavers, who, as we've highlighted, do need a bit more gas in them throughout the day. Fortunately, we'll have another chance to play.
Yeah, come on, guys. We need to hear some shouts for the Fire Beavers. They look like they are locked and loaded because we are about to get the next map underway. And anytime we got to talk to the Fire Beavers in the regular season, do you remember when 9 Impulse came in with his flower crown?
Oh, my lord.
The sunglasses?
It's a cool vibe. I'm going to try and pull it off later.
You know what? I think you could pull it off,
we'll
Mr.
see.
Shakespeare.
We'll see. I will say, not only having spoken to Fire Beavers previously, but having spoken to a lot of other teams from other regions coming into this LAN, they are the team that people are most excited to meet. When I say, oh, who are you excited to play against? Who are you looking forward to meeting at, learning from at LAN? Most teams say Fire Beavers because their playstyle was so exciting during the regular season.
Well, you think about a lot of the moments that they had, particularly Taskmaster's win on World's Edge. He had this little bit of rock and he was descending upon the train carts, and they shouldn't have won that, or even the last minute reses to punch people out, take their weapons and win. But it's the last match of the series. Map number 6 is underway. Will we get that ATH 100 Thieves contest? Will the other team decide, hey, I'm going to wall again?
ATH gotta leave. This Storm Point was supposed to be their best map.
Yeah.
They recognized it coming into the day that World's Edge just wasn't doing it for them. They weren't able to pull anything crazy off there. And the fact that they've been contested has just been decimating this day for ATH. And it's really putting all of South America in danger because Knockdown certainly aren't making it up any higher in the leaderboards at this moment. We're going into this again, and now we're seriously challenging with Trinity landing basically right on top of Axe.
We have a full 2v2 in the middle. Scurry utilizing the same grab lift move to join back up with his teammate Onmu, able to grab a wingman prowler and a blue shield off the rip. Will turn the tides, but checking in with Mill because Knockdown decided this is where they want to go.
And once again, KCP getting a bit of the better end of this. 1 for 1 at the moment, but Knockdown managed to thirst Sir Dell, leaving them, and fortunately without a whole lot of options for Knock, because he's still got to actually pick up a weapon.
Ooh, sticking the res. Look at this. Nas right now, putting out that scan, looking for Zane, who has taken to the high ground. So that gives you the verticality of the horizon.
Nice.
Triple take, gonna connect,
Nice.
And now he's just cracking. This is gonna let Nasky, hey, go ahead, pop a couple syringes. I'm gonna deal damage and deny them the ability to fully reset, but they're gonna get...
Хэви мак еще. Опа, хэви мак нужен, срочно. Нихуя вольта нету. Лев, правлер. Окей, сейчас отмечу. Бля. Так, я, короче,
Мне
пока
100
взял...
девятка нужна будет.
Так, свой мак я нашел. Можете забирать. У меня деволшн пока, деволшн карт.
Тут синий бэкпак еще. Purple Heavy Mag ты увидел, Лев?
Да, не, у меня есть.
Не надо будет такие забить.
Бля, у тебя не было вольта? Вольта не видел. Я у тебя заберешь коина, пожалуйста? Да, я бэкпак сейчас. Немедийно. Бля, я хочу сделать, но мне больше. Метки дропу, может, нужен? Не, да, нужен. Вольт! Ебать. А 330 не было или флэт?
Было где-то.
Я, наверное, возьму.
Флэт вроде тут.
Слышишь, ты ready идти?
Да,
пошли. Довести тебя?
Вы мне 9-9 скрафтите, пожалуйста.
Бля, мы отъехали, Кирюх. Ща я Лёв высажу. Да подожди, меня надо справа высадить. А, справа? Да. За фраулером. Окей. Не видели сосиску? Где флэт еще раз, Кирюх?
По-моему, в этом доме.
Вот, в этом доме. Да, не в шарке. Пойдем, пожалуйста. Этот парень...
Слушайте, я заберу вот тачку пока, окей? Или она вам надо?
Девятку будешь делать?
Да, я пойду сделаю девятку, заберу ответственность.
А ты волков закрыл?
Да.
Бля, энергии надо, у меня 30 штучек. That's it for me, I'm bouncing.
Я еще бин потом открою.
Окей.
Спорим, в этот раз 100% выпадет.
С этой хуйни не вряд ли.
Прям выпадает жестко. Нет, ты сомневайся.
А вы вообще же тут не забрали?
Да, я
да.
говорю.
Сейчас сам фишкой. Вот
Да,
это говорит.
А МСишка открыта, но я не вижу никого.
А кто в прошлый раз сама с ней проезжал свой снаряд?
Эмил, скорее всего.
Бля, мы так не успеем, если ответить.
Что не успеем?
МСишку нормально зоны придется закрывать, играться тоже.
Нормально.
Хочу бины залутать, блин.
Давай, аккуратно.
Время чуть-чуть.
Давай. Смотрю.
Элемент 6. Все устали, сейчас грифить будут. Да. Надо просто халявную игру забрать.
Эти ребята забирают на халяву. Едешь уже, Кирилл?
Да.
Да, сначала? Пошли подаемся халява.
Бля, у тебя есть место? Чуть что это?
Нас патроны смело.
Патроны выкини и забери этот, ответственно на минуты, если есть, окей? Нету тут.
Ты типа в МС они кипят?
Окей. Уверен?
Да.
Блять, отойди на меня.
Я не
я
уйду.
так бегу. Бля,
Я
сверху
внутри.
не
Отойди,
Я не могу. Кракнул. Одному 100 дал, одному 100 дал. Потом слышишь, я уже улетать? Да, готов вылетать. Они берут углы,
Я вылетаю.
Я улетел, пацаны. Нас пушат пиздец сильно.
Понимаю.
Я иду.
40 голова. Уйдешь, Кирилл?
Нет,
бля. Съебись? Пытаюсь, блядь. Бля, надо было их убивать, блядь, все-таки ехать. Хуйсосы ебаные. И тут резнули за зону у меня.
У них БХ, банга и...
Это Ридли?
Да. И харда. Он увидел. Да не вроде.
Все убежали, получается?
БХ и банга, как минимум.
Хуйсос. Ничего, пацаны. Прорвемся нахуй.
Едет за тобой.
Угу.
Не, нам надо было их убивать 100%.
Джек, выйди нахуй.
The seer, if you are going to have a rat left, a seer is necessary. He's probably sitting there up using the heartbeat passive. Was like, all right, I'm gonna scan you so that you know that I know you know that I'm there and you're there. And then they're like, whatever, bro. Bean has a trident. Let's just hop in the whip and show up.
Who does that?
Riddle does that. Mia K, the IGL, was like, we're going in. We are not letting any member survive.
Oh, what a play. That's a game 6 kind of play. When you've been in this lobby for long enough that you're like, you know what? Absolutely not.
Про наши мальчики говорят. Ну, говорят, что женились бы.
Now they've cleared their backs, that's for sure, and their movement up towards this next ring is going to be one that they can
Замуж вышли.
plenty of ways to clear this up. They can move through the center of the map, but if they want a less risky rotation, checkpoint is going to be available for them to move up towards ATH and take that contest if it really is even won at that point. ATH likely to hold on to the high ground, where LG also approach from the south, and FC Destroy, interestingly, will be approaching from the northeastern side that is largely open.
Yeah, but first we've got Entropic trying to make a play, but they are surrounded by some heavy-hitting teams. Furia knocked him. Xset, how do you make this work? Because even FaZe is here. FaZe is able to open it up. They get the knock onto Hyarka.
After having lost one, honestly, not a whole lot of ways to recover, especially in Cascade. Taking down Hyarka is big as well because that's the IGL for Entropic, the person who has led them to the victory that they were able to secure earlier today. Now, not there to lead the team anymore. Thorfinn and Uchako should be able to recover the banner. There's FaZe, disengage, and Noctum, interestingly enough, also find themselves in checkpoint. That's going to get a little bit more crowded for a little while.
Как комментаторы радуются, когда нашим парням не везет. Неправда. Есть кто за бобров болеет.
In some ways, better sooner than later.
FaZe, 6th overall here for this series. Not a bad performance out of them. Triple purple, maintaining 4 eliminations, 17 squads remaining, but look at this. Entropic, they know they can see the crafting happening in front of them. They were able to recover the banner, but if Hyarka is the crypto player, that makes things a little bit more difficult when going for the reset. But I feel like Furia, one of their favorite positions is anywhere there's a grav cannon or some trees in a building, you'll usually find Furia.
You will, or if you see perhaps a res go off on the high ground, I think you might find Furia there as well. There are several teams here with FaZe, Noctum, Furia that will not hesitate to jump right onto a res. And look at it, in the kill feed, it's already happening. Uchako's been taken down, and Entropic, after the res, if anything, are in just more trouble than they were already.
Oh, the res goes off. All of that Hyarka right there. Just an inch of health. Ushako trying to get brought back up. The focus of attention does connect. They're going to bail on that and peep it out. Sometimes it's better to have a teammate knocked so you can play the knockdown shield, but a white one makes it difficult. Now, the elimination feed starting to light up. ATH is going to fall fun getting in the mix with Hyarka. He's the one. He's got that triple take, and we've seen a lot of utilization of that on Storm Point, and it is dangerous.
Working well for them so far. We got a chance to check in with J-Lings off in the north. They're trying to make sure that teams don't rotate on them from over a wall. One of the benefits of the crypto is that you can actually keep an eye on that, and it's where FC Destroy would or will be coming from in a few moments. Round 2 just about to finish closing, and round 3 is where it stops messing around. Xset want to take the fight up against Furia. They think they found Watson isolated. Let's find out if they actually have.
Here we go, but unfortunately Nocturnal's not going to be able to survive for this fight. Fun has to retreat, has 5 seconds that Sykes is going to have to be able to hold off. Brilliant reinforcement of that door. You're denying them access. They're going to have to kick it 4 or 5 times to make that work. Now, Sykes can play on the low ground. Good utilization of the piercing spikes, but here comes Furia through the windows. Amped covers down at the hands of Zera. Tricky, man. Zera is a crazy Rampart.
My God, do I love you, Zera. Pulling out the Rampart. As so many squads have tried, Furia will succeed.
Ура, легенда жопу помыл. Первое сообщение.
KCP, they pop in, find a massive crack to Zane, and now you've really got to make use of the Rampart walls, and they will. Panders does go down. Watson falls as well. 1v1 with Zara, but Furia bite the dust. Dell managing to finish it off.
Dell, what was that? Just coming in and just pop, pop, pop with the wingman. Now they have a solid position in the next zone. So that was a beautifully timed third party to challenge for a priority position.
And it still finds them in a good spot. I will say, without a respawn beacon close by, this position does deteriorate a little bit. You need to be able to hold a lot of angles on these buildings. That's something that KCP cannot do. Moist, they've got relatively little to do here. Sitting in a choke point, they gotta watch their front. And mostly they gotta watch their back, but the push likelihood is pretty low unless we see a crack from either side.
I like maintaining this position. You don't have a lot of cover to utilize because you know there are teams north. You see the ping on the map from Waltzy just in front of them. You're going to have a few teams rotating in from that northern side. Think of teams like North Eption. They go up there at North Pad, GO, J-Lings, you know, those are the typical teams that you would usually see. But KCP, the res coming in.
And just like in Tropic before, yeah, they've got a little bit of a safer position. Pioneers make their recovery, and it is a glorious one. They've still even got some Rampart walls remaining should they need to hold on to this spot. and it's not going to be too bad for them. Next ring does pull right next door, and Pioneers will be well suited up for this. They'll have plenty of cooldowns as well, and a fight kicking off just to their south means that they've got another opportunity to third party.
Yeah, look at this. We got Noctum, we have Riddle, and we have LG Chivas just trying to play it safe, shooting from the neighboring building. And they're on the southern side of the zone. They don't have to move just yet. Riddle's not going to be able to make it out alive. LG still able to pick up one of the KP from that engagement and deny that from Noctum.
That's all that it is just slow play from LG. They don't want to risk anything by pushing out before they're absolutely certain of a victory. So even if it is just one KP, it's better than risking your whole game for two. They watch their backs for now, and the next ring having revealed itself to them in just a few seconds will mean that they can plan out their next maneuvers. J-Lings will be unfortunately unable to do that as FaZe take them down, and FC Destroy may be going out as well, with Yuka nearly falling, in fact, ultimately going down as he splits from Pino. Not going to be look good for FC Destroy. They're out. Oxygen, the ones to largely do it to them.
They are still able to make their way in. They can bide their time, able to play off that grab cannon, but Moist, we need to see something strong out of them. Coming into map 6 in 18th place, Walty going to fall, but Pricey, MT locking it in against North Eption, and they're going to be the victors.
Well played on the edge, finally finding the victory against an APAC team. North Eption played that well, but the slide through the wall was really excellent from Pricey to clutch things up. Next rotation brings them over towards Ganbareoto-san, who stand between Moist and the ring.
They're still doing a really good job of holding this choke point, right? North Eption was the team that was looking to rotate through here, but there were two others. Doesn't seem like Blackhand was necessarily able to survive that, but then where did Crazy Raccoon go? They would have had to rotate out, but now we've got FaZe taken on Entropic. Let's jump on board with a listen in on FaZe.
Well, no, but still, it doesn't matter.
Just play slow because there's a team evacuing, okay?
Okay.
Показывают фейзов, а слушаем.
There's a team behind us south evacuing as well.
Okay. Be careful, sniper.
Be careful of this window. The Valve just keeps looking through window.
They're rezzing, they're rezzing. I almost finished. Yeah, I'm backing up, I'm backing up. I'm popping cells.
I wish I had grenades.
It's on the ground, but...
Our back's still clear for now, okay?
Yeah, just chill, snipe a little bit.
You guys are so paranoid about me.
Shut the fuck up. Hey.
3-3-4 просто.
Okay.
The building.
Be careful, I'm not gonna waste my ammo. Fuck that.
Probably.
Listen, this dude second floor, he's speaking with All-Star. Don't hard
peek.
I low-key could have killed that crypto, but I didn't.
Can you make sure there's no one behind us?
All right, we're checking back in with Moist. The last we saw of them, they were resetting after an engagement that they won, but this time they're going up against Azul, Jaguares, and Yanya. Moist, they are gonna win that.
Ganbareoto-san come in for the third party, however, and the fight doesn't end. Instead, it just gets closer range. The shotgun comes out, and LG lose one, dropping back down. They finally take down Jung-hee, and yet we've still got one rogue member left. Quick shield swap will need to happen from Neazul, but he's going to go for the bat instead. Piercing spikes come in, but Dogma has disengaged. Ganbareoto-san cut their losses.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, right? They're in 9th place right now. Maybe just finalize this out with some placement points. Find a good cheeky spot. There's so many seers in the lobby. Jaguares is going to start pinging out immediately where he's getting that, but Yanya, what?
Ends up going down, I suppose, to the ring, so Rez should be available for Luminosity, and nice punches in, helping out the teammate. Will mean that Luminosity recovers. It's a pretty unpushable position. Pioneers can try, however, to find an angle from below them. We'll see how that pans out. Is in Cascade. The pot continues to be stirred, with 3, perhaps 4 squads needing to make their exodus into the next ring. Cascade is going to become a bloodbath, with Noctum holding roof.
Yeah, Luminosity, when we last checked, under 3 bullets in the R9, and Noctum staying on the roof over here in Cascades is going to be the move for them. But meanwhile, on the northern side, overlooking all of the utility we see at their Seer exhibit, we've got the Bang ult in the distance, and Kings has 200 plus ammo to just fire down. Meanwhile, Geo, they were able to find Dog.
If you actually take a look over at Cascade, you'll remember when Snipe Down called out that his teammates were paranoid about him. You'll notice Snipe Down's not there. Snipe Down's not in Cascade at all. He is wandering the rest of the map. He's actually just north of Oxygen Esports, having been pinged out recently, and is looking for kills on the rest of the lobby. This is very risky. Snipe Down is on a solo mission.
Look, sometimes you gotta do it. Sniper, no sniping, right? Just sit down, snipe down. But hey, he is surviving. He's on Bangalore. That passive double time will kick in, and he can insta-smoke if he needs to, but has made it back to his teammates safely, and I can only imagine what they were saying. They're like, Snipe, get back here, bro.
It's like, no, I got it. They're low. I can pick up a kill. And you know what? Fortunately, having recognized that that wasn't going to be the case, does group up with the squad because FaZe have a fantastic position. A team that absolutely does not, however, is Oxygen. Their end games are fantastic, but this is where we find out whether they can make it when it gets hard.
You were asking what looks like. Can they win a position where they have to rotate out and reads? They do have a little bit of cover to work with between the rocks, between the trees, and the trucks. So they can just poke, find skull piercer though, so maybe they can connect to the head.
Не, почему? Ищейки геймпады
down to the final 5.
Good shots from Dane and recognition that there could be a squad right below them. Isn't going to be taken down on the way out either, but the cover needs to be there from Reeds and Aiden, and Aiden's looking over at Cascade. With a squad right underneath Oxygen, it's so clear that Pioneers are their biggest threat. And finally, Reeds is going to pop down to back him up. Aiden will wall off this fight from the rest of the world, and KCP will go down behind closed doors.
All right, well, we've got Aiden, the kill leader, in the lobby. 4 squads remaining. Let's go ahead and drop into a listen in with Oxygen and see if they can close it out.
Basically. Let me loot. Stop looting. Come
hold on. I'm swapping gun. I need extra time. I'm sorry. I'm taking a long time.
I can't find heavy, bro. I'm down bad.
Here. Stick.
Alright, go.
Let me loot. And look at the zone.
What am I looking at?
Everything. Another digi here.
I'm gonna grab it.
Alright. Some space on the left side. I mean,
why don't we just play like our side with a wall? Just stall as much as possible.
Yeah.
Let everyone fight. That's what we do.
We can't let anyone slide on our right. I guess. You agree?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think right's as important as left.
Left doesn't. There's a lot of teams on left though, is there not?
Everyone's up here.
I need an ultic cell though. Look,
on the roof, here.
Dead.
Nice.
Walling guard left side of zone. Walling guard left side of zone. Come to me.
I'm coming. I wiped everyone on the right.
Just stare at this wall. I bangled in 5. We could just stall.
They queued over. 50.
Pop me cell.
They walled again.
Can we play right?
Yeah, we have a lot of room.
It's last team. I'm banglting.
Okay.
Yep. I'm playing this right over here.
All in this, all behind the wall. I cracked one.
Just wait for the bangle to go off.
Play slow. I can queue them. I'm gonna queue them right now.
Push. He's 60 on that guy, Reeds. Kill him. 70. 25. I'm swinging this rock.
Let's go on height.
Это топчик. Они такие спокойные. Все по плану.
Beautifully played there for Oxygen to double down on the back-to-back. Dia, you asked for it. Can they rotate and take a win in an endgame that is not in their drop spot POI? Well, they answered they can, and how calm they were.
Amen.
I'll take it.
They showed us a different side of Oxygen than we've seen in international play so far. It took them a few games. It took them all yesterday to get warmed up, and now the confidence you can feel in the end game. Frex could not take an angle up against them, snipe down and try and take the other side, but the coverage, the communication from this squad,
О, а тут Зови не заклеили.
really standing out as well, and Aiden with some fantastic calls on when to wall, what angles to play, and how to best limit FaZe's options.
I love that you bring up the calls because it was really impressive because they weren't frantic, they weren't stressed, and they were communicated so efficiently that anyone can understand it. You're like, hey, I know exactly what is going on, and a couple of good famous lines that I heard from Oxygen, but hey, it paid off.
It really did. Lucky Luke, that's the only calm that I need, and after that, it was a really nice finish off from them. What really impressed me about Oxygen was their ability to manage open space.
Yeah.
We see it a lot on World's Edge, and it's where Storm Point actually becomes the test for a lot of squads, is being able to manage when there isn't a wall between two of you, how you're actually going to get a safe position. Oxygen managed to do that just by using a little bit of high ground, some loot pills earlier, and take down KCP really without any trouble.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, and even FaZe, even with Snipe down, getting a little squirrely and running off on his own, still a nice placement for them. But I'm curious to hear what the desk thinks. Rain Day, this one's all for you.
Thank you so much, Tiff Dia. Great job on the cast, and great job for everyone who participated in these sets as we bring the lights on and start to shine the light on these teams that have been performing. Specifically, Oxygen, 4th place in their group yesterday, now able to maybe inch out to 1st place. Exciting stuff for them, RKM.
Yeah, I mean, they were off to a slow start today on World's Edge, even into the first game of Storm Point. They got a much-needed barometer zone, which is their home location. They closed it out in a way that we've seen them close out many times in North American ALGS. And I think that's ultimately what gave them the momentum to go into Game 6 and clinch another dub.
It was great from Phase 2. They were in there, and they needed a performance, a better performance today. Maybe not the highest of expectations that we had for them, but definitely on the right track.
I mean, getting 2 wins back-to-back will definitely do that for you, so that way you can get the extra points that you needed. And we were talking about it. NA needed to show up, and this is a way to do it. This is a way to start the ball rolling. But I like what RKN pointed out. World's Edge, what's going on with some of those teams where they're struggling a little bit, where they're finding that success on Storm Point?
I mean, you know, some teams, they let success come to them. Genome, some teams seek out success as quickly as they can.
Yeah, look, I was doing a bit of a deep dive into the mind of Furia to have a think about how their decision-making goes in games. So I came up with a little flow chart about how this works and how they play the game of Apex. It's a pretty deep concept.
That is good,
I hope you guys are getting that.
That's going to take a second. I think we're going to need maybe a replay on that. We might have to do some analysis, Cole. I hope you saw that as well. Furia obviously keeping things interesting for everyone who is in their path. But let's take a look at how it ended. Just Game 6, Oxygen Esports, a team that people had been asked to get more coverage heading into this event because they're so good, Cole. What made them so good in this last zone?
Yeah, so what we saw here is pretty classic of this zone. We've seen this a few times. 3 teams coexisting on the edge of Cascades. None of them can really move into the zone because they're all holding each other's sight lines. Oxygen does an incredible job of maintaining control of probably like 85% of the zone. Vayne recognizes really early, we heard on the listen-in, that the right side low ground wasn't as important as maintaining that left side high ground control. As that Catalyst wall comes down, Vayne made incredible comms for his team to group up around him, watch that left side. As that zone closed in, those teams ultimately just inted each other on the other side of the cat wall, leaving Oxygen enough space to just control the fight and pick them off one by one and just lock down the win.
Genome, I mean, looking at this, it was clinical from Oxygen all the way through.
Yeah, really solid, right? I mean, by the end, it was still all 3 of them up. That's a pretty crushing victory over FaZe there. But I want to give some props to FaZe as well. They have showed up in, I want to say, like almost every final circle that we've seen so far in this series. So, it was kind of like yesterday where it was a very slow start. They came out towards the end. So looking good in the group stage, honestly.
They were inconsistent, you could say. Now they're being consistent, yet maybe haven't had the pop-off moments.
Yeah, consistently 4th is what we've seen throughout this entire group right now, and this is the moment that they need as well. Looking at FaZe, also talking about 2-time winners, aside from Oxygen, we saw what FC Destroy was able to do on Storm Point. The thing is, Oxygen won those 2 games with 12 KP to their name.
One of the questions we had, and we don't have the answer to, but will shortly, is did Oxygen do enough? FC Destroy, starting this out, had 60 points. Oxygen had 40. What that means is you need a win plus at least 8 kills, and that means FC Destroy can't get any more points. So what happened in Game 6? Who is our series winner? It is Oxygen Esports, ladies and gentlemen, who have made the comeback and taken the series win. What a performance from them. I want your reaction, Cole, on really what has been a tremendous tournament from Oxygen so far.
again, I've talked about numerous times about staying in it, even when you're having those bad games. After game 4, they didn't let that get them down. 2 back-to-back wins, securing them a first place over FC Destroy. You know, a heartbreaking loss for FC Destroy. They have a 2-point final game versus Oxygen's 24-point final game.
Yeah.
And they just get passed up for first. It just happens just like that.
That's how quickly things can change.
And to give them credit too, when they had previously played in A versus B, they did get 4th. So it's about carrying that on and just doing better for today as these matches go on. And I'm expecting that for a lot of the other teams that will have more opportunities to play for today, because we did say C Group A twice yesterday.
Yes, we certainly did. And Gino, expected in terms of this Oxygen performance, they got 4th yesterday. I think it was a quiet 4th, because I think a lot of people were paying more attention to some of the APAC North headlines in general, and maybe the alliances and the TSMs, but Oxygen playing at that level.
Yeah, a lot of those top 3s were coming out way ahead of the pack, right? So someone who's maybe behind in 4th falls under the radar a little bit. I mean, if we're looking at the 20 teams that play this lobby, you can see that interesting delineation there between 10th and 11th, because of course the bottom half of our groups here will go down into the elimination bracket, with the top half going up to the winners, and that's a really good, this is the perfect illustration of it, with qadRaT on 33 points and Crazy Raccoon on 30 points, where one might get you over the line and the other that might see you fall.
That changes things tremendously. And when we take a look at the overall standings of how it lands after 4 sets so far in our Apex Legends Global Series Split 2 playoffs, this is where they are. Alliance still leading on top. They've played already 2 games. TSM as well right behind them. But Oxygen Esports, with that win, put themselves in 3rd place. Phenomenal performance from them. In fact, as Cole slid me a note here, 4 of the top 6 teams are from NA. Whether that balances out throughout the day, we'll see. It was APAC North heavy. It might just continue that. South America trying to find their way up in there as well. Bottom 40. This one is where you got to put a lot of effort into. Arcane, if you're in this situation, how do you feel? What do you have to change, knowing that group stage is kind of running out?
You know, ultimately, when it comes down to group stage, your goal is to come top 20 first. It doesn't really particularly matter. It's all about getting into that top 20 just to move on and stay out of that elimination bracket. You know, what I'm not surprised by is we're seeing a lot of the teams here in the bottom 20 are teams that are still forcing their contests, haven't decided to open drop at another POI. You know, that can cost you a lot of points.
Well, what a tremendous start for Oxygen Esports, and what a tremendous start for the day. We have gone 6 games in. We've seen one of the teams that had to sit back and watch while the rest of the groups played yesterday. They now get their redemption. Specifically feeling that one a little bit more. With a tremendous win, we want to hear more from our winners, and that's why we've got Guy Blaze here with us, standing by with, I believe, the coach of Oxygen Esports, Psycho. Blaze?
That's exactly right, Rain Day. I got Coach Psycho with me on the main stage. Everybody, give it up for Oxygen Esports in the chat and in the venue for doing something great and taking first in that groups. Now, Coach Psycho, I was just chatting with you for a second, and you guys going back-to-back right there on Storm Point. One of the first times this weekend for any
Не удалять трансляцию? Не, я на каждый день оставлю все.
In that moment coming into day number 2.
You know, it felt really great overall when we did Pro League coming here. We actually had, you know, a situation where our World's Edge just wasn't very good, but our Storm Point was just excellent, and we got 3rd on the day in Pro League there, and we kind of just repeated it back here. We even repeated just a
Ненавижу лопа за этого сезона, начинает спать, лоба инстинктивно улетает на браслете к репликатору.
First there, and we just did the same basically today, and I'm all happy about that.
Sticking to the fundamentals.
Когда в соло играешь, всегда есть
Now,
что
also
за
as well, we know
кого
when
и
it
за
comes
что
down to
ненавидеть.
Esports, this is like the first land here for the boys. And
Ну, и отчасти ты чел прав, он думает, что проебут,
how
лучше
they've been
плейсмент
taking
занять.
in this whole environment and playing next to each other, and you know, under the pressure of the stage lights.
You know, and that's just something that we talked about going into this, and we said, hey, if we're gonna get into this, let's just make sure we remember our fundamentals and what we came here as. Either we come ready or we don't.
Yeah.
And so far, the boys have combined all their experience, you know, Vayne being an ALGS champion, you know, Reed's going ahead and doing Twitch Rivals and doing really well there, and Aiden obviously being the #1, you know, fragger, I would say an NA on controller, you know, teaming up with many different teams, getting actual experience and just overall following what he needs to do.
There you go. And, you know, when it came down to Oxygen, you know, really kind of going into the league before you guys got them, they were 16th. Then you picked them up. Then they doubled that, went to 8th. And now you're here on the group stages, playing awesome. How does it feel to be the coach of this team and just kind of watch them evolve under that green banner?
Well, overall, you know, obviously I do my part, but they do theirs too. They make sure that we have great feedback, we have a great team culture. I love all of the boys, and I always encourage them to give me feedback too. So overall, like, it's just a pleasure.
And it was a pleasure talking to you as well. Congrats once again, Psycho. That's gonna do it for us on the stage. Rain Day, take us away.
You know, it's great being live because, you know, I can look up at the camera and make it seem like Guy threw to me from there, but truly he's just right over there. And Psycho, let me tell you, fresh dressed, almost competing with Blaze, who is usually always the fresh dressed in our locker room or green room, whatever you want to call it. What an amazing day we've had so far, 6 games down, but here's what's to come in the Split 2 playoffs for the rest of our Friday. As people start to file in, work starts to get off, or maybe some people, you know, have a couple of scheduled meeting blocks at the end of the afternoon that their boss, you know, doesn't need to look too far into. We'll start seeing the crowd show up a little more and the players show up at 2:45 p.m. BST for the A and D block. 6 games there. Rotate desk, rotate casters, and then to finish off, when that is done, we will have B and C closing out the day. So you will have yet another chance to see if Oxygen Esports can do something phenomenal and maybe get another win. Also, want to give a big shout out to RKN, of course, Genome and Vicky on the desk with me today. My name is Randy, and make sure you are following all of us, but not just that, Apex Legends Esports, us at Play Apex Esports. You can get all of the news and updates on what's going on with the tournament and what's happening in the Apex Legends world. All right, guys, we appreciate you. We're going to take a quick break. We will be right back, though, and when we are, the action continues at the Split 2 playoffs here in the Copper Box Arena in London.
Welcome, Copper Box Arena, to another day of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 2. With Yuka being the only one alive.
Just looking for those angles, man. He can't find them, and FC Destroy go back to back.
No way you just...
Years to get a lifeline ult. It was like longer to get a lifeline ult than it was like a Gibby bubble. Or
True.
a Gibby ult, I mean.
Yeah, very true.
All right. Game number 5, baby. Let's get it.
All right, chat. Game 5 on the way. We got 2 more games on Storm Point. 4 groups, B versus D.
Yeah, I think we're a little unlocked in like the pregame lobbies and stuff, but I think we've been doing a good job of casting the game.
I think so too.
I want to give ourselves a nice little pat on the back.
This setting is perfect.
I think for sure. I think we get locked.
Get locked right now? Been locked.
I'm saying when the game starts.
Oh yeah, we get locked in. Yeah, it's whatever. It happens every time. People not used to this by now, bro. We don't get locked in between games. We get locked in the games. All good though, baby. Let's lock it in.
Have you seen any shut up and dribble commands?
No. All right, let's see. Gombre, they're gonna get contested by the boys over at Noctum this time. Noctum is landing on. Dude, what is happening? Noctum is landing now on KCP at check at Mill.
I'm just even more confused because Pastillo said that the coach said I'm landing on your face, and they're just landing on everybody else's face. You already know Noxie's talking shit. And Kings is gonna go down. Pioneers most likely just gonna I'm surprised Zane didn't go. Wait.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
I'll let Zane chow. And so, Noctum goes down.
Sack is indeed dropped today. And that's how we operate, man. The sack dropped on the death box. KCP with 3 KP and Noctum is indeed gonna be eliminated. I mean, they might be public enemy #1 here. There's probably not
They
one.
definitely made the most enemies here.
100 Thieves is definitely still as well contesting ATH, and they're getting aggressive onto this backside, bro, ranks to the Spider Cave. I mean, I don't know. Do I blame them? Really, no. Because they have no PY. They're just landing on stuff, trying to make it work.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Oh yeah, here we go, baby. Scurry getting a knock on ATH. Trinity's gonna be knocked. It's gonna be a 2v3 now for 100 T. Now I like this contest a lot by 100 Thieves, and I'll explain why here in a little bit. They're now getting a wide swing in behind the knockdown shield.
And Sleep goes down.
And there it is. It's gonna be a 1v3.
Trades it out.
And that's gonna be it, bro. ATH is eliminated. Is there anyone near a third party? There is not. As Тогда and NTH are gonna do the armory, and 100 Thieves wipes out NTH. It's a good play by 100 Thieves. I like that contest a lot.
All right, so before you go with that thought, I want to say, in terms of the Noctum thing, the reason I don't like it is because they have way more practice contesting other POIs that I don't know if just 6-man landing on the pills here against KCP is like the correct choice.
That's fair.
I think they're better off like contesting something that they spent, weeks contesting. Like in the LG, the LG contest, they definitely lost more, but they still won some, right? I don't think I've seen them kill KCP at Mill.
No. I think, but the reason I'm saying that too is I agree with you. I definitely think.
Wall, for example, I don't really get that shot call.
I just think they're literally trying to randomly surprise people. That's what it is. I don't think there's anything more than just we need element of surprise. Let's try to kill people. What is happening over here? We got a Trident War breaking down for Fire Beavers and KCP. That was hilarious. Literally shots going down on each other's Tridents. KCP getting back up. Fire Beavers going to take the armory, and here we go. We're now moving away from that. That was hilarious. Love that. Oxygen's going to be on the top side of barometer, by the way.
Наши еще будут играть весь день до 12 часов. Наши ребята
Oh,
играют.
yeah, we'll take it right now.
Oh my god.
Ну, у вас есть время, полчаса перерыва еще. Уедь, они, короче, затянули, ладно, минут на 15, но старт еще будет затянут минут на 10. Короче, на полчаса, мне кажется, перенос.
Alright, so.
Войс включит, это повтор
Riddle
уже.
actually taking the low ground now.
Первая группа отыграла. Вов канал, да, просто откройте во второй вкладке и все. Вырубите звук, а стрим пускай идет.
What are you laughing at?
Nothing, dude. Watch the game. Dude, focus on the game. Lock it in.
What'd you do?
Nothing.
Why are you laughing?
I wasn't.
For sure. So EIQ posted up in the nut.
The what?
In the nut.
Oh.
CR flying in, taking the bottom side. What do you think this polls, big dog?
I'm going to be honest, man. I have no idea. If it's going to go where okay, my guess is pull up back here, potentially. But I think it's going to go no. Or it's not, or it's going to pull antenna. I don't think it's going to go forest. It could go forest side. And
That's
go
my low-key idea on a trick pull.
Yeah, like right here. This one.
I think it's either nut or trick pull. I don't think it pulls back
Well,
here.
there's one that ends right here, literally in the open. We've seen it a couple times in scripts, so it could be that one too. I don't know. I'm not really 100% positive. Let's see. Like those are really, really tough to guess. We have FaZe now and FC Destroyer next to each other as well. Rotating through antenna. I think FC Destroyer's gonna be able to get out with no damage. They should be good. They do have a white armor though. That they're watching this rotate, man. It could be very, very bad if FaZe catches wind that they do have a white armor. Personally, if I am FaZe and I saw a white armor, I'd probably run this shit down, but that's just me. Some established differently. Furia now over near Stormcatcher. Like J-Lings, I was not like that. I actually just sat in zone and did 0 damage for the game. Still got finals maybe of lands. For that chat?
All right. So kinda actually, remember, E6 is a duo.
This rotate is insane. This is actually nuts. Yeah, kinda and them are a duo, so E6 is a duo. Kinda and K20 are live, correct? And Slayer's
They're flying right onto Gauntlet.
I don't know what J-Lings is doing. I think they want to fight it. I'm not too sure if they recognize the team was there at all, or they just absolutely wanted to
bring
take
the
this
drone
fight.
out, maybe look for an EMP.
Yep.
Especially now they have a Seer ult up.
Yeah, I like this play too by J-Lings. They're doing a really good job, man, so far of getting aggressive onto certain teams, and now it's actually just turned into a shit show for them. Gombere and the Prowlers now are tag teaming J-Lings. Those Prowlers pack a mean bite, dude.
Noises.
They should be fine. They get a little reset here too. Ooh, not yet actually. Now they get a little bit of reset here. Not yet. He's gonna go all the way for that purple. He just went all the way to get that blue. That is very impressive shit. All right, so there we go. Gombere, bro, held their own very well, by the way.
I mean, listen, that was a hell of a rotate, but that was just hella reckless.
I mean, that was very reckless. I don't really know why they landed so close to Gombere. I feel like they landed on the house, too. 2 up top on the house throw, then 1 holding the angles on the left side, which is very interesting to me.
Yeah, and the zone actually does look like it's pulling back to nut.
Yeah, I think it might go to the nut side. I mean, the nut zone's a very interesting one because it's usually like bridge that wins, not really nut itself.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we want to play bridge early though. I think bridge is early. Okay, so far what I've seen in these lands or in this land, RV horrible. Nut, I mean not nut. Bridge horrible. No, pretty.
The one that Moist is on is not bad.
No, bro.
That's
ATH
holdable.
got sent on by Furia there.
Yeah, but that was like zone 3 closing in on it.
Bro, that shit. Yeah, but that's my point. It's not stable enough to hold. I think there's so much room for opportunity for teams to fight you. It's just so bad. If a team does get a knock or does focus.
I mean, this one is literally just play. You can't even play.
Yeah, that one's terrible.
Because the height of the barometer sees you here, so you can't even play.
Они же не подстраиваются под мету, которая начинает складываться во время турика, а со своими наработками приезжают.
If I was a coach, I'd be like, yo, we do not go here. We do not play here. We are finding a different spot to maneuver late game. He just has like a rotating point, but other than that, no.
It's actually kind of a cozy spot from FC Destroy, bro.
I like this.
It's low-key cozy.
This is very cozy. This is like why I love Newcastle. That his teammates share.
I mean, he needs
it too.
Yeah. Maybe just letting it so the loot is closer?
Yeah, bro.
Well, helmet for kid?
Bro, this is like, this is the most cozy spot I've ever seen in Apex.
I'll tell you right now, though, if you were playing that spot in NA in a scrim early, you're getting laid.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely getting laid out for sure.
Land, this is definitely played.
No, without a doubt. I think that's why I love Newcastle, man, is it creates little things like this. I feel like this little corner is so sick. I don't know. Something about it that
I mean, yeah, they should not get pushed for a long time.
Yeah. The only thing that I think you have to have with Newcastle right now, if you are going to run them, is indeed Watson. I feel like running just Newcastle and Seer and then a bang, you're just trolling. I think Watson right now is still a necessity to have with that combination, to have the grenade spam pretty much just destroyed by the Watson gen. Other than that, you just get fucked over. Especially with all the Horizons now playing in Apex and in Pro League, it's just GG's.
All right, Furia Getting shot out from Jurassic. Now they're going to be working towards FaZe.
Yeah, we know Furia wants to take some more fights. They've been taking fights pretty much every game so far. When they see a player, they just fully commit. But let's see if they
this play. I mean, now FaZe is going to have a straight-up fight with LG.
Yeah, I wonder if, though, Furia tries to wrap back around and maybe take a fight onto somebody instead of rotating through. Oh, this is a bad fight. Oh. I mean, they should be okay to get out.
They need to be careful. They're going to start getting shot from top barometer probably.
And Nut, too, I think. Yeah, the shot's already coming down from top barometer. Bangalore ulti's going down now, too. It's a really, really awkward flight from Furia. I think they should be okay right now. They're getting charged from far right, which is going to be, I think, Jaguares with the charge rifle taking down shots onto Zeratricky and company. I don't know where they're going to keep going, but Zeratricky is being
I'll tell you what, though. If you're
blasted.
Yanya, you are not feeling good here because now Furia is in the zone in the next one, right? They have placed themselves in front of them, and now at the same time, they know FaZe is coming from the antenna side. They found themselves in the pinch rather than being the pinch.
True. I don't know. I feel like for LG, what do you do in this situation? Can you leave? Not really.
I don't know if you can.
No, I think you just have to vibe out, see what goes on. Maybe, hopefully, hopefully FaZe just leaves antenna.
Well,
and
yeah,
just evacs out of there.
They need to just literally hard force FaZe to not go up this hill at all costs, so that they have a straight up 3v3, and then hope that if they play from the cannon side, that the Nut team and the top barometer team can start shooting Furia in the side, like make that fight easier. But they cannot let FaZe walk up.
They don't want FaZe to walk up, and they don't want Furia to even get close for a third party. So they're like holding angles. You have Jaguares holding that right side, looking down at FaZe, and then you have LG looking on the left side, making sure that Furia doesn't get overly aggressive. I don't know, though, man. I think it's definitely a rough call for sure. I think LG just stays vibes and hopes to God that FaZe just doesn't push up on this hill. But they can't control that, so I don't know. Ooh, look at that.
Ну что, повтор, ребята, ставить или поиграем?
Did you go towards that bridge side still, or is it going to go up more towards his house?
Bridge.
I think it's go bridge?
I think it's bridge, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a really good call.
I think there's going to be a lot of teams fighting for that Nut.
Yeah, I think so, too. It's going to be like a squirrel. Like that.
Я особо и поиграть не могу из-за того, что коврик сушится.
What was the squirrel's name?
Squirrel.
Повтор? Окей. Надеюсь, это не за его геймплея, как бы, такое решение.
Didn't I have a name?
Но мне тогда
Oh,
живут.
no, it did. I got it, wait.
Приберусь тут немного.
qadRaT.
Я еще никогда не был в таком пыльном месте, что протирать стол нужно практически каждый день.
Even if you said it.
qadRaT! Sid was the sloth.
У меня
qadRaT.
тут за неделю пыли набирается, как дома за месяц.
Yeah. I love that.
I don't remember it being qadRaT though.
Просто охренеть, как много.
All right, Furia going down actually here as Nizul's getting wide left angles on this. Watson.
What a fucking... Oh my God, Watson go down. 100 Thieves now going down to the Fire Beavers. OJ Ryan now going down to Wall C2.
They got
Furia
the res.
Getting the res off here. Scans coming out as well. They should be good on the reset. LG though, walking on up, baby. They are not allowing Furia to be comfortable at all. Furia is fucked. I think Furia is actually just fucked. They have LG now walking on their backside. They have FC Destroy on the Spider Choke, and they have two teams in the Nut.
And now, I mean, if you're LG, you need to be careful here, and you need someone anchoring because...
FaZe.
Nice. Yanya's already on it. He knows. He knows.
Yeah, but I think Furia is in a bad spot. They are now pinched. But also, Snipe Down and FaZe, man, are getting a little bit too aggressive on the LG. This could actually be huge relief for the boys over at Furia. If FaZe fully commits to this fight and forces LG to back down, I think Furia is actually in a good position. So FaZe is indirectly helping out Furia. It's pretty crazy.
So I think FaZe is making the right play.
Yeah.
And staying on that cannon because that forces so much pressure onto LG. But now Furia is rotating here on the bridge. And I don't know if they can play this.
No, I'm not too
sure. And you have Gonbray fighting EIQ in the Nut right now.
Well, that's going to be good. If the EIQ and them fight inside, then I think Furia can play the bridge.
Yeah, well, they can third it.
Yeah, easily. Nosuke going down now. KCP getting knocked by Watson. How is Furia even doing anything other than just making sure they don't die? They're actually getting KP on these shots, too. Ew, oh my God.
Rod's getting a knock.
Down. Yep. Rod's getting some KP here with the Prowler. Furia looking to make an advancement here. Just a little bit more. The dog being popped.
God mode.
Here we go. Ooh, that was a tough one, bro. You sound like it's a medicine. Not a better one. I'd be a pit bull, bro. You'd be a terrier.
Ну что, рассказывайте, кто из домика в деревне смотрит сейчас прямые трансляции? Сколько грядок спахали уже?
Snipe down and then still up top.
Pulls off the nut.
Does pull off the nut sack, and it's going to go straight to the house and the bridge. Barometer up top, bro, is going to be so good. Actually so good. Yeah. Somehow, Fire Beavers is now pushing over and Waltzy getting knocked. Pricey trying to stay alive. Voice Esports with yet again
17 squads still.
Yeah, we have 17 squads. Zone 4 closing in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Fire Beavers now getting third-partied from far away. Maney getting a knock on a Zera Tricky. Impulse with some great shots. Nags going down. 2v1 here for the boy at Impulse. Can he make it happen, baby?
Impulse with the Prowler, playing the knockdown shield.
Oh, it's a 1v3, I think.
Oh my god, and he eats the haymaker.
Donkey Kong wind-up, baby. Easy flash kid in hand, now walking in for the third party too.
Yeah.
We are seeing so many
Furia
teams.
eliminated.
Furia goes down by CR
от сорняков в любом случае. Траву выдирать. Клубнику собирать, например. Я имел в виду в целом пахать на огороде.
And FaZe is still all the way in the back here, Greek. FC is still good too. That boy Yuka, man, still has 32 bullets. 29 bullets. 42 now, never mind.
Плюс, если дача большая, всегда есть чем заняться.
Still has 190 damage left on these blues, bro. They're triple blue. It's definitely not going to be good for the rotations in on these zones.
Mind you, Swinny and company have been a duo, bro, with a team on their low ground this entire time.
Yeah, I don't know how they're able to do this.
And that's 100T, and it makes sense because they have no series.
Давненько забросила чего-то. Картошку с тушенкой звучит как песня.
Yeah, for sure. Which is still impressive, though, that they're still able to hold this building for free. LG now. Rotating down just a little bit. We're going to watch what FaZe does here. The evacuation tower feed phase special coming out for FaZe. Snipe down. The old man, his heart rate's probably at 196 right now. He's not used to excitement.
Oh, they might
like
land on KCP.
I think they are indeed. They're landing straight down on that bridge, baby. It's going to be KCP down
Tony
below.
goes down. It's up to Snipe and Frex. It's winnable, though. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, they think it's a 2v3 this whole time. We'll see how this goes.
Ага, а как же в наследство все вот это?
He gets the battery off, thank God, or he would have been dead there for sure.
He's on the sear scan.
That kid being popped.
Frex maybe going for a knock here?
A res.
Or a res?
Res.
Не, ну у нас, в принципе, такая же ситуация.
Tony's gonna get thirsted here most likely.
Дачу дедушки продали.
See that reverse caster card?
Ну и семьи особо и не было. С мамой только.
Oh, Del can peek it though.
They gotta get that smoke down, bro. They have to get that smoke down.
Knockdown's about to go out. And Xset eliminated by Oxygen.
Oh, and FaZe now going down to the boys over at KCP2. KCP a little bit more lax now as Frex is going to be the last one alive, trying to make this work. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. We're going to tune into some other streams here as LG is going to be at bridge now, Greek. It has to move here too. And if I'm KCP, I'm nervous about these bridge teams. They can cause a lot of problems for you on this side when you start to rotate in. FC Destroy now rotating in, taking down Hand. Bugi goes down and Blackhand is eliminated. Oxygen is picking up so much KP here, bro.
And look at this, Gombre is actually running over to fight FC Destroy. FaZe is eliminated in 11th.
They have no idea that FC Destroys or Gombre is even coming. Now they do. They look around. Nice shot from Yuka. Yep. He's going to go down. Hammer Drill in a 2v2. Panoder going
1v1,
down.
1v1.
And there it is, baby. Gombre is eliminated by the boys at FC Destroy.
Bro. Aiden and them picked up a kill, and that turned the entire tide of the fight. They got shot from height. So now FC Destroy continuing their streak of consistency.
Look at their 1,600, 1,500, 1,300 for Oxygen. They are just actually up here just farming teams the whole time. They have 4 KP, and they're all averaging over 1,500 damage right now. That's insanity. Look who it is still alive, though, by the way. Riddle.
Yuka actually gets knocked out of the air, it looks like, maybe.
I don't know about that. I think it was a drop. I'm not too sure. Yuka gets full killed by Vaxlon, though. EIQ trying to find a spot in zone, and Oxygen
Reed's picking up 2 more.
I mean, Oxygen is a menace to society right now. These guys are actually just looking down upon everybody.
Raining down.
They're actually just the Escanor of Apex Legends in this lobby, bro, with 9 squads. 24 still up. Rez is coming out. Can they get it up? I think they can. They took that pill from the gas station, let me tell you.
Hammer drill on the swing. Gets cracked. Finona now trying to cover.
Понятно.
Dodges a sear scan. And now they're actually getting shot in the back. That's going to be EIQ taken out.
Да есть такое
by
чувство,
members of
что
LG.
поколение не
LG
восстановится.
still alive on the bridge. Yanya
Должно
gets knocked up
несколько
from the
пройти,
height.
либо мы
Vayne
такими
picking up
станем,
another knock.
либо уже наше поколение
gets
захочет
Going down by oxygen, dude.
что-то частное. Хотя, с другой стороны, это в советское время у всех такое распространено было, чтобы от голода не умирали и выделяли всем участки, занимались земледелием, свое выращивали.
And nobody can even really come up.
It's actually insane, and they're still in zone for a very long time on this hike read. This is a perfect, ideal zone. We have a couple of duos, by the way. LG a duo.
Still 8 squads, zone 6.
Hey. Come on, man. Chat, let's get some hype in the chat, baby. 8 squads, zone 6.
Dude, all these guys do is camp.
True. Go fight some of the losers.
These guys just rat and make
We got 3 duos. KCP, FC, LG, 4 duos, and E6. 4 duos in the lobby green.
Yeah.
CR now has to make a maneuver. We're gonna start to rotate out here just a little bit.
They're under a lot of pressure here as Yukio and company pick up a knock onto Parka. They're getting shot by LG. They're getting shot from the ultimate height, eating bang ults, and it's up to Maney. If he gets touched by the storm, he dies, though.
Oh my God, he's getting sent out to by KCP, where LG gets a great job.
Picking up that kill there.
Ну, у дедушки и кролики были, ну там, правда, по сезонам какие-то года были, какие-то нет. Пчелы были стабильно, мед 24/7. Клубнику раньше привозили ведрами. Вот вспоминаешь, это ж на халяву все было, а сейчас прям реально очень часто все в деньги упирается. Если, ну, в основном ты работаешь для того, чтобы заработать, а потом, в принципе, тратишь часть этих денег на что у тебя было бесплатно. Банально вот та же клубника, и клубнику продавали. Ну, кто занимается дачей, на работе много разных возрастов. Кто-то забрасывает, кто-то начинает. Для этого труда надо много и времени. По сути, либо большие семьи, либо свободные этим занимаются.
Picking up 68 million kills and winning the game for free.
68 million. What a time to be alive. 68 million damage.
I said
14.4, 6 trillion.
Chat. Noctum is going mill. Bro, they're contesting mill.
No, they're not. They're going back, baby.
Let me get KCP. KCP.
They're going back.
Duel.
Yeah, duel. Little dual vision here, chat. KCP versus Noctum, round 65. Let's lock it in, baby.
All right, who gets the middle pills?
Love you, Joseph.
It looks like it low-key looks like an even drop. Someone's gonna throw a haymaker and open the pill.
Yeah, it definitely looks very interesting. Oh my God.
Nasty got the guns.
Worst got a Havoc though.
Okay. Worst picking up the first one. Dell running for his life.
Change the POV. Zane. Zane getting the knock. Nice job. Worst going down. It's gonna be a 2v1 here for Zane. Can they make it work, baby? They're gonna go for the little reset here. Maybe get a res on the worst, if possible. Oh, KCP is going to res.
They're gonna
trade the res too. Probably working here. They get a 2v3.
Для такого дела нет. Для этого нужно время.
Zane is pretty much a big-time demon too, and they don't really have great loot against him.
Nice, good shots.
It's really good shots from Zane, man. What a hell of a player.
I mean, Noctum is just gonna play it slow now, get some loot. They know they have full man advantage, and they already finished Dell.
Yeah. I can't lie. Zane triple take skin's a little bit wild.
В зависимости от твоих потребностей.
I run that shit too.
Что тебе деньги нужны?
I mean, this a little bit stalled out here. They could definitely get Dell's banner.
Ну и опять же,
I mean, they have armor diff.
Но, по-моему, теперь это как-то регулируется. Более жестко. С одной стороны, правильно, чтобы не было каких-либо там пищевых отравлений и так далее. С другой стороны, чиновники под себя все подбивают. Через законы имеют копейку со всего. Народу все меньше и меньше.
And this is a zone that's pulling north pad.
Yeah, it's going to be a north pad zone, so Тогда and NCH should have a good game here. xCET usually does really, really well for north pad zones. 100 Thieves now going to take this fight, baby. Let's see where they go. The Bang ulti's coming out. Baxton already had his up, and they're going to start pushing forward onto ATH. I'm not going to lie, man, 100 Thieves is pretty damn good up strong.
Yeah, they're definitely sturdy. Onmu with some good shots there to take the height. Now, can 100T find that opening?
And this is a problem, too. They have to do this quickly, because don't forget, teams are going to re-rotate to north pad. And they're going to use checkpoint to get through to north pad.
Nice. They force this team to the bottom, which is actually better. There's more LOSs.
Yeah, a lot of teams now can 100% start to walk through north pad or checkpoint to get to the north pad side.
Nice, that's a good turn. Scurry trades it out. And all members are going up the stairs. It's up to Onmu in a 2v1.
Yeah, this is literally all up to Onmu now, too. 20 squads up. Teams are fighting the top right. Hammer Drill and E6 trading phase coming in for the third party as we watch Onmu here in a 2v1 scenario, trying to get some full kills here. This will be devastating to 100 if they lose this. They lose this, though, bro. It's going to be really bad. They're trading reses now as well.
Bax watching the stairs for him, giving him comms.
Nice. Good little trade on res.
Еще целый матч будет.
2v3 here. Oh, no, they're sticking the res now. Oh, so it's 2v2 right now. Gotcha. So they did get...
Мне кажется, если я эпик запущу, мне комп прибутнется нахрен. Но мы сейчас проверим. Так, и чё? Ну, хозяйством для себя, да, уже в целом давно занимаются. Люди, которые на пенсии. Аналогично, вы же кому ездили? К бабушке с дедушкой. Варламов ведет ALGS давно уже. Недавно ездил к бабушке, в очередной раз смотрел через окно на другую часть огорода, которая во владении ее брата и его семьи. Что-то грустно. Они ничего практически не выращивают, разве что жена брата чуточку может. Здоровье уже, т.д. и т.п. А при чем тут здоровье и чем-то больна? Просто если возраст, то бабульки, дедульки такие заряженные.
Пусть оставит землю себе. Я владею небом.
Буси, здорово. Ой, как плавненько. Звук креста показался, кстати. А куда стрелять? Да ладно, я попал наконец-то в голову. Давай, давай. Точку поставить. Блять, это просто омерзительно. Попади, я там 140 дал. Сфоткала? Блять, странный батут. Да, что-то я вообще никакой. Вряд ли это из-за того, что я на стеклянном ковре снова. Хотя кто его знает. Вот, Десалай, Дик. Здравствуйте. Блять, ёбаный Элстар, я не вижу ни хера из-за него. Просто весь рот в вспышках. Без обид, но картинка крипты весь стрим косматит. Чё? А на русском можно? Опа, поймал. Такой мне нравится. А он уже все. Да. Отроганной жизнью. причем вот прикол в 2х, мне кажется. Вообще 2х не чувствую на Вигмане. Да, отбили сразу. Врешь, не уйдешь. Ну вот другой уровень сразу. Привычная дистанция. Блять, это его сеть батутов по-любому.
Негры, пидорас. Негры, пидорас.
Сразу видно долбоёба. Сейчас зайду на стрим, посмотрю реакцию. О! Дайте инфу, когда награды за дропс уже можно получить в игре. Не выдавали. Сразу, как получаешь, можешь уже использовать в игре самой. Где ALGS? Перерыв.
Up next. Let's start talking about these teams a little bit because there's quite a few squads that we can call out here.
Yeah, we started it earlier on. We hyped them up, and it's all for the right reason because they're sitting in first place overall with a pretty hefty lead. It's going to be Alliance in Group A. Group A faring off against Group D after we saw what I would like to consider a lackluster group series between B versus D, with the results of how the teams are looking and shaping up to be versus one of these groups that we're seeing so far, which is Group A. It's going to be great. Aurora, can they make this comeback? Dark Zero currently sitting at 7th. Where is NRG? Is NRG going to make this comeback that they definitely need? I believe they're sitting in 26. Then you have to also think about Naked out here sitting in 12. There's a lot of teams in Group A that we haven't seen today alone, since they played twice yesterday, that are going to be faring off against Group D.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sweet huffing that copium on Twitter last night, talking about saging as a POI. I mean, look, you can try and blame it on that if you want, but you're still going to make it through. I mean, everyone else is dropping on the same map, mate. So, look, there's some teams like that who I think still have a little bit left in them.
Aurora сразу включена.
Realize not doing so badly. A bit of a drop-off for Riddle, and then we've got Moist, who we saw just had a contest with Jailing. So with that out of the way, hopefully from here on it's a little bit better for them.
All right, well, we have got to do this every single time. Let's narrow our focus down here just a little bit. I know we talked a lot about squads. Which teams did you guys want to focus on here to chat about? It looks like, Vicky, you chose DZ. Genome, you went with Ganbari Otosan, and I chose, again, Alliance. Vicky, I want to hear from you first.
I mean, 7th overall, we saw what they were able to do in the A versus B groups. They were able to secure first game 3, second game 1. Inconsistent in some other games, but with the 50-50 loss versus Aurora, they were able to turn things around and basically win every single contest. So they progressively just got better and better as the day went on. Now we are here for a day number 2. A versus C, they also got 5th. That also highlights some consistency on their point. So got 5th A versus B, got 5th A versus C, 47 points to their name in that group, behind Realize, and continuing on with their domination. These are all individually heavy factors, so I can't wait to see more of Dark Zero for this group.
Сейчас Аврора играет третью, и потом Бабры третью. И там посмотрим, кто в лузерах, кто в винерах останется.
I don't want to spoil anything, but I think there could be some really spicy stuff coming up. It's an if. We'll have to see if that situation occurs. But I did want to talk about qadRaT Otto-san because these guys have been killing it and, you know, changing my mind, right, about that composition, about that Newcastle Watson. They're reading the zone so well every time. We looked at them, Vicky, in those first couple of games on World's Edge. No, you know, notoriously the map where it's harder to read the zone, they were always getting it right, and they were set up in the perfect spot for their composition.
SteelSeries Quick Heavy. Элитный ковер, на самом деле. Очень олдовый.
Yeah, absolute performance from Geo so far, but if we're talking about teams that are killing it, I have to go back to Alliance. I know I picked them yesterday, but we just saw on those overall standings, they are currently in first right now with 147
Носки постирал.
points, and like you mentioned, Vicky, that means that
Проверим
they've already
сегодня.
solidified their spot in that winner's bracket. So they have lots of cushion that they're working with, no matter what happens here in the rest of the group stage. And if we look at their consistency, their stats after yesterday, not only
На секунду показалось, что эффект хочет камеру рукой помахать, там чуть передумал.
but they also had 50% of their games finishing in top 2 all day yesterday. And we talked about effect a lot. Now we need to talk about some of the other players on the team, because we saw Yuki destroying hopes and dreams yesterday with his ability to be the last man standing and spoil.
Он, по-моему, серые носки надел, чтобы менее заметно
He was
было.
just always there, being the thorn in everyone's side. Not to mention, obviously, Hackies, IGLing this team to success every single time. In my opinion, they are a team that is terrifying right now.
I'll forgive the most pick legend being caustic just for right now, especially looking at how charismatic they're feeling. You could see it on Yuki's smile that they are ready to go. They are locked in. You already saw the effect that effect had on the rest of the team. Completely unintentional, by the way. But they were really put together. We highlighted it yesterday plenty of times. It's not that effect is carrying this team. They're all individually so talented in their own way. He's just crazy. He really just came on social media and was like, yeah, you know, this is honestly a way easier experience than I was expecting it to be. And usually this is supposed to be nerve-wracking for a lot of the individuals that don't have this LAN experience.
And I love that he's bringing back that aggressive caustic pick, right? Because originally, you know, we saw a lot of teams using that as someone who can be a little bit defensive, but also has that gas grenade and can throw out the barrels when they need to. Once they made them destroyable, though, you saw him get taken out of the meta a little bit. You know, it was a little bit easier for teams to push. And now, once again, them Dreamfire, a couple of other teams are starting to use him again in a way where they're mostly edge teams, of course, landing in Thermal Station really plays to their strengths.
Obviously, the teams that we're keeping our eyes on, but if you at home want to be keeping your eyes on different teams or even individual player POVs, well, our award-winning multi-view is here for Split 2 playoffs of the ALGS. You can go to the command center down below on your page right now and choose which perspectives you want to see, which in-game comps you want to hear, or which storylines you want to follow so that you can watch
И все равно, я вот, кстати, не понимаю вот этих всех подготовок.
Not to mention everybody at home, don't forget we have some really cool stuff that you can get just for watching the stream. Alright, Twitch drops will be active all 4 days of the Split 2 playoffs with a chance to get all of those drops during finals, just in case you happen to miss the drops from any of the 3 previous days of play. All you have to do is watch for 60 minutes each day to claim these skins. We've got the R99 skin Charbroiled, the Wraith skin Fiery Fractals, the Hollow Spray Fratting, which is just too stinking cute, and that Gun Charm Predator. And like we said, if you miss it, you can get that entire bundle here on Sunday for the finals. Make sure you're doing that, getting logged into your account and redeeming those awards, because they are what you want. I mean, I think I already got the first one. Were you on top of it yesterday?
Yeah, I was. I already got it. I already claimed it.
Да, я реально от стеклянного коврика отвык немного.
But I can get it back on Sunday, right?
You can get it back on Sunday. While Genome
Чтобы люди, которые наблюдают, могли сделать перерыв и туалет, подготовить вкусняшки. Там до хрена, там более чем полчаса. Минут 40. За это время можно подготовить вкусняшки, съесть и еще раз в туалет сходить.
Now, you love maths. I do. You love working out the numbers, Dan. Yeah. You love working out where the cutoff's going to be, and of course, the top 20 will be going into the winner's side of the bracket play.
С другой стороны,
Well, if we look
покушать.
at Split 1 playoffs, if we look at champs last year and even Split 2 of playoffs last year, around
Да,
100
ну хотя не,
points is
не
what
покушать,
teams
а
are going to be
перекусить
aiming
больше.
for. 104, if you want to be precise.
Тебе на протяжении остальных следующих 4 часов опять надо болтать. Ух, ни хрена себе присосался, а можно всегда так? Будто на геймпаде.
And then we, of course, after 3 games, head over to World's Edge once more. We'll find out who is going to be maybe making a little bit of an approach to that 100-point mark and who is going to feel confident heading towards the brackets.
And on the flip side, something I'm interested to see, are we going to see any records broken? I remember last year Alliance got over 200 points in group stages. They're well on their way to be able to potentially achieve that yet again. But this is the lay of the land. This
У
is
них
where we
опять
think
контест.
teams are going to
Оник
be
и Спортс.
roughly dropping. And of course,
Ну,
there
сейчас
is a
посмотрим.
couple of contests that are going to be going down.
Yeah, the one that really catches my eye is Alliance versus Furia. Now, Lightning Rod is going to be contested hotly by both of these teams, and this isn't just 2 teams, this is 2 of the best fighting teams you will see in all of Apex Legends. So how that goes is going to be very, very interesting, especially for Fury, you would say, because Alliance have done most of their work up until this point.
Yeah, Alliance have already guaranteed their qualification. I can say that with the amount of points they've achieved. As for Furia, they currently sit on 49 points. So if we're going for around 100, they need about a 51-point series here, which is not easy to achieve, especially when you're being contested here on Stormpoint.
One thing they can do, though, is get 3 KP on the board if they win the contest, so we'll have to keep our eyes on what's going down on the northern side of Stormpoint. But I tell you what, it feels like business is about to pick up here, Dan. All of a sudden, we're getting
Вчера
to
они
the end
только
of the
4 из
groups.
6 контестов с ними
Maybe
выбрали.
you feel went right. Maybe everything that you felt went wrong has to be put right, because you need points, and you need them now.
Very different when you're playing and you know you've still got a game or two, a series or two to try and achieve points, but now it's do or die. Now you have to take those risks. You cannot afford to make those mistakes, and you've got to ensure if you are being contested, you have to win those engagements. So a game plan is much needed. I saw some of the teams and players looking at those drop spots. They've got sheets printed out. You've got to make sure you know who is coming from where.
Погоди, с ними, в смысле с ними? Там же группы все разные. Или это одна и та же группа их?
It's all going to be done here in what will be the last group stage matches for these 2 groups.
Well, here we go then. It looks like we're ready to get underway on Stormpoint. We will, of course, be keeping our eyes on Lightning Rod and that contest here at the start of the game to see who comes out on top between Alliance and Furia. But it's only right that we highlight some other teams who are desperate for points and kind of had a slow day yesterday. And you can't say slow day without talking about NRG yesterday.
Yeah, NRG are, well, far too far down the leaderboard for their likings, but 56 points is where they currently stand. So again, if we're going for the magic 100 number, a 44-point series would put them there or thereabouts. But we need to see them dominate. We need to see some victories on the board if NRG are going to find themselves in that winner's bracket. But they are NRG. That's what they tend to do. They turn up when they need to.
It's a very good point. NRG are NRG, and if anyone loves to leave it late, it is going to be NRG. And usually, even though they leave it late, Dan, they get the job done. However, I'm going to start off by watching a little bit of Aurora at the start of this game, seeing them go down towards ship 4, interested to see if they're going to be on their own this time, and it looks like they will be.
Well, interestingly, I'm just looking at the map overhead. It looks like Furia are avoiding Alliance at Lightning Rod, and they have found themselves in a little no-name location. They don't want to take that fight, but we'll get to that later as Aurora versus Onyx. I mean, it happens yet again.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Onyx have actually gone over to Cenote Cave, so this is going to be Aurora finally having essentially a game to play where they don't have to worry about a contest going down.
Новый игрок Авроры, встречайте. А чё контеста нет? А чё контеста нет? Звук нормальный хоть? Ой, спасибо. Все, офф-трансу, до свидания. Спасибо, что здесь нормально все.
Возьмешь?
Не.
Еду на собак.
Там уже контест показывают. Чё-то не вижу контеста.
Она может у нас быть, может быть налево. Может быть типа сюда.
Куда оники делись? Так они в Роттердам взяли и делись.
У нас уже чело, то это надо.
Синька.
Оники же больше контестов просрали.
Так, я дальше бегу лутаю или мне людей сканить?
Кого сканить?
Думаю, через пару секунд надо уже.
Последний трай у них был через крышу попытаться их выбить, перерезать проход к домам, но даже это не вышло.
Турбочайзера нигде не было?
Нет. Тут немезийская такая хуйня.
Такое. Раньше такое есть. Я ульчарчу.
Я ел, я уже съел, у меня есть так.
Нажимаю?
Да.
Так, звук на максимум.
У меня надо еще боксайд.
Звук поставим на всю.
Я иду тогда за 24 со свиской.
А, я 24 тут забрал в этой хуйне. Я не знал, что...
2х могу дать. Надо.
Сейчас золотое сюда. Ну, там найду.
Да, как? За свиской. Чтобы ты заберешь.
Oh, I need that.
А где ты говорил, Кавики? Вижу. Первый этаж.
Тут вся куча банок будет маленьких. Надо кому?
Нет. Да? Ну дача, да, у меня 1.10.
Ой, я упал.
26. Посмотрите, потому что могут на нас заландиться. Сканить? Погоди, клипы должен, мы даже с тачкой стоять. Правильно. Да не просто ехал ты. Клип, ты симку не забрал, я же пометил.
Да я тут заряжал.
Как у тебя была бы, и ты еще бы зарядил.
Так долго было бы. Не туда, обратно. У нас крафт есть?
Нет. Ну, как-то слишком тихо для зоны у нас. Да, как будто бы барометр.
Хились?
Пойду посмотрю.
Тут много маленьких.
В левую сторону летят, там вообще пиздятся, как будто это вот сюда зона. Скань. Да.
Так, забираю последнюю энерго.
Нихера не барометр вообще. На острова уходит куда-то.
Пил сюда поджимается.
Куда я метку? Пауков никто не фармил?
Не. Ты хочешь фармить?
Ну да, я могу красный фармить.
Давай. Я тебе не знаю, пока крафтится. Что-то я не знаю, блять, что они таган забрали. Файт? А, это ты. У тебя донатор?
У меня хавок.
Ходят. Синий бадик. Пам-парарам.
Поход. Сюрики, куча банок. 2х, тут 2х есть. Ульчар.
У меня все
Я выкину сюренджи, кидайте потом мне их. Я взял ульчар. Жопы нету. Так, сейчас я банку съем. Мне только осталось турбик, да и все стоит.
Бери тачку.
А?
Я, короче, похожу бины золотаю, крафтить.
Да, я буду красный делать.
Давай.
Только хотел уже сказать, почему именно у наших пацанов. У всех нормально работает.
Эй, бэкпак скрафчу.
И идем играть от этого скана и медленно играем.
Лайтмак и мак никому не надо?
Нет. Не. Только жопу нашли. Там были две сзади.
Тачка на гере.
Толджи. По идее к нам могут
едут. Ну, в смысле, со стороны.
Я крафчу бадик аккуратно.
Давай.
Я жду бадик.
Перпл 40 один был.
40. 50.
Окей, я крафчу бадик.
Крафти.
Последний раз.
Ты красный будет?
Нет, я банки сейчас крафчу.
Правый
любой
туда.
ульчар же я
Они туда идут. Бля, там ты краши холит вашу.
А может там мне кто-то крафтит? Не 162, 182. Один раз засуну.
Давай.
Ты, наверное, ланч лучше возьми его красный. Пусть у тебя будет красный. Сюренджики взял. Блин, сори, холодно, пизда.
Ну тут пиздец как прохладно.
Ну, честно, по-моему, не так холодно было.
Кто у них на месте тренера сидит? Я.
Мне еще 40, ты шлем, наверное, ебал.
Ну, зона, да, такая. Пиздец собак.
У вас не было больше этих шариков?
Нет, нет, такой без.
Короче.
Ебать, сцена трясется. А мы знаете, что забыли? Пошли все нахуй. Ну? Пошли все нахуй. Пошли все нахуй.
Клифф не матерится, мама смотрит.
Пошли все нафиг, мы не материмся.
Да, команд-центр что, починили, да?
Нет.
Не знаю.
Не знаю.
Ну, все, мама.
Портфель, забыл, рюкзак, школу, машину.
Меня мама смотрит, и потом вспоминаешь моменты Клиффа, где он орёт мат. Пошли нахуй, животные ебутся.
Сюда стреляют или это А ну-ка. Книжка.
Вам я возьму?
Возьму.
Я, да, берите. Это чей дроп тут?
Это давно там вроде.
I'm going to watch this area.
А у нас слева, типа?
Крутой бинок, блядь.
Так, я бину сейчас открою. Денег в банке.
Да, тоже задерживание.
Так, оставил ту тачку.
Дай денег, ладно.
Дал.
Все стоят, друзья.
Слева спад, справа спад, вдалеке спад. Но эти, я думаю, будут уходить, они просто спать хотят. Надо
Я право чекаю.
Это пиздохать их, на самом деле. Надо.
Право никого не вижу.
Лево, можно как-то подойти? Он тыкает,
там играет, короче, слева дома, играет Таннел.
Смотри, на мне прям.
Уже на тебе играет, Малик? Тебе страницу надо.
Его, он, блядь.
Вижу их. Вот тут за этим камнем.
Horizon Бангасир.
Да, куда-то шли.
Не топают. Покидали.
Да, вижу. Я не вижу. Где-то играет слева. Слева играет.
Не уходит, да?
Не стоят.
Справа какая-то.
Че, реально не уходят? Малик, подойди поближе, ты насканиваешь?
Сейчас скажу.
Там people церковь вроде бы играют. Походу ушли.
Нет.
Рядом никого не вижу.
Нет, стоят.
Во, слева банга.
Ладно, берите тачку, поехали в обидную.
Ты бери ранее тачку, я бабу.
Поедем сюда, засканем. Все,
да?
там?
У меня два.
Сейчас рейндж возьму.
Да.
Суки не дают засканить, прикинь.
Сейчас по-любому будут.
С этой стороны могут аккуратно, как все сейчас ебашь.
Хорошо.
Здесь есть стик, вот да. Вот бабки остались на крабе, если что?
Нет. Там медкит будет, меня саппорт.
Бля, что не взял?
Кстати, там саппорт кит. Лабу держу.
Да, сканула дашь.
Есть тут что-то, по-моему. Не уверен. У меня...
Я вышел.
У меня круг перекрасился.
Он иногда багается.
Да. Ну, на пути что-то было, значит.
Га. Выкинул фиолетовый щит. Я не успел. Еще маленький есть. Лайты. Эрго.
Мне кажется, если поговорим, что мы сейчас вернемся.
Да.
Сканер?
Да.
Тачка.
Сверху тачка. Я скатываюсь на фразу. Помалька, даю бабу.
Я успел?
Так, что там по зоне? Слева также стоят сканилки. Тачку надо брать.
А чем мы куда?
Не знаю, может сорвемся куда-нибудь?
Может сюда? Куда мы вернемся? Нам нужно барометр играть.
Ну вот один чел в этом доме.
Где?
Вот.
Так мы доедем. Хотите?
Подожди.
Я бы хотел вот тут играть.
Я вот тоже можно. Под ульту выбить дом вообще. У меня пике есть.
Выходим? Да, окей.
2 оранжа осталось. Пол тачку оставляем.
Да, наверное.
У нас еще шарик есть. Справа вылечила в тан или в дань?
В доме да пикают.
Так а может как-то переждать и потусать под стол? Ну сейчас тут же файты будут 100%.
Да.
Просто поставить как-нибудь успешно.
Да хуя уже умирать теперь. А в тоннеле кто-то был тут?
Да, в правом были. Но были в начале.
Когда мы застанили. Эти проходят, пойдем.
У них склад там.
Пытайтесь, чтобы вас не
Нормально,
увидели.
надо тану скинуть.
Ходи так, чтобы прям...
Но мне прям в упор придется к тану выходить.
Не-не-не, просто с нами. Да встречай, скиллы будут спасать.
На входе никого
уже.
Я же говорю, Малик, я же попросил идти ко мне со мной.
Клифф сказал к тану заскать.
Я сказал, так
я сказал то, что не подходи близко. Меня ультает, под его ульту вообще идет.
Да, я знаю. Не пиздят.
Я тоже бы пришел, ебать.
Даю,
Влево уходим, влево ушли. Они стену дали.
Конечно, надо сзади закрывать. Го под этот дом пока.
Был медленный,
Да, я в дом поддался справа. Все хорошо.
Малик, подойди потом на скань, пожалуйста. Ой, зачем под меня?
Говорят.
Я пока спину
смотри спину. Уверен, никого
нет?
Спасибо,
смотрю тану.
Нет. Двери стоит.
Снизу есть. Там, да, два перка.
Такая дверь.
Тыкай. Там дверь не
готова, я к вам прихожу.
Я уже тыкай. Грибник ёбаный!
Тыкает.
У нас справа есть.
Да,
вот
за камнем.
Они вниз скатывают.
А, они регают.
С меня никого нет.
Слева там чел.
Опа, не вот тут видно их. Да.
Сейчас не видно.
Не торопимся, у нас зона будет тут снизу.
У нас еще шарики.
Да, слушайте, у нас две ульти. Мы просто до тех пор наебаться, просто как переживем.
Да.
Если право там смог, хочу вот этих пропекать немножко.
Я сейчас тоже пробую с черепа попасть.
Да, слушай, их можно пикнуть.
Я бегу.
Я тут там.
Можешь Малик просто в них интерап ебануть?
Далеко. Не вижу. Вот тут банка есть. Вторая. Одна.
У меня иди ко мне быстрее!
Я бегу.
Вот.
Вижу. Синий балик, панка, стол.
Катались за то.
Я мне хожу, дайте участок.
Нет, Малик.
Даю.
Давай. Не дамажу.
Тут файты были.
А другие где чел?
Вот здесь все.
Два из двое, слева, смотрите, один кто-то право.
Надо право встречать.
Бля, она была...
Все, я ультат.
Файтится.
Не башьте, я ультат.
Смотри право кто-то.
Полопом.
Видно. ПКП. Не вижу тебя. Стенка упала. Чел стоит в одном пикселе. Внизу. Не будь пиздец.
Там далеко они.
Тут челом пизда, ребят.
Иду.
Правый надо. Мне трапнул. Я отхожу. Хилюсь большой.
Не пушат.
Все хорошо. Я еще один
Пуши
ультат.
закидываю. Пошли обратно.
Да, иди скрыл, ультат.
Оба не бегают.
Я эти до сих пор тут.
Слева бегут в опу. Ультат 10%.
Здорово, Торбим.
В одном пикселе они.
А у нас уже вторая группа пошла.
Большой ям. У нас
Левый
тут
склад.
склад.
Да. Надо лево. Опа, 1-3.
Да, по 1-3, ребят, давайте...
Нет, Эрбим, нихуя. У меня не будет,
Бабл
походу.
есть 5, просто медленно, у меня 5 секунд бабл.
Я хочу право чекать.
Давай, я
Все проплачено.
Я скину.
Эти пиздятся. Подраниться идеально.
У меня синий столик, да?
Под нами не солик, под нами пулка стоит.
Столик, говорю, просто что.
Да. Вот он бегает, видно в смоках. По месту.
Да, вот тут еще стать.
Не видно.
Убили.
По месту.
Одно у него, ой, я пошел.
На зону где?
У меня зона.
Это
Я
план.
дал бабу. У нас...
Принять задержка.
Сейф. Слева файтится, налево чекай. Право пол. Да, есть.
Слева задержка.
У меня пол сейф. Я тоже сейф. Единственное
Справа файта, видно людей.
Видно, стреляю, краб.
Опять в трансу. Ну так ты можешь по вкладке открыть.
Болтайте бокс, если можете. Нет? Давай, подожди, бабл, иди.
Энерджейзер, здорово.
А, забейте, бокс не болтал. Только у вас энергов, Малик.
Да, тем спика чинили, но задержка картинки
У кого кликнуть, я даю такую, я не могу кликнуть. Блять, они вообще не дают.
и войса есть все-таки. По-другому никак не делать. Это вот самый идеальный вариант.
Мы ультой убьем. Я иду лутать. Да, есть. Тут я лутал ближе. Тут ничего нет, там еще. Вот, я не знаю. Там у тебя дальше. Энерго на лево я смотрю. Дропну потом. Евак есть. На, Малик.
Да.
И че по банке? По банке? Давай. Там просто да, там допьет. Все спады еще, все спады сразу, один слева. Все по мясу. По ХП, хуй залупа, хуй усатый. Вижу. По мясу. Поймайся, Валька.
А раньше мама не смотрит, так полагаю.
У меня просто много осталось.
Надо ган свапать.
Сейчас.
Справа смотрим.
30 кавер. Дайте кавер.
Нет. Вон бегут под спины. У них зоны там нет.
Да.
Я там под камнями. Ко мне подойдите, кликайте.
Иду.
Я иду. Левый трак можно.
Есть.
Кирюсь. У меня есть. Шарик дали.
Шар дал. Можно зона, если что.
Нет, да, у нас Лево. Право, опен проходит. Да. Право хлопки дают. Бегут, под нас.
Упали, перед ними упали.
Я ультую.
Право, лево.
Видно.
Не видно нихуя.
Достанил на штыку. Я это стресс у меня.
Ласты дерутся.
Достаю башню, достал башню. Право со мной возьми.
Это что было? Малик. Ебать, Малик зажал, ой, хорошо.
вместе.
По мясу одно.
Домой! Вот так, игру 6 подряд.
6 подряд, говорит. Хороший. Ой, хорошо, как на душе стало.
For the IMBA powerhouse, Aurora, who come into this at 37th in the overall standings on 35 points. They would
Не
need
понял. А Малик
roughly about 65
раньше
points
на что-то
to push
встал?
themselves into the winners bracket.
Я думал, Малик, ну,
If they have
по
games
росту,
like that, it
как
is certainly
раньше, если бы выше.
achievable. Can you imagine if Aurora would find themselves
О,
in the
Лесбо
winners
Аврора,
bracket
ничего
after
себе.
what was a
В азиатском регионе также есть болельщики.
They did win a few
Круто.
contests, but they were not getting to those final circles.
You see how much it means to them as well. And a tough road, but for now, get the biceps out, boys. Because you just won game one of the last opportunity to get these points ahead of bracket
Сансета
play.
заклеили.
Give it up in the crowd here for Aurora. It's been a long road for them. They're back on land. They get that win. And maybe, just maybe, this is the start of the redemption arc.
And of course a Dark Zero flag as well. They do take second place, and it really did come down to where Geo's damage went. Because when you are in a 3 versus 3 like that and a pinch is happening, Geo's going to be shooting someone.
Он на...
and they shot Dark
Ничего
Zero that
себе, на
little bit
какой?
more, but some of the individual
А интересно,
skills we saw
маленькая
there from
или
Aurora as
медиум?
well, the shreds
На
that
Final Mouse
happen.
ебашит.
You've got to hit your shots in those final moments. I know we say it often, but it really can make a difference.
Ну, Малик зажал последнего чела прям
As a game,
сладенько.
you can overcomplicate, right? But
Будто
you've got to hit
геймпадер.
your shots, like you say, in the
Ой.
final moments.
Ой, какая
And that's
сочная
exactly
картинка.
what they do. The beautiful one clip that came in gives them that opportunity in the opening to turn the 3v3 into a 3v2.
So Aurora knew that Dark Zero were to their left. That was always going to be the case. But Dark Zero and Aurora ignored each other and just focused on all the teams that were arriving from the north until it got down to the point where just Gambari and Otazan were left because they skyward dived into the center of the circle. And then it was just a matter of time. We knew full well Geo were not winning that game. There was no chance they were going to win in the position that they found themselves in.
And how look at that cleave on Gibraltar as well. It seems like It's been a little bit of inspiration through the lobby, shall we say, for the big man to come back and have his say. But this is the spray I was talking about here. Pops over the crest of this hill. It's a 174 spray. And that's going to win you games.
darkzero were just never really given the chance to reset and think about things. They were too focused on Geo, and because of it, they were caught just slightly off guard. Still a brilliant game for darkzero. 22 points for them with 13 kills. In their eyes, they still won that match. But what wonders this will do for Aurora's confidence. 19 points on the board. I said about 65 across this series, where you've done a good chunk there in match number 1.
Very, very well played for both Aurora and darkzero. Gambare Otosan in third place with 13 points themselves, but looking at the other end, Dan.
6 киллов-то на 2 склада больше закрыли. Не так уж и много прям.
Something's got to change here, because otherwise it's looking like the elimination bracket for them.
Ну-ка, восхищение тренера послушать. Да ёбаный сыр-то.
Чтобы реально, как по моему предикту, чтобы там поинтов 65-70 нужно было для топ-20 проходки.
А уже доказывает, что Малику не нужны паттерни, чтобы трахать.
Давай посмотрим, какие команды уже сегодня не будут играть.
Это статик?
Все будут играть по одному.
Нет команд, да, которые две подряд?
Думаешь,
Почему? Мы можем поставить как...
Да, это статик. Чел, который может помочь вам компы настроить. Да, понял, маус. О, а вот эта девчонка, кстати, из-за бобров, из-за Авроры топит. Так. Ой. Надо, кстати, посмотреть, а куда они свалили. Куда свалил тот отряд, который с ними контеститься должен?
Держись за то, что опоздал.
Хорошая штрафная, Тербим, спасибо большое. Опаздывай почаще, пожалуйста. Благодарю.
Я пришла ради мести, но останусь ради богатства.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London. Welcome to the Copper Box, and welcome back to some of the most intense Apex Legends that we've seen since we arrived at that beautiful arena you can see in front of you.
Не забывайте следить за целью.
В плане Дунжа. Сюда пошел. Выцеливает там. Я своего не брошу, мальчик. не настолько богат, не как Водожоп. Ну вот. У каждого, знаешь, свое богатство. Пошла тут сейчас будет. А нахуй я резнулся, он ливнул все равно.
To you both as we go into match number 2, which is of course going to be Storm Point yet again. I'm curious if we will see either of the contests actually now. It certainly went.
Ёп, твою, все справа, да. Куда? Куда летим? Понял. СНГ школа, заработай. Чё? I'm a little bit confused. What do you mean? Oh. Там альянсы начали уже.
And Fury decides maybe that wasn't the best of ideas, and Alliance are given the beans.
Они встали еще, что?
Quite rightly so. Let them know it's your drop spot, and it will continue to be so for the rest of this tournament. That is terrible news, though, for Furia. They are one of the teams that needed points to get into that winners bracket. I tell you what, everyone wants to come to.
Zero said, "Hey, Aurora."
А, у Авроры контест теперь.
Patriots feel comfortable. Interesting decision from DZ to do this. Maybe they don't want Aurora to be involved.
This is really smart from Dark Zero. They don't want.
А это Dark Zero теперь, кстати, с кем они дрались в прошлый раз. Они решили их поконтестить, чтобы поджать. На самом деле плюсы... Бля, Маливану БП за что. Сука. Помогите, помогите, пожалуйста. Не нокаться, не нокаться. Ай-яй-яй. Разменять? Да, блядь! А почему показывают... Блять. Ну, это ж геймпад был. Раньше. Все, посмотрели. Возвращаемся обратно тогда. Блять, он его не кракнул. 154. Еще и патронов не было. А, хэвики все забрал. Решили в ноль сыграть, не зря Dark Zero. Блять. Могли. Один в один все-таки остались, а там просто геймпад, блядь, присосался. Я хуй знаю, зачем он так запушил его прям.
Beautiful things of battle royales, or the terrible things of battle royales, that when you have qualified, you have the chance to just disrupt.
Там было окно, наверное, когда он в нокнутого стрелял со спидфайром, и надо было перезаряжаться. В этот момент можно было запушить. Но он, наверное, думал, что пытается его в смоке найти.
All they're going to find out at this point, Dan, is where they're going, and they're going to find out there's a lot of people there when they arrive.
Yeah, we saw how important it was getting not just ring console but survey beacon in the previous game, and there is a lot of space that can be played, but there is a survey beacon on the way from Cascade Falls as you rotate towards this circle, so Pioneers will probably hit it. Wouldn't be surprised.
Заколебал один турнир. Это паблики были.
So there are teams that can have a lot of information even though they're arriving late, and if you time it correctly, you'll also get that information a little bit further into ring 3.
Fight's going down though, glitch energy involved. And it looks like they're not on the good side of this, trapped in a corner at the moment. The knockdown shield's going to seem to prolong what is the inevitable. Let's go next to trying to put this pressure on. At the moment all they've got to do is swing to finish this one off. One more player alive, and it should be game over, but even the death box couldn't save you there, my friend. Go next, pick up the kills.
So glitch energy.
Он так за монитор будто выглядывал. В надежде, что достанет. Увидит раньше. Уже две, да. У Бобров и Авроры уже две сетки было. Две группы. Сейчас Аврора третью группу играет, и после них Бобры третью группу играют.
Looking at things at the moment, I'm going to make the call. I think it's pulling down towards the cannon, and Onyx Esports are in an amazing position to hold things down for now. Controlling that kind of eastern side, the ridge where you have some cover from the rocks. Realize also inside of the zone for now, but having to work their way into a position to do so. But with where that zone is going, you get the feeling they're going to have to do a little bit of traveling before this game is done.
Yeah, I think Realize at the moment is just about holding tight, knowing full well they don't own the northern side. They'll be well aware that Alliance will be arriving from Thunderwatch at some point. It is an annoying comp to push in. I think even TSM yesterday had to...
Вот это вебка.
...were not successful because of the comp that's being played. So Realize are just being a thorn in the side to most teams in this lobby when they decide to hold one of these chokes. So Alliance may decide they want to rotate round and go through command center.
A little bit calm before the storm, as we like to say here, as everybody seems to have found a place to be comfortable for quite some time. The only teams who aren't inside of the safe area, we'll call it at the moment, they're inside of where the zone is going to be burning, is over at Northpad. And Riddle Order, who have just finished the armory just outside of the mill as well. So Dark Zero, who I have to say maybe are the villains to the EMEA teams at the moment. I have to say there's been some fantastic back and forth, or should I say maybe just fourth from Zero on Twitter towards Aurora. Get job number one done. For now, I'm going to get a little bit of info on enemy positions and how they want to approach here from Antenna, but Dark Zero, like I mentioned, job done, but now they can refocus and work out how to approach these zones from edge.
It looks like Dark Zero are going to come across LG Chivas first, but Riddle Order will probably be following close behind, so a very possible third party could happen on that southern tip next to Antenna. Circle does shift northeast of the circle we saw previously, so that is good news for a lot of the squads that were already holding the northern side.
Bad call from me. I thought that one was going a little bit more south, but it does pull over towards the east. And now that great position we were talking about for Onyx Esports all of a sudden becomes somewhat of a transitional one, but look at Alliance trying to sneak their way in from the north. Effect has to be careful here, just baits things out. With that Q, the grav lift, they maybe took the records away from just a sec to pop that battery, expecting him to go up that lift. Hack is trying to provide some cover here.
Oh, they get
There's the Gibby bubble.
See you later. They jump onto the Trident as well, and they say, you know what, we're out of here. We know who that is. We know how well they're playing. Let's just avoid this and reposition. Alliance fear no one at the moment. I think that is the terrifying thing for a lot of these teams in the lobby. When Alliance are anywhere near you, Effect is going to be running at you and holding forward, and they will just keep going because they have already qualified for that winner's bracket.
Realize reposition. LG and Dark Zero, they had a little bit of a scuffle in the last game, but this time it looks like
Вот это я понимаю уровень. Эффекты за одну и за другую команду играет. Двойной агент сразу. На двух ЗП сидит.
And this fight has gone on too long. Naked have already arrived. Riddle Order are also turning up onto the scene. And I think they know that. Both teams, even though they've delayed it, have to just face the inevitable here. You have to try and fight multiple teams at once.
Scan does come in. That's going to cancel all the abilities. That's going to be silence. And oh my goodness, Zainu! It's a good spray on one, but can't quite get the finish.
А так хорошо было.
Maybe just to think about KP. Maybe he can get his teammate back up here.
Well, thankfully, Riddle Order have just distracted LG a little bit, and LG get
Почти
eliminated.
клипнул.
Naked did the final damage, as elsewhere there is still the fight happening between Alliance and Realize. LG and Dark Zero do get confirmed eliminators. Now Alliance looking to try and push it.
Send in effect. That's what he does. Another kill to add to the tally of this young man, and not even a smile on the face, just locked in.
Locked in, focused, as are the entirety of Alliance. Let's jump into a listening and see just what the comms are like.
I need as well. I need to swap my gun.
Here, a car. I think a car's behind. Yeah, car behind, 100%.
Where are the other boxes?
Open Alexa.
There's one, I'm taking those.
We can wrap around the storm, Hakis, you remember?
We can still do it, yeah. Do you have enough meds?
Yes.
If we have 4 makers, we can do it.
Are you guys coming up? Oh, no.
Yes.
Yes.
After we do it.
They gotta come in anyway.
Crypto?
He's somewhere close to the front on your left. All of them are down here.
Oh, here it is.
Any more? Any jam markers?
Yeah, there's a nemesis, 100 here.
Yeah.
Do we take the car around?
I have 4 medkits.
I have 4 medkits too, 4 medkits as well.
Yeah, it's syringes, 4 medkits. We can go as late as possible.
Isn't the pedicure?
Зона у них есть вообще?
From Suncatcher, it's so hard to push. They have Watson too.
Да, есть.
Is it though?
I don't think we definitely don't go this side because of Kraber.
Храбер за зону падает на пауков, да. Но там могут забрать его.
Like a lot of space still there.
We can just evac from storm and oob it, no?
Yeah.
We just go behind here. We just go behind here, evac, and then oob the building. Okay? We oob the roof here.
Yeah. Okay. You wanna call there?
Yeah, we should call there.
Okay.
You guys ready to go?
Heal 4, heal 4. Yeah. I'm 4-7 on flash heals.
4-4.
I'm 1-6.
Там кто-то за зоной был.
Team, get out. Yeah. I'm queuing up. Yeah. One roof effect.
Он просто умрет?
He was here. I only saw one guy though. Inside. It might take cannon.
Okay.
1 HP. Taking it. That's nice.
Oh, it's a solo.
Whoa.
Walk to me. We have another car here.
In fact, I need you to drop a medkit me. Yep.
0 ошибок.
Dropping one here as well. I don't need more. Okay, listen. We all pop it together. It together and go.
Okay.
Pop it together and go.
Okay. I'm gonna pop mine now with a Phoenix.
3, 2, 1, going. And then I'm gonna put my evac down. Everybody syringe, and then we go. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna climb up and do it. Syringe and go.
Doing it now.
Just oob it if you can. I don't know how this works, but we're a little bit late, but
We can land roof. It should be safe, but the other side is not in.
Yeah. They're playing roof though.
This roof.
Wait, cannon! Go cannon! Cannon is free.
Left, right, super quick.
That's
Play split then. Play split a little bit. I'm gonna go on this blue. You guys go on this car.
Stay on me. You're safe here.
Stay on me as well. Playing split. Can we pressure back up the aim?
We should just shield. We're literally outside.
Yep. Drop it into the string. I'm good. I got syringes.
I have one. I can grab.
Yep.
Thank you.
As we come out of the listening, we go back into the game. I mean, effective clay pigeon shooting the rat that was inside a zone, and then they wrap the zone themselves and find a place to play. Alliance brilliance again.
It was something that happened from Pioneers as well. During that listening, we were able to watch the map, and Pioneers wrapped the entirety of the northern zone, and were able to find themselves now dead center, and really are positioning themselves well for a a lot of points here. There are still though 2 teams on the southern side. These are 2 of them. FaZe taking a fight with Naked at the moment.
FaZe trying to pick up the KP. The zone is going to be a problem for them in 30 seconds time though, because they have so far to go. Shots coming in, but not quite connecting from any members of FaZe at the moment.
Снайпдаун сегодня. А, тут всех переключают.
Is going to collect KP for them. Naked do make that rotate. And at the moment, it might be a race up the hill between the 2.
Well, FaZe at the moment who
Смотри, у всех праулеры. Геймпадеры праулеры берут.
actually tied exactly on the same amount of points in the overall standings. Both of these teams would need.
Ну и в целом, с чем играть? Кар такой себе, 9-ку крафтить надо.
But Fodiet's taking a lot of damage there as he tries to cross. Oh, he's down. Will go down, so now it means Naked have the advantage 3 versus 2.
I think he does get that knock onto Phony, and now all of a sudden you got to think, do we push, do we
Карешка прям самый оптимальный вариант.
just try and do both? Do we finish the fight, pick up the KP, and then have our escape plan route in front of us? Instead, it looks like they're leaving FaZe to it. They're going to leave those KP, or potential KP, I should say. The 2 members of FaZe are going to be meeting them on the other side of things here, but it's a little bit risky.
Yeah, I think that Naked have assessed that pickup was not going to happen. They're going to guarantee themselves at least 1, and then they probably catch them again in this choke. You're completely right. FaZe, though, are going to have to be careful here which angles they take. They have the high ground, but shots early, as it is going to be sniped down, getting some good damage.
Gets the black hole destroyed as well, but it's still a 3v2 here, and there will be time to heal. But Naked, they've got to work hard here, and they've got to work true, and those shots are pretty damn good. FaZe.
О, кстати, от бедра не месяц. Вот от бедра, возможно, его скрыто как-то понерфили. От бедра тяжелее стало залетать. По крайней мере, на том же уровне он стал, как остальные АРки.
So next, one of those teams trying to survive and not doing a great job of it at the moment. Caught up on that low ground. You can see NRG though, they found a way to the eastern side, which means that they can hold a lot of teams out on this height. They also have a walk in if they can win this engagement and survive long enough to move towards where that end game is going to be. qadRaT Otosan trying to work their way in and pressurizing NRG a little bit, who are caught up in this zipline building. But I've got to give a shout out here, by the way, not only to Alliance and the rotate they make, and Tropic eliminated in the meantime, but Pioneers still involved in that end zone.
Pioneers, they took the perfect building, but actually the circle has moved even closer towards the mountain. You'll see it a little bit later when we get towards that end game. E6 are going to hold the eastern side of that mountain, another team who can hold people out. But this is what the area we were talking about. KCP and Alliance will hold it, but the circle was going to move closer towards the mountainside. So actually Alliance in the better spot right now, and KCP will have to move.
Alliance might have to hold off a couple of teams coming in though. Everyone who's going to be leaving Stormcatcher is going to be flooding towards Alliance. Naked also in a really good position just to the left-hand side of the screen you're looking at right now on the southern side of the zone. And they might be able to help Alliance a little bit here, holding out all of these teams. NRG making their move.
Ну, Альянса прям сладенько.
You can see NRG just hugging the mountain for now, trying to almost avoid the carnage that's about to go down.
Yeah, I wonder if NRG are going to go up into the skies and try and take a little old trip over towards the circle, or if they're going to be more than happy just to wait at the moment and hope that other teams walk on by, as we will see one team go up into the skies. qadRaT Otosan have their chance now to try and dive on towards this circle.
Trying to get ahead of the traffic.
На скалу хотят, убивать их в спине.
Are they going to be able to land somewhere safe? Are they going to try and oops someone? Find a platform they could call their own. Can they get the gen down though to stop these grenades? That's the question. There's the defensive bombardment set up. You have the castle wall down, you have the gen down as well from the Watson. They are set up here.
Стенку надо было как-то левее ставить.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough push, but look at all the Dark Veils now coming out as well. All the Western teams rushing to try and get to this eastern side, and we are going to see bodies drop to the floor over and over again here.
You can see all the Dark Veils just intersected each other as well. Riddle Order trying to survive. They are safe for now. E6 go down, go next, go down as well. And look at these
Ну, тоже геймпад,
shots
походу.
onto Geo.
Ну да, ручки под столом еще.
Giving them a little bit of punishment.
Riddle Order are doing well, but at the same time, even after this damage, they're going to be griefed by Geo, Onyx, and NRG. Speaking of Onyx, they just went down to NRG, who will now hold the southern side, but Geo are getting involved in that fight as well, as Riddle Order are still looking at Leave No Witness.
Onyx have gone down, NRG now scrapping with Geo. You can see at the top of your screen exactly how that's going.
Опа, Энерджи в спину заходит. Они прям сейчас все собрать могут, кстати.
Starting to come to life here. More bodies in front of them, more KP to be picked up as Sweet makes the call and lines up the Kraber.
But he's got to be careful. Naked are coming from behind, and NRG have to be aware. They turn as Naked for Sweet, but I don't think he's going to hang on. All down to Guild now for NRG.
Can Guild clutch? That's the question. He's got a little bit of support, though, from the two teams who stayed alive. You can see he's managed to just kind of sneak away from attention, make himself small, and Riddle Order might be able to keep him alive as now they make their move forward, but no, he's been sniffed out. NRG eliminated. We're down to our top 4.
All the meanwhile, Pioneers and
Как жаль, как жаль. Подсос на подсосе. А тем временем Алики, кстати, запиздились, пока те дерутся. И все, они могут спину либо принимать, либо в спину заходить.
Alliance set up on the high ground. This has been their tournament. So far, TSM might have something to say about that, but they certainly have
Они успели зайти? Да, они успели вернуться.
To the split 2 playoffs here in London. For now, they're the kings of the castle. They're up on the high ground, and I tell you what, when Effect's looking at you the way he's been playing, you wouldn't be surprised to see him take the game home.
Alliance are trying to take angles here. They just have to be careful because Riddle Order are going to be approaching from this southwest side. This is good though from Riddle Order. You want to delay it a little bit. You want to go unnoticed, but I think they were spotted out. So
Нью-Йорк, здорово.
where every team is. This might slow down a
Привет.
little bit as the
И
round
удачи
5
бобрам на
closes,
турике.
because no team is going to want to initiate in any fight.
Спасибо большое за поддержку.
Down to the circle
И бобрам, и
into an engagement.
Аврорам.
Everybody probably waiting for ults and abilities to come up as well, having just expended so much to get to this point. So you are going to see the stalemate all of a sudden, as everybody will be safe. Scan comes in, Hackis has to just dodge and dive around a bit to make sure that he's not an easy target. But one thing about Alliance when you get to end games is they always are fully kitted with the way that they rotate, with the way they loot. It's not surprising to see with the KP they pick up full red armors, and as if 3 wasn't enough, Dan, they've got a spare just set up on top of the building at the moment.
Yeah, unbelievable what Alliance were able to do as well, and crazy confidence they even took that fight with Pioneers, by the way, because I don't know if they would have done it if they were in a different position and they hadn't already qualified for winners bracket, but I think that with how well they've been fighting and the crazy decisions that they've been making throughout this tournament, it's really worked out for them, and they are a genuine threat for the entire championship here in London.
Riddle Order just caught in this corner at the moment. You would say that they're kind of hoping that something else breaks out that they could take advantage of. Alliance, they have the best lines of sight of everybody, and look at all the equipment they've got as well up on that high ground. You've got the shield swap, you've got extra batteries down, they've got all the utility you could possibly ask for. A couple of desk boxes being looted, you can see by effect in the build-up to this final battle to make sure that even if they're expelling grenades, which you would imagine from the loot boxes in front of them, they're going to have plenty more to play with come to those final moments.
And a top 3 for both Naked and Riddle Order should be enough to get them towards that winners bracket. Maybe Riddle Order need a top 2, or if even a victory would all but guarantee it. But it's great to see that these teams are finding this consistency now when they need to in their last group stage games. As here we go, the circle is going to close and start to force some of these squads together now. Riddle Order will hold the outside, and maybe are going to get eyes on it. It's going to really depend on what Alliance choose to do here. Do you drop early, or do you try and force a fight? They are the ones who can play in any way they want. They can take the risks.
So it's going to close behind them though. Threat here for Hackis is going to make these smokes not as valuable as they may have been in a defensive or offensive capacity for the teams who are trying to take them down from this height. Effect also with the GG threat himself. Now they just take a second to take the second level of this building. They can have to leave at some point, and it may be made a little bit easier as the carnage.
Скала сверху может помешать. Но зато крышу выбьет. Что там? Одна ракета. Такое. Надо правого ебать. О, правильно. Ёб твою мать, что творит?
As Hackis is now left on his own, Naked takes to the skies. They use
Naked, наверное, выиграет здесь.
And surely this is set up for them to take this home.
Should, but it's not always a guarantee when you're against Alliance. Hackis and Yuki as a 2 against 1 here, and it looks like it could still be Alliance's game.
Hackis and Yuki.
А стена их ведь. И шипы еще. Алики выиграли, ладно. Какая же стена противная, а? Еще и шипы снизу. ЖЖ шумихи навела, конечно. А кто это у нас недовольный? Грустная булочка такая злая.
And I said, are they going to be able to break those records, get over that 200-point mark that they did previously in group stages last year? I tell you what, they're well on their way.
It's not very often you get to see what is as close to a perfect game of Apex Legends from a team in these kind of lobbies, Dan. That from Alliance was pretty darn close. They win the contest against Furia. They wipe them. Not even a contest. Then they make a really smart rotate after clearing out the northern side of the zone. They go into the red. They hit the evac tower. They find a place to play. They win the important fight inside a zone to get height control. And then they're like, hey, what haven't we done yet? We send in effect. He gets the damage. And then Yuki and Hackis, the duo, for so long now say, thanks for the damage. We take it from here.
Alliance do it yet again. And they march on in a scary fashion, it has to be said. I mean, coming into today, it was only Alliance and TSM as the guaranteed going into winner's bracket. Of course, there will be teams trickling in after these games. But you have to admit that Lightning Rod looks pretty good. A drop spot here on Storm Point, being able to go from north to south, regardless of where that circle is finishing. Alliance always find a way.
Ну, Naked, кстати, хорошо пожили, они в этом доме были. Я думал, они наоборот на внешке играют.
And the rest of Alliance were above them at this point. And I've got to say, I didn't think this was going to be a game that ended up quite going the way it was. It looked pretty clean for Alliance at the end.
I thought that Naked would have had it. Because Alliance were forced to swing and take that damage, Naked then went up to the skies, but it was the kind of turnaround from Hackis and Yuki after Effect had done the damage. Because look, Naked were even griefing the other squad here. They had the Dark Veil to use as protection. But then as a 3, look what happened. They got absolutely turned on at this point. They thought they'd be sensible, they thought they'd be comfortable, but the
Пинки продали. И после этого началось.
Arufa trying to get the armor swap at the end. He managed to do so, but unfortunately for him, the zone forced him up. Gun was down. Armor swaps come in. I mean, it's Alliance at the end of the day, and for all the talk of Effect, Hackis and Yuki have been superb alongside.
Мне кажется, что матч как-то долго длится.
From Alliance in your match number 2. They take home the win with 13 kills.
I would not be surprised if we see.
Это всего лишь вторая карта, а такое ощущение, будто вечность уже
I will
прошла.
point out though, a team we were asking to get some points was NRG, and they put 13 on the board, and that will slowly move them toward that kind of 100-point area that I was talking about. Still 4 matches to play. That is a good sign that NRG still have chances here.
Yeah, and the same cannot be said for Furia. They went for the contest over at Lightning Rod, and it cost them a game of Apex. They didn't get a kill, they didn't get a point. Tough one for them.
I cannot stress enough how important it was that Alliance won
Эффект зарешал убив Ридлов, так Ридлов 2 склада убивала.
for the rest of the tournament, as Furia have recognized now what happens and what goes wrong if they lose that fight. Furia need to find somewhere else to go. Maybe do what they did in game 1, where they just took the extra loot that was there for them.
Well, let's look at the series result at the moment after 2 games. Done and dusted here. We still got 4 to go, but no surprise, surprise, surprise to see Alliance on top. 31 points for them. Dark Zero in second. We almost forgot Dark Zero what they did at the start.
Сейчас же повтор был от лица Horizon, как она слева заходила.
Send them into the elimination bracket after Aurora's victory earlier, because they will be contesting each other on World's Edge when we get there, and they would much prefer going into winner's bracket, not having to have a contest.
Awesome, awesome stuff. You can see that LG Shivas trying to do what they can as well to find the points they need, but a little bit of a slow start for them. But Alliance looking extremely strong with the win here on Storm Point, here at the Copper Box. And Dan, speaking
Спасибо, Нью-Йорк, спасибо.
Go on, it's a pretty cool stuff to do here at the Copper Box. And if you're coming down or you're planning on coming down today, this is what you can
Поставил топ-1 Предатор, продержался вот и в перваликах. Да, не из-за Предатора, а из-за геймплея. Не, он себя светанул, может, как медийкой, но потом он ведь начал играть просто с ребятами. Сайбербас, он, наверное, воняет, пиздец. Если нет кондея.
Look at the size of this bus, okay? 3 setups downstairs, and you have 3 more setups.
Откуда электроэнергия как бы идет?
play against each other, get their games of Apex in. Now, I ain't
Я
never seen
представляю,
anything
насколько там
like
херово,
this.
если нет
It's not
кондея.
just these gaming
Компы
consoles.
греют.
You got the big TV as well, so you can play with your friends.
Людей до хрена,
That's
дышать
awesome.
нечем.
On the go, the cyber bus. But hey, let's not hear from me. Let me talk to my boy Brandon over here. Now, Brandon, how did this concept come up?
So a company called Fraggers worked with, in conjunction with Cyberpower to help create the bus, and now we just travel around, go to different events, and run gaming buses at the events.
That is awesome, and I know you got a lot of people coming out here to play. You know, what has some of the reviews been like, and some of the experiences been like for people to come on the bus?
Oh, they have absolutely loved it. Honestly, it's just been an amazing experience. They've just been coming on, playing with their friends, signing into their own accounts, leveling up, getting loot crates as well, and then just going through it all. They've been enjoying it, and then they can watch the stream here or just outside the bus as well, which has just been really great.
You heard it straight from Brandon, okay? So, hey, if you're in a venue, come out, check out the cyber bus, have a good time, and try out those new moves.
Awesome stuff. Fun fact, Dan.
Yeah.
Blaze actually travels from event to event in a cyber bus.
Yeah, he has his own personal
his own
cyber bus. It's
personalised
actually his
cyber
green
bus.
room. We all just get a room in the back. Blaze an entire bus that he gets to go from event to event. Great for him, but also amazing to see, of course, all those fans getting the chance to play a little bit of Apex Legends whilst they watch. That man has 2 Nessies on his shoulders. Be careful.
Yeah, it's like I've never seen Nessies on the shoulder. I've seen a parrot before. That's more kind of traditional, but that maybe is the upgrade that we
It
need
is
to
the
see.
upgrade. I mean, he looks very chill. He's enjoying himself.
Hey, you got to be chilled. You got 2 Nessies on your shoulders. You make any sudden movements, you're going to know about it. It's as simple as that, right?
Oh, there we go. Yeah. You never really know what's going to happen next when you have 2 Nessies, but everyone in the arena enjoying their time. Of course, if you want to go check out the bus, you can.
By the way, apparently the rat is called Ratio. Am I right in saying that? I think I read on Twitter yesterday.
Someone did
That
say
might have just been
Ratio,
someone
yeah.
making his name up, but you know, that's what I was led to believe.
So all the players getting ready for match number 3. And match numbers 1 and 2, I've just been seeing the same kind of dominance from some of these squads who have been doing it all day yesterday. I'm yet to see anyone really step up to the plate who had a bad performance yesterday, but there were some signs from NRG.
And Pioneers as well. You have to remember the rotate that Pioneers made was a tough one. They were dropping over at Down Beast, I'm pretty sure, in this group, and made their way all the way through the zone after hitting the scans that they needed to get the info they needed and where they wanted to play from. And they did get into that end game, but again, getting to end game is great. You need to convert, especially if you're a team who's kind of on the precipice of a winner's bracket run and looking towards our kind of magical 100 points we're theorizing.
And I mean, they might be saying to themselves, well, if it was anyone else but Alliance, we wouldn't have been pushed. But you've just got to be prepared that anyone could push you in this tournament. And it might be a lesson learned for Pioneers that they have to just fortify that extra little bit more. Or be the aggressors, be the ones who make the push. How many times do we see teams just hunkering down and not able to achieve anything because they get pushed? We'll have to see what happens, though, in match number 3 as the players are in and out of the dropship. This is going to be our last match on Storm Point before we start going over to World's Edge in this series.
Well, Dark Zero, the heels of the lobby, if you're an EMEA fan, they are looking to maybe disrupt things once more. But instead, it looks like Aurora might be uncontested. Just looking at our map overhead we have in front of us, Aurora will have shipfall by the looks of things. Looks like Dark Zero say our work here is done.
But where did Dark Zero decide to go would be my question. Do they try and go for another team? And also, what do Furia do this time? As we're going to see a lot of players boosting across the cannon and get as far north as they can, as once more it is going to be a race towards the loot.
Oh no! Oh, it's a worrying moment there. It looks like at the moment Alliance did just get ahead of them, so Alliance will get to the north side of the map first, and they will claim Lightning Rod as their own. And it wasn't, be fair to him, he put a good effort in. It was a foot race pretty much, or should I say sky race to get there first. But realizing that Alliance maybe just had the longer legs, decided that I'm going to give this one up.
So Furia will just take what is on the southern tip of Lightning Rod and everything that's down below, but this circle is going to be going very far southeast. Fish Farms is where we're going to be finishing. LG Chivas will be very happy about that. They also have the ability to see that if they were able to get a ring console, which actually I don't think LG got the ring console. So they're going to have to just loot and hope they don't travel away from that location.
I thought you were going to say, this is a Fish Farm zone and LG Chivas will win, because they are dropping over there at the moment, and this is one of the most tough zones to get into if you aren't landing.
А что за хуйня была? У них мельница есть, хули они на вроду уебались. Специально подруинить, потому что они заняли топ-1. К слову, кстати, эти уебки, по-моему, и не заняли призовой плейс. Секунду. Ну, чисто вот так. Для справочки. Вторая игра. 16-й. Они только за киллы полутали. Гандоны. Без негатива, кстати. Какой-то ты неразговорчивый. Ну да. Когда я ухожу умываться в ванну, я микрофон не беру с собой. Ебучая жара. О.
Они на бэксайте. Вот это. Ой, передача. Малик, где? Бабам тоже едут. Я тоже даю. Было трёх. Уходи. Куда? Сюда. Мне кажется, охуенный топ, ребят. Так,
Аню пицца не интересует, Аню интересует фалафель. Опа, альянсы нокаются сейчас.
Дракон, убейте дракона.
Рисуют.
И напоминаю, вы забыли, что говорить в начале игры.
Они закрыли их?
Все нахуй.
Ноктом.
Давай, Марион, ты первый. Малик.
Блять, камера говна.
Малик, куда все идут?
Нахуй идут.
Да, идут все нахуй.
Есть маленький у меня?
Да. Едут из Андоны. Слева, по ХП едут.
2-1. Они закрыли склад.
Видно.
Вот тут. Есть стены, да? Нет, я не буду давать.
Нет, пицца с фалафелем.
Идут все нахуй, мы можем крафтиться, если что, потом под бабл. Да. Идут все нахуй. Идут все нахуй. Малик, дай. Нет, надо говорить с командой, не по одному. Дай. Ты сейчас бил темп заново, давай. Идут все нахуй. Давай сейчас покрафтимся с тобой. Не, уже тут.
Малик заебался. Что они из мальчика-одуванчика делают?
Здесь какой-нибудь ломан был.
Грубияна.
Идут все нахуй. Особенно долбоёбы. Это прикилы. Конечно, они пиздят мне дальше.
Они
там по месту. Я иду 10 дал. Нет, там никого. Дом заняли.
Меня пихали столько.
Спасибо.
Что, Санзет не можешь из дома подключиться?
Я возьму 30 и...
Блять, ладно. Будем считать, я этого сообщения не видел.
А? У меня тоже есть точки. Это мой, если что.
Клипы будет
Мне нельзя взять?
на стриме потом, можно клипы делать.
Хочешь взять сейчас? Тут все...
Вот там Андрей. Ага. Подушка стоит.
Понял.
Вы на дом играете, потому что я смотрю эту часть.
Щит этого.
Залупы. Да. А я туда ульту кину, хорошо?
Там катушка.
Это сломать можешь?
Нет.
Интересно, они каждый раз регуют новый аккаунт на Твиче? Или нет?
А я урон наношу. Бегут подранить справа. Но не к тебе раньше, просто не бегает. 58 от одного допот. Я бегу стрит.
Крак.
Убили?
Хотя не, вряд ли.
Бегут снизу бежит. Бегут, еще момент, бля, я 10 дал только. Еще бежит снизу. 42 крак.
От Дента именно. Дантес, привет.
Нету прицелов, да?
Нет. Вон там пиздится. Да не пиздится, просто хорошо.
По итогу зона на рыбалку, они сразу ее заняли. Да, full switch. Плотненькая тут. Массовочка Энерджи за зоной еще. Альянс тоже подтягивается. Штормкетчер будет сканить зону, наверное. У них жижа вроде есть, будут сканить. Ну да.
Will you take hackers from the other one? I got something. Or can you give it to me after?
Yeah, I got another one.
Just don't want to touch the worm.
Камера реп, что у них там? Да, нет, нормально все с камерой.
I'm 312.
Крафтишься.
Она вообще правее походу уходить будет. Не устал стримить 6 часов еще? Так там еще 6 сидеть. Ха. Ну я энергетика IMBA Energy бахнул. Яблочного. Готов ебашить.
Подготовьте, справа, да.
Вот это хуев. Да, тут. Пошли все нахуй. А тут есть кто-то играет, да? Вот пикают эти.
Вижу, прыгай.
Бля.
Тут дашка пытается.
Да, их там пиздят. Уезжают. Бля, ну я думаю, что эта зона туда. А почему
что
вы
такое?
сразу ничего не заняли? Спросите вы. Спросите.
Почему там ничего не заняли?
Мне показалось, почему-то на инте подсказала я потом, блядь. Хотя мы ни разу в не играли. Не знаю.
Все нормально. Двери ломают.
Похую. Да, Антон. Сколько у вас маленьких?
7.
И к нему еще шейкер. Тербиум, будет возможность, подарю потом. Может даже розыгрыш, кстати, проведем с инбой.
И ты тоже.
Ебать, больно.
Давай, умри еще.
Есть раньше 2х?
Да, я пока не бегаю, да.
Дай мне, я один урон заряжу. Под водой пушит. А, вернул тебя.
Да не пушит, забери. Да не хочется, что-то не залупает.
Я так просто.
Коктейли. К сожалению, коктейль нормально не могу сделать. Там сухие соки добавлены, и молоко окисляется быстро. Плюс сам еще энергетик кисленький. С молоком уже не то. Если кислоту уберут,
и банок тоже очень сильно столько хочется.
соков вот этих как-то поменьше будет. Блески желательно тоже убрать.
Я бы домой их украл коробку, если вариант будет.
Короче, если он будет такой же, как и до этого был, это идеально.
Орешки. Вы же ели их?
Будет возможность, сам куплю. Грамотно.
Бля, никто не пикает.
И выиграет Тербиум. Но он по-любому выиграет.
Просто прыгает.
Я стены полирую. Я маляр-штукатурщик.
Ну первые 2 сотки закинул уже. На имбу.
Через рампар стрелять.
Да забей пока, бля, пожалуйста, не тратьте ресурсы, забейте хуй. Просто если на подходит, то допекаетесь. Нет, то защитите. Просто сейчас ресурсы потратите, успеем набить 1000 раз еще ресурсы, потому что все будут файтить. Поэтому просто не парьтесь, чуть встаньте пока, смотрите по сторонам. В разные стороны смотрите, не в эту. Дом в форме члена,
хорошо,
поэтому
я захилюсь.
2 яйца, 1 писюн, выбирайте кто.
Поняли?
Выбирайте.
Кто яйцо, а кто писюн, разбирайте.
Дом в форме писюна.
Осталось еще 3500 закинуть. Нихуя себе.
Бля, ну это что за гандон нахуй? Почему вы на крыше вообще можно сказать?
А зачем 3500, погоди? 3 пачки энергоса или 2 пачки и шейкер? 2 пачки энергетика, это тебе, блять, на сколько? На полгода хватит.
Ура.
Ну ладно, на 4 месяца хрен с ним, если прям вот часто пить. Но не перебарщивать.
3-1.
А хотя погоди, не, на полгода, там же еще бесплатный будет. Еще одна пачка.
Этот много фаершопов.
Слышите?
Развлекаются.
Дорогу щенкам!
Да не часто, так раз в сутки. Ха, нихуя себе, не часто. Всего лишь-то 30 раз в месяц.
В зоне, по идее, будет вот эта залупа.
Бля, так не хватит, реально.
У меня есть 3 сюрика.
Не, на раньше 2 х.
Все?
Вроде одна упаковка на 1,5 месяца выходит.
Вот, в теории.
Если каждый день.
Дай поменяемся, Малик, приди, пожалуйста, ко мне. Встань, поменяемся.
Дорогу щенкам. А я не видел, кстати, этот момент.
Если мы въебемся прям в дальнюю часть баблов, хуёвая идея как будто будет, нет?
Да не, с баблом нормально. Смотря куда.
Но мы до туда не доедем, 200 метров.
А там склады есть, нет уже?
Да,
Там закрывать все, закрывать все.
Не, мы закрываем.
Не, я все.
Опани. Что? Нас тут. Вижу. Еще один. Не пробежали.
Их видят.
Ну там занято, потому что. Я урон даю, чтобы вадик парень.
Так Антон ебучий.
Ладно.
Стало еще лучше. Вон, бегают. А не на крав. Я устаю. Потом? Да.
Да, блядь.
40 дал. Раньше сама убивай их нахуй.
Не могу,
еще прямо тут. Еще прямо тут снизу играет. Нейты кидает. Да. 57 дал. Он пробегает налево, сапает вадик. Кракнул по мне, одно хп, справа вот тут.
На ютубе удалили.
Я пикнул.
ТГ смотрел. Может там фильтр стоит.
Вот там не один.
Или ты про мой ютуб?
Там еще их дали стену. Все друг друга пушат. Под меня стену дали куда-то.
Да, еще.
Подо мной упорил у меня. У меня на месте. Я ему пушу. Да, иди. Еще, ломай. Отойди, слева. Очень красный. Отойди, еще сквад. Отойди. Пока никого в руме нету. Смотри. Нет. У меня. Еще. Нет. Так скини ульт, ну ты.
Ну, Малик мог отойти прям сразу на плюсы. Он просто решил от укрытия сыграть. Ну, будем честны. Блять, ну там дверь помешала, ладно. Малика не заметили. Он прям мог на сюрприз мазафака сыграть. Ебучий подсос, а по-другому никак не будет, вы зону видели. Там такой трафик игроков. Тут в этом доме до сих пор 2 склада сидит.
LG Chivas, Leave No Witness, and Moist are the 3 teams that are within that circle.
Ooh, trigger discipline here from Naski. He's saying, go on, poke. I dare you. Show me just the top of your head and I'm going to give you a haircut. One player will poke. Oh,
На полгода это по праздникам пить? Да не, 2-3 раза в неделю.
Well, he gets the knock and now that's going to be full send, but Dark Zero will hold well.
Даже 3-4 раза в неделю. На полгода хватит 3 упаковки.
KCP reluctant to dive on in. It's so difficult against the Catalyst team, but now here they come.
Trying to hold off the push at the moment. Flesh damage from Jimburn gets one, and all of a sudden KCP are falling apart as the Aussie is standing up for his squad. No way you're gonna do this, Jen. No way!
A huge pop-off from Jimburn and Dark Zero. They survive. No one else to third party. They can get
Хуёво,
back
они
up to
еще и проходят дальше.
but they have to move fast. But that is an amazing play from Dark Zero and Jen Burton. They hold off despite the fact they were 2 versus 3, but they are being griefed from a distance. Now, Geo, they want to get to the southeast side. They want to find somewhere to call home, as do the other 6 teams that are outside of this circle.
10 squads still remaining, but there's the highlight play. Off the back of Naski putting someone on their back. The 2v3, but all 3 kills for Jen. Unbelievable play while all this craziness is going down. Now we see the wrap from FaZe. They're trying to take away Godspot here from LG Shibas. Glitch eliminated in the meantime. This is not looking good on the side of LG, but they've got a couple of knocks.
I mean, this is kind of smart from LG. They want to force the FaZe plan away.
Альянсы все отдыхают.
But they got to be careful of the potential third party. They went down to a slither there. And they
Я так понял, эффект уже на 3 фланга работает. И за LG тоже.
They're going to be on top of them, so LG need to be careful.
We're taken down by MT from Moist, which means that qadRaT Otosan will have a few players less as we start to approach this end game.
У кого 6, у кого 21. Да, у тебя в 5 утра где-то закончится. Получается. Этот игровой день, точнее сказать. Что, падать не собираетесь? Там женок есть.
Moist are able to get the knock, and GO do
Так
go
закрыли.
down. So Moist now hold the majority of this northern side. Naked are still there with them. Dark Zero are on the west, and then we have
Складов
4
много
more
еще
teams that are within
на
that circle. Realize LG, LNW, and E6 of all teams. This could be the game.
Край защищает. Тем временем, кстати, файт в центральном происходит. Можно пожить. Но Dark Zero могут сейчас подсосать. Если будет нок, если Прайс сейчас не выживет. Не выжил. Габелла. Horizon еще по щам получает. Стенку успел дать? О, хорошо. Могут за стену резнуть. Но поджимают, скорее всего... Понятно. А тут реслка есть. Но реслка дерьмово стоит.
And as I was mentioning earlier, E6 did find themselves on top of one of these buildings, leave no witnesses just below them, and round 5 is about to close. Now remember, E6 were down to 1, I think, on several occasions, and now find themselves at a full 3 with full red evos and a chance to try and win this game.
Shows sometimes it's about just surviving in this game and making sure that you can have a contribution. E6 now looking to contribute towards their points total.
А Dark Zero вдвоем остались, получается. И поднасрали еще.
Are going to have to deal with Realize, who are on their doorstep right now trying to kick the door in.
It's what I would expect from LG as well, it being the POA that they drop. Now, E6 on top of the building. Let's have a look and see what the comms are like for E6 as they are going to be pushing.
Better to play my side, no? No, we're not in, we're not in, we're not in. We're not in.
They're fighting in. I'm not sure if it's bottom. I'm on silence right now. Don't drop right now. Okay. Have we got nades or? No nades. Wait. One climbed up here. I'm not close.
Nice, good knock.
Nice. One got knocked inside as well. I think we drop here and kill.
Okay.
Okay, coming. 16 inside. On me. On me. Put him inside. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Going up.
On me! Kill him! I'm whipping, bro! Kill him! Nice!
I'm going up, I'm going up!
Go back up! No, chill down, full team inside!
Okay!
Drop in! Dropping! One shot dead! One! On the back, on the back! One! Yes! Nice!
На слаб.
I'm trying to reset, yeah!
I'm stopping!
I'm pumping a butt!
I caught it, bro!
Careful, top,
О, хил не отменяется.
We find him! Careful, he might drop! Get the clean, that shit!
Yeah, let's go, let's go, let's go!
Go! I'm looking, he's in the room. I'm destroying the spy. Push.
Это все их шипы, охренеть. Или нет? Не понял. А как каталист вражеская, ну, через вражеские шипы прошла? Просто его тиммейты застряли, а он нет.
No!
There's one! They're both one! The armor swaps, but...
Проебали.
One side in this corner and one side in this room, here. I'm kidding.
Да там бочка и тебе пизда. Просто если лопнет.
Okay, nice. Good come.
They might just do this. He's only got 1 HP. It's got to be perfect, but no, Realize.
Как вы проебали это, я в ахуе. Пушить каустика, галочка. Но будем честны, инфы не было по типам. Он забегает и лево-право смотрит, потом понимает, что слева. Хоть и был кол, то что слева чел, но чел справа, по-моему, также находился.
Here in Split 2, it doesn't matter if it's online in their region or international competition on LAN, they seem to find a way, as again, the composition of Gibby, Caustic and Crypto does it again.
All smiles in the crowd for the Realize fans, and why wouldn't you with a win like that? LG did so much to hold that building for so long, and you can see exactly why. They knew exactly where their end zone was going, but I gotta say, you got to give it up to E6. Can we take him out of the red for a second? They need the spotlight on him because that run at the end was absolutely ridiculous.
And as I said, it may have been just enough to get them towards around 100 points as well, which is kind of nutty. But they were a little bit frustrated and dejected. They probably feel like they could have won that game because they did have the damage advantage. But going up against that comp is so hard. We've seen so many teams fall. When you start to push a Gibby and a Caustic and a Crypto, it does not end well when Realize are able to set up in that way.
Yeah, just the Caustic slows things down, the tick damage, the fortified units in front of you. It does become extremely tough. But Realize once again continue the narrative.
Иммунитет и на стенку тоже. Охуеть, схуяли. Такого не было раньше.
We talk about Alliance and we talk about TSM from North America and EMEA, but we just say APAC North in general because we've had so many teams that have popped off, that have got those victories, that have looked good enough to win an entire tournament. It's scary what they've been able to achieve, especially Realize on Storm Point. But now, the difficulty for Realize is going into World's Edge on set. Yesterday, they got 0 points in the last series on World's Edge, so they need to find that consistency across both maps.
They certainly do.
Ну вот добавили. Реально?
Had 3 games, but it feels like this series has been somewhat of an epic already, and we've still got 3
Так у меня не шиза, значит, реально не работали.
And that's where, like you say, the fortunes can completely change for some of these teams, and they're going to have to because still looking at the.
Что в последнее время приятнее играть? Ой, приятно не смотреть, чем играть.
Found a little bit of form in those last couple of games that we saw, and certainly a bit of confidence. You can hear it from the comms of Sweet Dreams.
Пока что.
But World's Edge is more their bread and butter, right? It's where they've had
Ну и в целом
success
сейчас
before, regardless of what they're saying about the POIs. But this is the last circle from the point of Realize and 2 of the big boys.
And this is crazy. Realize didn't really get the chance to reset. You can see Karen
Ну
was
да,
still
вот первый
when
ног.
they were getting pushed. But as soon as you enter this building, it is just Caustic.
Там Каустик на одном, кстати, остался вообще.
And Realize didn't have to hold, get those armor swaps, reset, and then put themselves in a 2 versus 1. And even though it was a valiant effort in a 1 versus 2, as long as the 2 versus 1 is played correctly, you should never throw it away in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that E6 momentum, adrenaline, yes, it's what we love from them, right? But did they have to fly inside that building knowing that they were going to have to leave at some point?
I feel like as soon as you say, Gibby, 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 you have to think, okay, is there a Caustic alongside this? Maybe we shouldn't be pushing inside. They got ahead of themselves a little bit, but understandably so. A valiant effort at the end, but in the end it was Realize who make sure they once more show us how impressive they are on Storm.
Без шансов. Не понял, какие 0. А, группстейн. 8 пока что, ребята. Давайте, мужики, поднажать надо. Не знаю, топ-3 может как-то спасет эту Йовину. Уже ББ до 74-го качнул. Что, я? Или ты? А просто у себя не заметил. Мне БП надо прокачать и на основе уж тем более. Что за хата?
Look, I told you we were going to get a taste of something fun. Dark Zero started off well, right? And we saw it. They actually switch over to go down and take that contest at Shipfall, winning it and further tightening the chances that they will be in winner's bracket and that Aurora won't be testing them in Harbor's Star to go in.
Alright, well, we'll take a look back at those matches results, see how the numbers roll
Because
it was Realize scoped up, but like we talked about, lots of other squads having a stand-up E6 in that second place, and like you said, that was a salvage situation by Company.
Yeah, I mean,
incredible
game from them.
We took a little peek back at Launchpad and saw K20 ratting under the building with less than 20 HP, just a white armor. Next thing we know, we checked back on E6 and fish farms, and they're 3 up.
Бочки никто не собирает. Я вас понял.
Crazy. The comeback story of a century. He also at the very end was able to get that one knocked player that he knocked originally because they died to his ring since they couldn't exit out of the building. So that's one extra UP to their name, securing them 8 KP and second place. It was about a journey that just looked actually insane. Death boxes at their feet at the perfect time. Talk about them just waiting without having to give up that space when you do get that res on your teammate.
Стоп, кстати, это третья была? Да, ясно. Плотно... Плотно сидим, получается. А, хотя, нахуя.
Yeah, and then you see Gambare Hoto-san, who's got third in game number 1. They've been able to consistently be within that top 10, but also the more important thing is that they've also consistently been able to get the KP that they need. Getting 5 kills for the last 2 games specifically, aside from the 3rd place finish, is making sure that their game plan with the success has been able to elevate them into
Нужно забирать.
So they're trying to, kind of send them to an elimination bracket to try to free up their POI for the rounds.
Right, so let's take a look at the story of the series so far. Everything on Storm Point now done and dusted. Alliance, Dark Zero at the top, but it's really about the squads that are going to be needing to pick it up after this series.
Сейчас у Авроры контест. Какой? Или ты имеешь в виду про карту? На краю света будет контест.
Also, from what we've seen so far, it's actually been a pretty tight group stage overall. So we kept talking
Да,
about
ты.
30-35 points that you might want per round.
Не обратил внимания. А как ты заметил? Там вроде в главном меню не пишет.
Интересно, что он нашел.
Бля, ну причал есть. Или нет? Behind. Куда? Арморку на базу, пожалуйста.
So it has to be Apex out.
We be killing out here. Just out here stressing and shit. We're just hanging off our islands.
Bro, no way, serious.
Ласт сквад тем временем остался. Ласт тим.
Прыжковый модуль установлен.
Не, на основном канале фармить дропсы.
Открой магазин и заткни их.
Мне не терпится себя вернуть.
Сегодня вы идете со мной.
Я оставляю другим сувенир.
Мы уже в следующем кольце. Надеюсь, что тут поблизости есть интересные роботы.
Мне кажется, они...
Здесь враг.
Ну я рот твой. Да едем?
One HP, one guy on me, one HP. Healing now.
Реально 1 HP. У меня провод на ковре был, оказывается.
Ориентирование — это важно. Вы чемпион ALGS.
Класс, сквад, лутаемся. А что делать? Мы просто бегаем, ну, ждем, когда встретимся, и все. Там лока здоровая. Я еще в него пострелял, он такой, а? Стреляет дальше. Он такой, ну ладно.
It is is starting to pick up steam, not just out in
Классика,
the
они до сих пор не
audience,
начали.
but our players are increasingly getting a handle on how they'll play. I think specifically in E6, because when I caught them at the start,
Можно еще один командный сыграть тогда.
Slayers honestly was feeling pretty nervous about their chances. It was a difficult day for them yesterday, and he talked about how normally nerves don't hit him on LAN, and yet jumping into today's games and cutting into their comms just last game.
Чел, когда Тима просто прыгнул вниз, да, когда он застроился фулл. Ну еще и гранаты две мои сожрал. Я из-за того, что первый раз промахнулся, дал ему понять, что...
One. I almost only had a critique that they were overconfident, but it felt like a team that was waiting for that moment, Dia. They had wanted to unleash the stream of good feeling moments and games and that in-game that makes them go, we're here to stay. Maybe they overshot it a little bit. Perhaps. Great game by Realize. This, I think, at least their third win over LAN. But as we switch up to World's Edge, you know what we love to do in Apex? Once you get comfortable and get some rhythm, switch it up on you. As match 4 starts to begin, the drop ship. Let's players out as we begin the second half of the second set of the second day.
And for our E6 fans from previously, I've got some pretty good news. You finally got a POI.
А у меня катка заебись началась.
Belongs to E6, so they'll be able to take all the loot there, as well as Trials moving down, as was typical in their E and
Я это хорошо, мы не ставим. Ган есть? Чека. У меня тоже есть ган, я тоже. Это 6 хаус.
Кушать нет?
Снизу держись, тебя под нами, под нами.
Я 100 дал Horizon, я упал.
Под нами все Малик, пойдем в центр,
Хорошо.
Ты сколько ты дал? Да, твой Horizon хилится.
Да, нету. Да, Малик, это Малик.
Влево прошел, видел?
Подожди, аккуратно, не попал Малику.
На колюче.
Есть пушка. Они все тут.
Я внизу.
Аккуратно.
Ебаный анрек.
Аккуратно, летят. Не, релот.
Сломал чё?
Внутрь. Малик, внутрь. Лутай.
Нормально еще.
Беру еще нейт. Они все
У вас
отошли.
армор свапа.
Никого не вижу. Я падаю дорогу, мы уходим.
Давай.
Ходи.
Над тобой.
Уходим.
Не трапни?
Малику пизда.
Опять ты хуя дал.
Уходи.
Ухожу. Чейзер. Не могу уйти.
Бля. Жаль бы не дожали. У меня интеррапт ебали этот, нет, двое чекала.
А кто это? Dark Zero, ну да.
У вас еще один чел наверху был, вы знали?
Двое.
Нет, один. Нет, значит, Харза упала, бины залутала.
Что, по вебке?
Да.
Вот она, вебка
Я
справа.
застрял в этой хуйне, прикиньте.
И ты гонёшь его снизу подобрать?
Ты видел, Саш? А, ты не можешь говорить.
Не может быть. Так
Я
ты
застрял?
подобрал там ган или не был?
Нет, он уже забрал все. Я ударился в эту хуйню. Станет.
Они тебя ждут.
Я тебя не резну. Просто падай, наверное.
Просто? Ебаный гига анлак. Я ударился в это стекло. А в смысле, а мы маленькое не заберем?
Не заберем.
Ты уверен?
Но у них крафт.
А Дреги тоже?
Да. Челик, да. Бегут ко мне. Не, шарик тут.
Ты больной?
Я отхожу. Я ему 10 дал.
Так не стреляй, просто пока зачилим.
Блять, а что с картинкой-то? Умылись.
Я волк не сбил, он на сифоне.
Сколько наших? Ну, нас никто не убивает, можем.
Да не забрали бы его.
Ну они покипели. Но
зачилиться.
что меня променяли Майка в кондоны. Блять, я не знаю, мы
Давай
тестили.
ты возьми.
Я, короче, в дальнюю, я в дальнюю эту хуйню ебался, я должен был
Команда 0 киллов.
попасть, в этот.
Ладно, давай про это забьем, потом пообщаемся. Там на игру, там, блядь.
Да он не хочет ставить 1080 даже.
Мне не надо, я просто.
Ты сука?
Кого-то.
Не понял. Объяснись.
Нет, да, ты говоришь, волта. Вон летит, слышишь, берешь?
Да.
Во.
Пиздец, энергия, слышишь, и энергия золотого.
Я там возьму.
Бля, там может пайп будет? Это такой долгий пизделовка.
Вольт, бать.
Забери.
Возьму еще энерго. Пойдем отправим. Брата могут у нас быть.
Мы должны, кстати, кипить кого-нибудь сейчас. Это мне, наверное, надо все-таки.
Там типа мало. И вот так, игра. У нас стир.
А ты не понял? Блядь.
Мы летели.
А там у нас минус белые бадики.
Да, мы не...
Ебать, вы посмотрите на этот счет. Ебаный гандон на... Ну да, он дохуя дал. Половину сбрил. Какой же ты гандон, а? Он просто, блядь, 3 километра стоит. Не, нахуй, тиммейты даже не помогают, я в ахуе. Они просто ФК стоят. Артем, не позорь мое имя, пожалуйста. Сделай хоть один килл.
Эту штуку им никогда не пробить.
Это адекватная тема, что ну, меня 3 ебала пушат? А, он вообще ливнул. Понял. Ебать, я уже по урону. А нет, там третий чел. Нормально так. Мама, наверное, также сразу 3 прожала, блядь. кстати. Я время теряю. Погнали досматривать без Авроры.
Zero should have expected this. Crafting on rotation is a risky prospect, and it looks like Dark Zero was set up correctly. Zanu was able to repel the push, and ultimately, Dark Zero benefit from having these two big guns that are set up next to them. Now, with a rotation still looking for them into No Name, they've got to go a little further to the south. They know they have to pass by Dark Zero, and I wonder what Dark Zero's play is, because they are technically cut off from the next zone.
17 squads remaining, 3 have already gone down. Element 6 joins those ranks. Recently, we saw them in the POV, but they had already lost 1. They will now lose the other 2. And so as Overlook continues to be contested, we might see another go down. Gambare Otosan tried to find a way to hold this building and siege it. Will they be able to do so? Yes! They were not.
Хорош тиммейт. Прям за ним полетел с Юриком на жопе.
The mobile respawn revive, and that leaves Gambare Otosan with the ability now to hold as a duo themselves. It didn't work out earlier on for the defenders, but maybe it'll work out differently as they've now been able to get up their third player and keep it alive.
And now that they've got Juice Nut back in the game, you've got the ability to pop these caustic gas. I really like the heads-up move from them. Pop the barrel ahead of time and make sure that it can't be destroyed by a team walking in. You have to tank the gas if you want to push Gambare Otosan, and as a result, they're going to be able to full reset with a defensive advantage.
One of the great things about Caustic that we don't see is the delay of time. A lot of this meta and a lot of the previous metas in Apex has been about creating aggressive opportunities, creating moments. Even the Seer change is literally allowing that fight to happen sooner because you have this 10-second window now where you have more abilities than the other team. Easier said than done. But when it comes to Caustic, that delay may prove, as the tournament goes on, more pivotal, just in terms of denying, holding, and allowing that 10 seconds to become, maybe if you get hit with a focus of attention, Dia, 4 seconds, now that the barrel is down.
One of the nice things about Caustic as well is that he slots really well into a team because he's able to scan ring console.
That's right.
Get your team a little bit of extra information.
Huge.
You're not only getting a defensive advantage, you're also getting a preparation advantage because you have more info than other teams. Gambare Otosan actually an example of a team that's really able to use this effectively because they not only have a caustic but a crypto as well to add in a little bit of recon. They know where the ring's going and they know where everyone is relative to it.
And one of the things you could obviously look at is, mini-map. I get to see where every player is and take them out. That's fun. I get to know if there's an immediate threat. One of the things, though, people don't look at it enough is information for how you rotate. Because these rotations happen so fast, a second early, a second late, you may not know someone's already ahead of you, taking a zipline, taking an evac tower, Valkyrie, skyward diving. It's the information on how an IGL can use it to take the best route possible, circumventing possibly a ring console. They don't have to, though, because they've got both characters, as you mentioned, as Alliance are up on top in the middle of a fight effect, trying to stave off any damage with the Prowler. It's simple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 effect. Cleans one more up.
And even the best that South America has to offer cannot stand up against Alliance. It is destruction from on high with Hackis raining down. Glitch are out.
L-Star, not bad at all. I'd love to have that, baby. Anytime it's available in the care package now, a weapon often laughed at in previous patches. In terms of the overall meta, now certainly one of the stars, one of the best things about Apex is that it keeps rotating, and this is definitely an L-Star season. Alliance feeling good. They're playing at the back. They've cleared out everyone from the northern side and rotated so that they have everything in front of them, D. And sometimes that is the most important fact, not having to fight from 2 angles and not having to focus on something in front of you when something behind you may be approaching.
They ate a few shots from Furia from afar there. Sheila getting involved again, but it raises an important point because if you look at the mini-map that Alliance have up, you'll notice they have information on the next zone. A zone that is pulling out of that south point of Overlook. You and I mentioned Moist earlier, who have set up in that south Overlook area, who now have to walk through a lot of occupied buildings. It's a dangerous situation.
And let's just talk about Yuki on the Caustic as well. We're seeing more and more of these teams. The Alliance have always been so flexible. That's one of the things I've touted as their testament to their skill in this split, being not only some of the most innovative roster changes, including things like Rampart, including things like Newcastle, Caustics, almost anything, and making it work. Ash even for a couple of scrims and maybe even one of the match days. They have been so effective at trying something new. They are all firing on all cylinders. And it even goes back to when Caustic wasn't even a part of the meta, if you remember back then. IPN actually helping to brave that new storm and obviously letting Gas Daddy into the mix. With 12 squads left though, Dia, round 3 closing is anything but sold yet, as this zone starting to look a little more interesting.
Very much so. And in fact, I wonder how teams from the South are going to approach this, because we do have evac towers in the game. You said it yourself. Late game, things can get a little bit difficult, especially with ramparts in the lobby.
Yeah.
Destroying an evac tower is sometimes as simple as just looking up for a few seconds and watching it disappear. The southern rotation, in fact, that's going to be one of the most challenging, is the one out of Hierarca, Uchako, and Thorfinn. Sat in the south of the map, and Tropic have actually gone back home. Uchako and Hierarca used to land over at Big Mod.
Камеру в USB 2.0, наверное, подключили, поэтому лаги такие.
Southern rotations should be their bread and butter. Right now, in a world-class
Либо на удлинителе.
I'm not sure this holds up.
We're going to bring up the map very shortly, I'm sure. It's kind of the calm before the storm as these teams are poking each other, posturing. And sometimes the answer is not necessarily to fire, it's to play small. As you can see here, this is where the scene is set. LG Chivas carving out their own western side next to Dark Zero. Pay attention, that could be a collapse from those two teams. Or they could rotate up north. You can see Alliance and winners and successful players over this tournament, Ganbare Otosan, who they may end up running into in order to make it into that zone. Or Ganbare Otosan being forced out if for some reason Moist and Entropic try to find some space in that zone and there's no room to play.
Very well could be, and at that point it comes up to defense. Moist, one shot left. Evac tower in our previous minimap shot was open, or rather, sniper tower in our previous shot was open. So with an evac tower now, they could find it. We've got another
Что за оргия тут начинается?
go on the push up against, it looks like, Entropic.
Focus of attention on his Watson as well. Scared, hesitant, not necessarily moving forward though with any panic. They've been here before. Furia.
Двигателей-то нет. Забор-то еще будет ставить?
Should we fight? Yes or yes? That was not a joke.
На внешку.
This is really how they like to play.
Уходить, наверное, удобно было.
Can they find something in this World's Edge matchup? Certainly, they are positioned too, but patience may be the name of the game here.
One of the defining aspects of this pseudo engagement is that Furia, while they do want to fight, don't have to look down to do so. Rampart gets whipped out in the face of a catalyst wall, and Sheila goes to work with a horizon in the sky. It should be a beam connecting, but Sarah, perhaps a little nervous, isn't able to find the bullet connects.
Furia, so much to do. 4 points and so much in 3 games to try to put themselves in a position to definitely make that winner's bracket. Let's go ahead and follow along with a listen in as Furia approaches this final zone.
It is. We're gonna get Caustic ulted.
No, the height.
Oh, the height? I don't know. Your guys' call.
I'm down to kill them. I'm down to kill them.
I have Q soon. He doesn't have his.
I don't have nades, so.
I do.
He's peeking staircase.
Throwing it. Was he on him? I got silence. I got Q'd as well. I'm good though. I threw a good nade in there.
I broke one barrel.
I'm getting shot, backing up. Get back up. I'm blocked off.
Oh, damn, bro.
When there's like 20 seconds left, we could go play that early. When there's like 20 seconds left. Okay.
Careful longbow. He's gonna break that.
Yeah, replace that. I don't have walls. 7. We can't get Caustic ulted in here. 5 seconds on my walls. We might need to make a move. We might have to go after that gas is done.
Horizon ult is terrible.
I'm queuing here. I have my wall.
Horizon cracked.
Careful.
I have to bat now. Horizon's cracked.
We need to cross now probably after your bat.
Okay, Sears right below you. Careful.
I'm going. Yeah. Third. Just fight underneath for now.
Get the walls down.
I got silence.
It's fine. It's good. Shield. Yep, go ahead.
I'll have it soon. On the right.
Hey, he whipped it. Come here. You're good on me.
I need them.
You're good on me! Get the walls down over here!
I can't. I'm silenced again. I see on them! Caustic's 1! Good on me too, fan.
I'm good.
That kid's literally 1.
I'm dodging a nade right now.
Right here, they're gonna swing soon.
I'm batting here. Shields up. Fine, I'm dead.
I'll go right. I'm going right. I'm looking right.
Left, left.
Back up, son. Back up. We'll keep back up.
Yeah, back up corner.
You can make it. The guy to your right has no idea right now about you.
Furia doing their best to try to stay alive here. It is all wishes and dreams, though,
Дали резнуть.
as they
Да,
find one moment of respite from what was a busy rotation, yet they still have a chance.
It is a miracle that they're even alive right now. And the thing is, Entropic's still alive as well. Both squads that had to evacuate the previous building now coexisting on opposite sides.
Снайп пытается поднасрать, но... Блин, хп-то появляется, пропадает, непонятно. Не, пока что живут. Даже втроем резнулись.
Well, you know Noctum may have something to prove here in the entire region. Heck, a lot of people online were saying that this team was griefing, that this team was hurting some of their other favorite teams' prospects. But guess what? Noctum says if we just had a spot to land, we might have been doing this all along. They've got one here, and it has worked out to put them in a top 6 situation. Can they, from South America, make a difference here and start their tournament now in this second stage?
And it's a split priority for Noctum because looking at their future rotation, they have to push Moist. Moist is a massive threat, but they've also got to watch their backs with both FaZe and Tropic and Furio needing to rotate up to the RV as well. So, as everybody has to move further north, it's Noctum that have to play the most perfect game to make even top 5.
Final round. It's all a minute and 52 seconds away. Noctum get challenged. They answer the call and drop it. Sit down. Top 5 for Noctum. Can they make it another one? 73. He doesn't need a reload. He finishes off one just like that. And Noctum putting on a masterclass here.
Kings' mechanics have never been in question, but now he's finally got a chance to show them off. One of the fastest squad wipes we have seen in this tournament. And Noctum still retain height, still have a commanding position, and they should be able